to Sleepy Facts with Justin. Find a comfortable position right now. Let your body settle into wherever you are resting. Feel the weight of your limbs grow heavy against the surface beneath you. Take a slow breath in and let it go. There is nowhere to be tonight. Nothing to do. Nowhere to rush. You are exactly where you need to be. Tonight, we are going to spend the night together, drifting gently through one of the most wondrous subjects in all of the natural world. Tonight, we are going to talk about birds. Birds. Those soft, warm, feathered creatures that fill the morning air with song. They are everywhere around us, perched on rooftops, floating on the warm breath of the wind, gliding low over quiet water. They are so familiar, so woven into the fabric of our daily lives, that we often forget to truly stop and wonder at them. But tonight, we have all the time in the world to do exactly that. Tonight, we will slow down and we will really look at these extraordinary animals that share our world. There are approximately 10,000 species of birds alive on Earth today. 10,000, each one shaped by millions of years of quiet, patient evolution. Each one perfectly suited to its place in the world, whether that is the frozen tundra of the far north, the steaming heart of a tropical rainforest, the windswept surface of the open ocean, or the sun-baked scrubland of a desert at midday. Birds have found a way to live in almost every corner of this planet, and they have been doing so for an extraordinarily long time. The story of birds reaches back more than 150 million years to a time when giant reptiles ruled the land, and the skies were just beginning to be explored. The ancestors of birds were dinosaurs, not the enormous, lumbering giants that we often picture, but smaller, quicker, more agile creatures. Some of them had feathers. Some of them could glide, and slowly, over unimaginable stretches of time, they gave rise to the birds we know today. When you watch a crow problem solving on your garden wall, or a hummingbird hovering perfectly still beside a flower, you are watching the living descendants of the age of dinosaurs. That thought alone is enough to fill the quietest hour of the night with a sense of deep, peaceful wonder. But we are not going to rush through any of this tonight. We are going to take our time. We are going to move slowly, the way a heron moves through shallow water, one careful, deliberate step at a time. Each section of tonight's journey will carry you a little deeper into the world of birds, and with each section, you may find your thoughts growing softer, your breathing growing slower, your mind releasing its hold on the day just past. If you fall asleep before we reach the end, that is perfectly all right. That is exactly what this is for. You do not need to remember any of this. You do not need to pay close attention. You can simply let the words wash over you, the way a gentle rain washes over a quiet forest at night. The birds are still out there, even now, nestled in their roosts, their tiny hearts beating slowly in the dark. And you can rest alongside them. The science of birds is called ornithology. It is one of the oldest branches of natural history, with roots stretching back centuries. People have always been drawn to birds, studying them, painting them, listening to them, writing poetry about them. There is something about birds that speaks to a very deep part of the human imagination. Perhaps it is the gift of flight, that ancient dream we have always carried. Perhaps it is the music of birdsong, which has accompanied human mornings since long before there were cities or roads or alarm clocks. Or perhaps it is simply the sight of something so light and free, moving through the sky with such effortless grace, that reminds us, even in the middle of a busy, complicated life, that the world is still a place of beauty. Tonight's journey will take us through many different aspects of avian science. We will talk about feathers, those remarkable structures that are unique to birds, found in no other animal alive today. We will explore the physics of flight and the astonishing way that a bird's body is built to defy gravity. We will visit the world of bird senses and discover that birds experience color and sound in ways quite different from our own. We will follow the great migrations, those epic annual journeys that take birds across entire oceans and continents, guided by stars and magnetic fields, and the memory of landscapes seen only once before. We will sit quietly in the canopy and listen to birdsong, thinking about what those sounds mean and how birds learn them. We will look at nests and eggs and the tender, exhausting work of raising a new generation. And as we move through each of these subjects, the night will deepen around you. The world outside will grow quieter. Your breathing will find its own gentle rhythm. And the science of birds, all that careful observation, all that patient study, all those centuries of human curiosity will settle around you like a soft blanket on a cold evening. You are safe here. You are comfortable. There is nothing to worry about tonight. In a moment, we will begin with the first section of our journey, a gentle exploration of what a bird actually is, what separates a bird from every other creature on earth. What makes a bird a bird? It is a simpler question than you might expect, and a more wonderful one too. But for now, just breathe. Feel the pillow beneath your head. Feel the weight of sleep beginning to gather at the edges of your thoughts. The way dusk gathers at the edges of the sky. The birds have already settled in for the night. The owls are beginning their quiet watch, and somewhere in a dark tree, a small songbird sits with its head tucked beneath its wing, warm and still and perfectly at rest. You can be still too. We are about to begin. Let us begin very gently, right at the beginning. Let us ask a question that seems almost too simple. What is a bird? You already know the answer, in the way that you know the warmth of sunlight on your face, or the sound of rain against a window. You have known birds your whole life. You grew up with them. You have watched them from kitchen windows and heard them on early mornings before the rest of the world woke up. A bird is that bright, light, feathered thing that perches on a wire and fills the air with sound. A bird is the dark shape that crosses the pale winter sky. A bird is the small, warm weight of a sparrow sitting on the edge of a garden fence, watching you with one bright, curious eye. But science loves to look closely at things we think we already know. Science loves to ask the simple question and then follow it slowly, carefully, into something much deeper beautiful than we first expected. And so tonight, let us ask it again, quietly, without any rush. What is a bird, really? The formal answer belongs to a branch of biology called taxonomy, the science of classifying living things. In taxonomy, birds belong to the class Aves. That word comes from the Latin, and it simply means birds. All of the creatures we call birds, from the tiny bee hummingbird, no bigger than a large insect, to the towering common ostrich, standing nearly 2.5 meters tall. All of them belong to this single class, and what unites them, what draws a quiet line around all of them and separates them from every other living creature on earth, is one single thing: feathers. Only birds have feathers. No other animal alive today, not mammals, not reptiles, not insects, not any creature in the ocean, has feathers. Feathers are the one defining characteristic that belongs entirely and exclusively to birds. If an animal has feathers, it is a bird. If it is a bird, it has feathers. That elegant simplicity, that clean and beautiful rule, is one of the things that makes the class Aves so satisfying to study. But there is much more to a bird than feathers alone. Birds are warm-blooded, like us. Like all mammals, they maintain a constant internal body temperature regardless of how cold or warm the world around them becomes. A small chickadee sitting on a snow-covered branch in the middle of a winter night is keeping its tiny body at a temperature of around 40 degrees Celsius, burning energy all through the darkness just to stay warm. That warmth, that constant inner fire, is one of the remarkable things about birds. It costs a great deal of energy, and it is part of what makes birds so alive, so vivid, so perpetually in motion. Birds are vertebrates. They have a backbone, a bony internal skeleton that gives their bodies structure and support. But a bird's skeleton is different from most vertebrate skeletons in a fascinating way. Many of a bird's bones are hollow, not entirely empty. They are threaded through with fine struts and supports, like the inside of a very well-designed bridge, but hollow enough to save a tremendous amount of weight. Weight is the enemy of flight. And over millions of years, bird bodies have found extraordinary ways to minimize it. A large flying bird, one that might seem substantial and solid when you watch it soaring overhead, may have a skeleton that weighs less than its feathers. That thought alone is worth pausing on for a moment. Birds have wings. Now, wings alone do not make a bird. Bats have wings, and some insects have wings, and none of them are birds. But a bird's wings are a particular kind of structure. They are modified forelimbs. The bones inside a bird's wing correspond to the bones inside your own arm and hand. The humerus, the radius, the ulna, the small carpal and metacarpal bones, they are all there, reshaped and rearranged by evolution into something built for an entirely different purpose. When a bird spreads its wings and lifts into the air, it is reaching out with arms that have been transformed over an almost unimaginable span of time into instruments of flight. Most birds can fly, but not all of them. This is one of the things that surprises people when they first learn it. That membership in the class Aves does not require the ability to fly. Ostriches cannot fly. Penguins cannot fly. Emus, kiwis, cassowaries, the kakapo of New Zealand. All of these are birds. All of them have feathers and hollow bones and warm blood, and none of them take to the air. In some cases, the ability to fly was lost gradually over thousands of generations as certain birds settled into island environments where there were no predators to flee from, and the enormous energy cost of maintaining flight muscles simply stopped being worth paying. In other cases, the wings were repurposed entirely. Penguins, for instance, use their wings as flippers, flying through cold water with a grace and speed that is just as breathtaking as anything in the open sky. Birds have beaks, sometimes called bills. Unlike the teeth of mammals and reptiles, a bird's beak contains no teeth at all. Most birds lost their teeth very early in their evolutionary history, somewhere around 60 to 80 million years ago, and they have never looked back. A beak is a remarkably versatile tool. It can be shaped into a fine needle for probing flowers, a heavy crushing instrument for cracking open seeds, a hooked blade for tearing flesh, a long, sensitive probe for feeling through mud, or a broad, flat scoop for filtering water. The variety of beak shapes across the 10,000 or more species of birds alive today is one of the most vivid illustrations of the power of evolution to create specialized tools from a single basic design. Birds lay eggs. This they share with reptiles and some other animals. But a bird's egg is something quite particular, encased in a hard, mineralized shell, carefully incubated by one or both parents, and housing inside it a developing chick that will one day break out into the world and begin its own remarkable life. The egg is a kind of miracle of engineering, a self-contained life support system, small enough to hold in your hand. Inside that smooth, curved shell, something extraordinary is quietly taking shape. Birds have a 4-chambered heart, like mammals, like you. This sophisticated heart keeps oxygenated blood entirely separate from deoxygenated blood, making the cardiovascular system highly efficient, well suited to the high metabolic demands of flight. A hummingbird in flight may have a heart rate of more than 1,200 beats per minute. 1,200. That is a tiny engine running at extraordinary speed, powering wings that beat perhaps 80 times a second. And yet, when that same hummingbird settles into a state of torpor on a cool night, its heart rate may slow to just a few beats per minute, its body temperature dropping, its metabolism nearly shutting down to conserve energy through the dark hours. Birds live at these extremes, full fire or deep stillness, and they move between them with an ease that is quietly astonishing. So, what is a bird? A bird is a warm-blooded, feathered vertebrate with a beak, wings, hollow bones, a 4-chambered heart, and the ability to lay hard-shelled eggs. It is the only living descendant of the great theropod dinosaurs. It is the only animal on Earth that has feathers. It is a creature shaped by more than 150 million years of evolution into something that can ride the wind, navigate by stars, sing complex songs from memory, and sit perfectly still in a dark winter tree, burning quietly with that small, steady, internal warmth. There are more than 11,000 species of living birds recognized by science today, and new ones are still being discovered, described, and named in the quiet corners of the world. Each one of those species is a slightly different answer to the question of how to be a bird. Each one has found its own particular way to wear feathers, to use a beak, to build a nest, to find a mate, to raise its young, and to move through the world. And each one of them is here tonight, somewhere roosting in darkness, floating on ocean swells, tucked into a burrow, perched on a high branch in a cold forest, living its small, vivid, extraordinary life. You are part of that world too, breathing slowly, growing still. The night is full of birds, and the night is full of quiet, and you are right here in the middle of it, perfectly at rest. Let the science of birds carry you gently forward. There is no rush. There is only the soft, dark night and the distant sound of wings. Close your eyes a little more. Let your breathing slow. We are going to travel back in time now, not quickly, not with any jolt or hurry, but slowly and gently, the way a river moves through a wide, flat valley. We are going back through time, back through centuries, and then through millennia, and then through millions of years, back to a world utterly unlike our own, and yet, in one surprising way, deeply familiar. We are going back to find the ancestors of birds. The story of how birds came to be is one of the most remarkable stories in all of natural history. It is a story of gradual change, patient and unhurried, unfolding across a span of time so vast that our human minds can barely hold it. It is a story of small bodies and hollow bones, of feathers appearing long before there was any wing to carry them, of the sky waiting quietly for an animal that had not yet been invented. And it is a story that scientists have been piecing together, fossil by fossil, for nearly 2 centuries. A slow and careful reconstruction of a world that ended long before the first human being ever drew breath. the present scientific consensus, built on a vast body of fossil evidence and careful anatomical study, is clear and confident. Birds are dinosaurs, not the descendants of dinosaurs in some distant metaphorical sense. Birds are dinosaurs in the same way that you and I are mammals. They belong to a group called the theropods, the two-legged, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs that also included some of the most famous animals in the fossil record. Tyrannosaurus rex was a theropod. So was Velociraptor, and so, in a direct and unbroken line of descent, is the small sparrow sitting in your garden hedge. That thought is worth letting settle quietly for a moment. The next time you see a bird pecking at the ground, turning its head with that quick, precise movement, watching the world with one bright eye, you are watching a living theropod dinosaur, one that has been refined and reshaped over 150 million years, but a theropod nonetheless. The age of dinosaurs did not end. It transformed quietly and patiently into the age of birds, the gradual evolutionary change from fast-running, ground-dwelling, bipedal theropods to small, winged, flying birds, probably started around 160 million years ago. It was a slow process, not a single dramatic leap, but an accumulation of small changes, each one building on the last, over tens of millions of years. Feathers appeared first, long before wings existed in any recognizable form. Scientists have found fossils of feathered dinosaurs that had no ability to fly at all. Their feathers were perhaps used for insulation, or for display, or for balance while running. Feathers, in other words, did not begin as instruments of flight. They began as something else entirely, and flight discovered them later. In 1996, the first feathered dinosaur fossil was formally announced to the scientific world, and it changed everything. That discovery came from the Liaoning province of northeastern China, a region that has since become one of the most extraordinary fossil sites on the planet. Preserved in fine-grained volcanic ash, the fossils from Liaoning have shown us a world of small, feathered, tree-dwelling dinosaurs. In astonishing detail, we have seen the impressions of individual feathers. We have seen color patterns preserved in the fossilized pigment cells. We have seen animals caught in postures of rest, or feeding, or brooding over their eggs. A behavior that birds share with these ancient ancestors. The Liaoning fossils gave us a window into the world that birds came from. And what we saw through that window was both strange and deeply familiar. The most famous of all transitional fossils, the creature that has long been held up as the bridge between dinosaurs and birds, is Archaeopteryx. It lived approximately 150 million years ago in what is now southern Germany, and it was first discovered in 1861, just 2 years after Charles Darwin published his theory of evolution by natural selection. The timing was remarkable. Darwin's theory predicted that such transitional forms should exist. And here, almost immediately, was one, a creature with the feathered wings and wishbone of a bird, and the teeth, clawed fingers, and long bony tail of a dinosaur. Archaeopteryx was not exactly a bird, and not exactly a dinosaur. It was something in between. And for over a century, it stood alone as the only known link between the two groups. Then came the Chinese fossils, and everything changed again. Archaeopteryx was no longer alone. It was surrounded by a whole community of related creatures, some more bird-like, some more dinosaur-like, all of them feathered, all of them filling in the spaces in our picture of how birds came to be. Microraptor, a small four-winged dinosaur, showed that avian evolution may have gone through a stage where all four limbs bore wing-like structures of long, veined feathers. Epidexipteryx showed feathers used purely for display, with no aerodynamic function at all. Each new fossil added another brushstroke to a picture that grew steadily richer, steadily more detailed, steadily more astonishing. The body plan that would eventually become the archetypal bird did not appear all at once. It assembled itself piece by piece over tens of millions of years as different features appeared in different lineages. The wishbone came first, then the shortened, fused tail, then the enlarged breastbone that would anchor powerful flight muscles, then the loss of teeth, then the fusing of certain ankle and foot bones that gives birds their distinctive walking posture. Each change was small. Each change on its own might have seemed unremarkable, but together, accumulated across time, they added up to something entirely new in the history of life on Earth. A body built for flight, warm-blooded and feathered and light, ready to take to the skies. And then, once that bird body plan was complete, something remarkable happened. Evolution accelerated. A study published in the journal Current Biology, which analyzed the anatomical makeup of more than 850 body features across 150 extinct species, found that early birds began evolving far more rapidly than their dinosaur relatives. Once the full bird body plan was in place, it was as though evolution had been building toward something. And once that something arrived, the possibilities suddenly exploded. New species appeared, new shapes of beak and wing and foot, new ways of living in the world, new ecological niches opened up and were filled, one after another, by birds that were each a slightly different answer to the question of how to live. The great extinction event that ended the age of non-avian dinosaurs, approximately 66 million years ago, cleared the world of so many of the large animals that had previously dominated it, but birds survived. A small number of bird lineages came through the extinction, and in the world that followed, emptied of so many competitors, they diversified at extraordinary speed. In the millions of years after the extinction, birds spread across every continent, adapted to every habitat, and evolved into the vast range of forms that we see today. The penguins found the ocean. The eagles found the high mountain thermals. The hummingbirds found the flowers. The songbirds found the trees and filled them with music. All of that. Every one of the more than 11,000 species of birds alive on Earth today traces its ancestry back through those feathered theropods of the Jurassic, back through Archaeopteryx and its kin, back to small, quick, feathered dinosaurs moving through the shadows of a warm Mesozoic forest. The sky itself is a kind of inheritance passed down through 150 million years of quiet, patient change. And now the night sky is above you too, dark and vast and full of stars. Somewhere out there, birds are roosting in the darkness, their feathers puffed against the cool air, carrying within their hollow bones the long memory of a world that existed long before we arrived. They are ancient, they are extraordinary, and they are, in the most precise scientific sense, still here. Let that thought settle around you like the quietest of blankets. You are resting in a world full of living dinosaurs, and the night is soft, and the air is still, and there is nothing at all to do but breathe. Let yourself sink a little deeper now. Feel the surface beneath you, warm and steady. Let your shoulders go soft. Let your hands rest open. There is nothing to hold on to tonight. Nothing that needs gripping, just the slow, easy drift of breath, and the quiet voice, and the gentle unfolding of one more wonderful thing about the natural world. Tonight, in this section, we are going to spend some time with feathers. Just the word alone has a quality of softness to it. Feathers. It is a word that belongs to pillows and to sleep, to the brush of something weightless against the skin. And yet the feather, for all its delicate lightness, is one of the most sophisticated structures that evolution has ever produced. It is stronger than it looks. It is more complex than it appears, and it holds within its microscopic architecture a series of solutions to engineering problems so elegant, so beautifully efficient, that scientists and engineers are still studying them today, still learning from them, still finding ways to apply their lessons to human design. Let us begin with what a feather is made of. Every feather, from the tiniest soft down feather, hidden close to a bird's warm skin, to the long, stiff primary flight feather at the tip of an eagle's wing, is made of the same substance. That substance is a protein called beta-carotene. It is a close relative of the keratin that makes up your own fingernails and the outer layer of your skin. It is also related to the scales of reptiles, which is a reminder, quiet but persistent, of the deep evolutionary connection between birds and the ancient reptiles they came from. Beta keratin is light, flexible, strong, and remarkably durable. A single feather can withstand extraordinary forces, the pressure of wind, the friction of flight, the wear of daily use, and maintain its shape and function. And when it finally wears out, it is shed and replaced quietly and efficiently through the process we call molting. Now let us look at the structure of a typical feather. Imagine it resting in your open hand, light as a breath. At the center of the feather runs a long, slender shaft. The bottom portion of this shaft, the part that was once anchored in the bird's skin, is called the calamus. It is hollow, smooth, and contains no feather material on its surface. Above the calamus, the shaft continues as the rachis, a word that comes from the Greek for backbone. And it is from the rachis that the feather's true structure grows. On either side of the rachis, like the branches of a very slender tree, project a series of long, thin structures called barbs. The barbs on either side together form the vein of the feather, that flat, broad, softly curved surface that catches the light and the wind. But the structure does not stop at the barbs. Each barb is itself a miniature version of the whole feather, a tiny central shaft with its own smaller branches projecting from either side. These smaller branches are called barbules, and on the barbules, at a scale almost too small to see with the naked eye, are even tinier structures, microscopic hooks, and corresponding grooves that interlock with the barbules of the neighboring barb. These hooks grip each other the way the two sides of a piece of Velcro grip each other, catching, holding, forming a surface that is smooth and continuous and surprisingly strong. It is this interlocking system that gives a feather vein its integrity, its ability to function as a unified surface rather than a loose bundle of separate strands. And here is something wonderful about this system. If you have ever found a feather and run it through your fingers the wrong way, you will have noticed that the vein separates. The barbs pull apart. The smooth surface becomes ragged and loose. But if you then run your fingers back along the feather in the right direction, it repairs itself. The tiny hooks re-engage. The barbules reconnect. The vein becomes smooth and continuous again, as though nothing had happened. Birds do this constantly with their beaks in the behavior we call preening. They work their feathers through their bill, barb by barb, re-zipping the microscopic fastenings and restoring the aerodynamic surface that flight requires. It is one of the most peaceful things to watch. A bird sitting in the morning sun, methodically, unhurriedly, running each feather through its bill, putting its plumage back in perfect order. There are 6 main types of feathers, each one shaped for a different purpose. The first and most familiar are the contour feathers, the outer feathers that give a bird its shape and color, overlapping one another like the tiles on a roof to create a smooth, streamlined surface. Beneath the contour feathers are the down feathers, soft, fluffy, without the interlocking barbule hooks, so that they remain loose and lofty rather than forming a flat vein. Down feathers trap air next to the bird's skin, creating an insulating layer of warmth that functions in much the same way as the filling in a winter duvet. A diving duck plunging into icy water stays warm because of its down. A small songbird surviving a freezing night stays warm because of its down. The same soft, light, airy structure that fills a pillow is keeping birds alive in some of the coldest environments on Earth. The flight feathers are the long, stiff feathers of the wing and the tail, the ones that do the actual work of lifting and propelling a bird through the air. They are asymmetrical in a precise and meaningful way. The vein on the leading edge of a flight feather is narrower than the vein on the trailing edge. This asymmetry is not accidental. It is aerodynamically significant. It helps the feather cut through the air and generate lift in the same way that the curved surface of an aircraft wing generates lift. The physics is the same. The principle is the same. Birds discovered it in their gradual, patient, evolutionary way, many millions of years before human beings ever began to think about flying machines. Semiplumes are a halfway structure between down and contour feathers. They have a defined rachis, but loose, unhooked barbs, and they are found beneath the outer contour layer, adding both insulation and a little body shaping. Bristles are stiff, simple feathers found around the face of many birds, around the bill, around the eyes, and they serve sensory and protective functions like the whiskers of a cat. And filoplumes are the most delicate of all feather types, hair-like structures, almost invisible, positioned near the base of the larger feathers, where they act as sensory devices, detecting the slightest movement or displacement of the surrounding plumage, and relaying that information to the muscles that control feather position. Every time a bird adjusts a single feather in flight, making the tiny, constant corrections that keep it stable in a moving column of air. The filoplumes are part of that process. They are the nervous system of the plumage. The number of feathers on a bird varies considerably from species to species. Hummingbirds, those tiny and remarkably efficient flying machines, may have as few as 1,000 feathers covering their entire body. A tundra swan, large and built for long flights across cold northern landscapes, may carry as many as 25,000 feathers. Most birds fall somewhere between these two extremes. All those feathers must be grown, maintained, preened, and eventually replaced. A continuous, lifelong process of renewal. Feathers do not last forever. They wear out gradually through the friction of flight and the daily business of living, and so birds molt. They shed their old feathers and grow new ones, usually once or twice a year, in a carefully regulated process that ensures the bird is never left without adequate insulation or flight capability. In most species, molt happens gradually, a few feathers at a time, so that the bird can always fly and always keep warm while the renewal is underway. In some species, particularly certain ducks, is more dramatic, with all the flight feathers shed at once, leaving the bird temporarily flightless for a few weeks while the new feathers grow in. During this time, those birds seek out quiet, sheltered waters and stay low, relying on camouflage and caution until their wings are restored. And then there is color. Feathers are one of the most spectacular systems of color production in the natural world, and they achieve their colors in two quite different ways. Pigment colors, browns, blacks, yellows, reds, come from chemical compounds deposited in the feather as it grows. Structural colors, the iridescent blues and greens and purples that seem to shift and shimmer as the light changes, come not from pigment, but from the physical structure of the feather itself, from the way microscopic layers and arrays within the barbules scatter and reflect light at specific wavelengths. The blue of a blue jay's feather contains no blue pigment at all. The color exists only as an interaction between light and structure, shifting and vanishing depending on the angle of view. It is a kind of optical illusion built into the feather at a scale almost too small to comprehend. All of this, the rachis and the barbs and the barbules and the hooks, the insulation and the flight and the color and the sensory phyloplumes, all of it assembled from nothing more than a protein, shaped by evolution over millions of years into something of extraordinary elegance and complexity. A single feather, light enough to float, strong enough to withstand the forces of flight, beautiful enough to have inspired artists and poets and dreamers across every culture in human history. And right now, while you lie still and breathe slowly, birds all over the world are wearing their feathers quietly in the dark. Feathers puffed for warmth. Feathers folded close. Feathers carrying their sleeping owners through the long, soft hours of the night. Rest now. The feathers of the world are all around you, soft and still. Let your breath slow down now. Just notice it for a moment, the gentle rise and fall of your chest, the cool air arriving, the warm air leaving. Breathing is so automatic, so constant, that we rarely think about it at all. It simply happens quietly and reliably all through the day, all through the night, keeping us alive without any conscious effort on our part. It is one of the most fundamental things a body does, and yet, as with so many things in biology, the way different animals breathe turns out to be far more varied and surprising than we might expect. Tonight, we are going to think about how birds breathe, and I want to tell you, right from the beginning, that the avian respiratory system is something genuinely extraordinary. It is not like yours. It is not like any mammals. It is, in the considered opinion of scientists who study it, the most efficient gas exchange system of any air-breathing vertebrate alive on Earth today. It is a system so elegant, so cleverly designed by evolution, that engineers and scientists studying it are still finding new things to admire in it. Let us begin with what you already know, the way your own lungs work, because it will make the bird version so much more vivid by contrast. When you breathe in, your diaphragm contracts and your chest expands, drawing air down through your windpipe and into your lungs. Inside each lung, that air travels through a branching network of passages that grow progressively smaller until it reaches tiny chambers called alveoli, microscopic balloon-like sacs with walls just 1 cell thick, surrounded by an equally fine mesh of blood capillaries. Oxygen passes through those thin walls into the blood. Carbon dioxide passes back out. And then, when you breathe out, the stale air, now depleted of much of its oxygen and loaded with carbon dioxide, travels back out exactly the way it came in. The same airway it arrived through carries it back out again. The flow is bidirectional, in, then out, in, then out. And the same space that was just filled with fresh air is now filled with used air before the next fresh breath arrives. It works well enough for most purposes, but it has its inefficiencies. Now forget all of that, because birds do something entirely different. A bird's lungs are small, considerably smaller, relative to body size, than a mammal's lungs. They do not inflate and deflate with each breath. They do not change shape at all. They are small, compact, rigid structures, and they stay the same size all the time. If you looked at a bird's lungs without understanding what they were connected to, you might wonder how such small, unchanging organs could possibly supply enough oxygen for an animal capable of sustained, powerful flight. The answer is that a bird's lungs are connected to a series of air sacs. These are thin-walled, balloon-like structures distributed throughout the bird's body, in the chest, in the abdomen, and even extending into some of the hollow bones of the skeleton. In most birds, there are 9 air sacs in total, arranged in 2 groups. The posterior air sacs, located toward the back and bottom of the body, and the anterior air sacs, located toward the front. The air sacs do not themselves perform gas exchange. They have no blood vessels for that purpose. They do not directly process oxygen. Instead, they function as a bellows system, a set of living pumps that move air through the lungs in a continuous, one-directional stream. And this is the key to everything. In a bird, air flows through the lungs in only one direction. It never reverses. It never fills a space that was just occupied by stale, used air. Fresh air is always moving across the gas exchange surfaces during both inhalation and exhalation. While you get fresh air over your alveoli only when you breathe in, a bird gets fresh air over its lung surfaces continuously. During the in-breath and the out-breath alike, the lungs are, in a sense, always receiving fresh oxygen, never pausing, never filling with stale air, the way mammalian lungs do at the end of each exhalation. Here is how the cycle works, step by careful step. When a bird takes its first inhalation, fresh air travels down the trachea, the windpipe, and divides. Some of it enters the lungs directly, but most of it bypasses the lungs entirely and flows straight into the posterior air sacs, where it is stored, fresh and oxygen-rich, waiting. When the bird then exhales for the first time, the posterior air sacs contract, and that stored fresh air is pushed forward, not out of the body, but through the lungs. It makes its first pass through the lung tissue, where oxygen is absorbed and carbon dioxide is released. Then, on the second inhalation, that now spent air moves forward again into the anterior air sacs. And finally, on the second exhalation, the spent air is pushed out of the anterior sacs, back through the trachea, and out of the body. A single breath of air makes 2 complete inhalation and exhalation cycles before it finally leaves the bird entirely. 2 breath cycles for 1 breath of air. A continuous, one-directional flow, fresh air over the gas exchange surfaces at all times. The efficiency this produces is remarkable, and it is made even more remarkable by one further feature of the bird lung: the way blood flows through it in the tiny air capillaries deep within the lung tissue. Air and blood flow in opposite directions to each other. A system called cross-current or counter-current gas exchange as blood moves through the lung. It is continuously encountering air that is slightly richer in oxygen than it is, all the way along its path. This means it picks up oxygen more completely, more thoroughly than would be possible if air and blood simply mixed in a chamber. The geometry of the system is precisely arranged to maximize the transfer of oxygen from air to blood at every point along the route. The result of all this, the air sacs, the unidirectional flow, the counter-current exchange, is a respiratory system that extracts a far higher proportion of available oxygen from each breath than any mammal's lungs can manage, and this matters enormously for a flying animal. Flight is one of the most metabolically demanding activities in the animal kingdom. A bird in full flight may need to increase its oxygen consumption by 10 times or more compared to its resting level. The avian respiratory system can meet that demand continuously and reliably, even under the most extreme conditions. Consider the bar-headed goose. This remarkable bird undertakes one of the highest altitude migrations on Earth, crossing the Himalayan mountain range each year on its journey between its wintering grounds in South Asia and its breeding grounds on the high plateau of Central Asia. Scientists have tracked bar-headed geese flying over the summit ridge of the Himalayas at altitudes approaching 9,000 meters above sea level. Altitudes where the air contains roughly 30% of the oxygen available at sea level. Human mountaineers at those altitudes struggle to breathe, even with supplemental oxygen. The bar-headed goose flies through, honking as it goes. Its respiratory system is adapted to extract what little oxygen the thin air contains with exceptional efficiency, and its heart is enlarged and densely supplied with blood vessels to distribute that oxygen at maximum speed. The mountain is not an obstacle. It is simply part of the route. There is something else worth knowing about a bird's respiratory system, and it connects back to something we touched on in our earlier section about hollow bones. Many of the air sacs in a bird's body extend directly into the pneumatized. That is, the hollow bones of the skeleton. The humerus, the large bone of the upper wing, is often pneumatized in flying birds, as are some of the vertebrae. This means the respiratory system and the skeletal system are physically connected, intertwined, sharing space within the same bones. The air flowing through a bird's body is not only supplying the lungs, it is also, in a sense, filling the skeleton. The bird breathes with its bones, and the respiratory system serves one more purpose beyond gas exchange alone. At the base of the trachea, where it divides into the two primary bronchi leading to the lungs, sits a structure found only in birds, the syrinx. This is the avian voice box, the organ that produces birdsong. Unlike the human larynx, which is at the top of the trachea, the syrinx sits at its very bottom, right at the branching point. Sound is produced when outflowing air sets membranes within the syrinx vibrating, and the muscles surrounding the syrinx can control those vibrations with extraordinary precision. In many songbird species, the two sides of the syrinx can be controlled independently, allowing the bird to produce two different sounds simultaneously. A feat of vocal dexterity that no human singer can match. But we will come to birdsong in a later section of tonight's journey. For now, it is enough to know that every song you have ever heard a bird sing has been carried on that same continuous, elegant, one-directional flow of air, the same breath that keeps a bird alive, gives it its voice. And now your own breath is slowing, growing softer, carrying you gently toward sleep. The air moving in and out of you is quieter now. Your body is finding its own deep rhythm outside, somewhere in the dark. A bird is breathing too. Its small air sacs expanding and contracting. Its rigid lungs receiving their constant supply of clean, fresh air. Its hollow bones holding the breath of the world inside them. Let yourself go soft now. Let the night breathe around you. Let the weight of your body settle a little more deeply now. Feel it, that comfortable heaviness, the way your limbs press gently into the surface beneath you, the way gravity holds you softly and surely in place. Your bones are dense and solid, filled with marrow, built for a life lived close to the ground. They are heavy in the best possible sense, grounding you, anchoring you, giving your body its structure and its strength. They are the bones of a land animal, and they are doing their job perfectly tonight, holding you still while you rest. But imagine for just a moment that your bones were hollow. Imagine that the solid core of calcium and marrow had been replaced with air, not weakened, not fragile, but transformed, reinforced from within by a lacework of fine struts, like the internal framework of a beautifully engineered bridge, strong and stiff, and precisely shaped to bear exactly the loads that matter, while letting go of every gram of weight that is not needed. Imagine a skeleton built not for heaviness, but for lightness, not for staying close to the ground, but for leaving it. That is the skeleton of a bird. The idea that birds have hollow bones is so well known that it almost feels like a simple fact. One of those things you learned in childhood and never thought much more about. But the reality of the avian skeleton is far more subtle, more interesting, and more carefully engineered than that simple summary suggests. Tonight, let us look at it slowly and with the attention it deserves. We should start with a clarification because it matters. Not all of a bird's bones are hollow. some are and some are not. The bones that are hollow, the ones filled with air rather than marrow, are called pneumatized bones because they are connected to the pneumatic system, the network of air sacs we explored in our last section, in a large soaring bird like a frigate bird or a pelican. A great many bones are pneumatized. The skull, the humerus, certain vertebrae, parts of the pelvis. In smaller birds, and particularly in birds that dive or swim, the degree of pneumatization is often much less, because hollow bones provide too much buoyancy for an animal that needs to sink into water to catch its food. The skeleton is always a compromise, always a balancing act between the competing demands of different aspects of a bird's life. And here is something that surprises many people when they first encounter it. A careful study of bird bone density, published in the scientific literature, found that bird bones are not actually less dense than mammal bones of similar size. They are, if anything, slightly denser, harder, stiffer, stronger per unit of weight. What makes bird bones lighter is not that the bone tissue itself is less substantial, but that there is simply less of it. The bones are thinner walled, more delicately proportioned, and where hollowness occurs, it replaces heavy marrow with air. The material is good. There is just less of it, and what remains is arranged with exceptional structural intelligence. Think of it the way an engineer thinks about it. If you take a solid rod and a hollow tube of the same weight and the same material, the hollow tube is actually stiffer and more resistant to bending than the solid rod. This is why bicycle frames, aircraft fuselages, and the bones of flying birds are all built as hollow tubes rather than solid rods. The geometry of the hollow tube does more structural work per unit of mass. Evolution discovered this principle millions of years before human engineers did, and it applied it in bird bones with a thoroughness and precision that we are still working to fully understand. The internal struts within pneumatized bird bones are called trabeculae, thin rods and plates of bone that crisscross the interior of the hollow space in precise geometric arrangements. They are not random. follow the lines of mechanical stress within the bone, placed exactly where they are needed to resist the forces of flight, and absent where they are not. When engineers at Cambridge University analyzed the trabecular architecture of bird bones in detail, they found patterns of extraordinary efficiency, structures that bore a striking resemblance to the internal frameworks used in modern aerospace engineering. The bone had, over millions of years of evolution, arrived at solutions that human engineers arrived at through mathematics and design. The resemblance is not coincidental. Both processes, evolution and engineering, are solving the same problem: how to build a structure that is as light as possible while remaining as strong as necessary, beyond the question of hollow bones. The avian skeleton has been reshaped by evolution in several other fundamental ways, all of them aimed at the same goal of reducing weight and increasing strength and rigidity. The most dramatic of these changes is the fusion of bones that in other vertebrates remain separate. Where a mammal has many individual bones, a bird often has one, several bones joined together during development into a single, solid, unified structure that is lighter than its individual parts, with fewer joints, and therefore fewer points of potential weakness. The skull of a bird is one of the clearest examples of this fusion. If you were to hold a bird's skull in your hand, you would be astonished by its lightness. It is almost impossibly delicate, a thin dome of fused bone with large, smoothly contoured eye sockets and a tapering beak, the whole thing weighing almost nothing. The bones that make up the bird's skull have fused so completely during evolution that in adult birds there are virtually no sutures, no visible joints between them. They have become one continuous, seamless piece of bone, strong and light, shaped with aerodynamic smoothness. The backbone tells a similar story. While a mammal has a long, flexible vertebral column made of many individual vertebrae connected by joints, a bird's backbone is largely fused and rigid toward the rear of the body. The vertebrae fuse together into a single structure called the synsacrum, which also incorporates the pelvic girdle, the bones of the hips, into one solid, unified frame. This rigidity is essential for flight. The forces generated by the flight muscles during a powerful wing beat are enormous, and they need to be transmitted efficiently through the skeleton without bending or flexing in ways that would waste energy. A rigid backbone is a more efficient backbone for a flying animal. At the very end of the spine, where a reptile or a mammal would have a long tail of individual vertebrae, a bird has the pygostyle, a small, compact fusion of the last few tail vertebrae into a single blade-like bone that anchors the tail feathers. The long, bony tail of the dinosaur ancestors was shortened over millions of years until only this small remnant remained, and the tail feathers took over the aerodynamic functions that the bony tail once served. At the front of the body, the sternum, the breastbone, has become something remarkable. In flying birds, the sternum is greatly enlarged and carries a deep, blade-like ridge along its midline called the keel. This keel is the attachment site for the two largest muscles in a bird's body, the pectoralis major and the supracoracoideus, the muscles that power the downstroke and upstroke of the wings in a strong flyer like a pigeon. These two muscles together may account for around a third of the bird's entire body weight. They are extraordinary engines, dark red with myoglobin and packed with mitochondria, capable of sustained, powerful contraction for hours at a time. The keel of the sternum gives them the surface area they need to anchor securely, to pull with their full force without tearing free of the bone. It is the foundation of flight. The wishbone, the furcula, is another structure worth pausing on. It is formed from the two clavicles, the collar bones, fused together at the midline into a U-shaped or V-shaped spring. When a bird beats its wings downward, the wishbone flexes and widens slightly, storing elastic energy like a compressed spring. When the wing begins its upstroke, the wishbone recoils, releasing that stored energy and contributing to the efficiency of the wing beat cycle. The wishbone, in other words, is not merely decorative. It is a functioning energy storage device built into the skeleton of every flying bird, quietly doing its job with every wing beat, millions of times over the course of a bird's life. And then there are the wings themselves, those modified forelimbs, those transformed arms, shaped by evolution into instruments of flight. The bones of a bird's wing correspond exactly to the bones of your own arm, the humerus of the upper arm, the radius and ulna of the forearm, and the small wrist and hand bones at the tip. But in birds, the wrist and hand bones have been greatly reduced and partially fused, forming a compact structure called the carpometacarpus that provides a rigid base for the primary flight feathers. There are only 3 reduced digits, 3 vestigial fingers remaining at the wing tip, compared to the 5 fingers of a human hand. One of these, the alula or bastard wing, is a small group of feathers attached to the first digit that functions like the slat on an aircraft wing. Deployed at low speeds to prevent the wing from stalling, allowing the bird to fly slowly and land with control. The legs and feet of birds are equally adapted and equally interesting, though they tell a different story, one of landing, of gripping branches, of wading through water or tearing apart prey. And we will return to them in a later section when we explore the full variety of avian feet and beaks. For now, it is enough to know that even there, even in the legs and toes, the same principles apply. Bones fused for rigidity, joints simplified for efficiency, weight minimized at every opportunity. The entire avian skeleton is a monument to a single idea, that every gram of weight that can be saved without compromising strength should be saved. Over 150 million years of evolution, bird skeletons have been refined and refined again toward this ideal, each generation passing on slightly lighter, slightly stronger, slightly more elegant solutions to the problem of flying through air. The result is a structure so finely tuned that it fills scientists with genuine admiration. A body built to do something that, by any intuitive reckoning, should be impossible for something made of flesh and bone. here they are, out there in the dark, resting on branches and ledges and cliff faces, their extraordinary skeletons hanging lightly inside their feathered bodies, waiting for the morning, hollow and strong, light and enduring, perfectly, beautifully made for the sky. And you are here too, heavy and warm and still, your solid bones pressed gently into the soft surface beneath you. The perfect bones of a resting animal in a quiet room in the deep of the night. Let yourself be heavy now. Let the night hold you. There is nothing more to do. Breathe slowly now. In through the nose, gently, and out again. Feel the air move through you, that simple, reliable exchange that keeps you alive without any effort at all. You do not have to think about it. Your body knows what to do. It has always known. Tonight, in this section, we are going to think about something that human beings have dreamed about for as long as we have existed as a species. We are going to think about flight, not the mechanical flight of engines and jet fuel and pressurized cabins, but the original flight, the one that existed for 150 million years before we arrived. The flight of birds, the flight of wings built from hollow bones and interlocking feathers. The flight of something warm and alive, moving through the air with a grace and efficiency that our best engineers are still working to fully understand and replicate. There is a reason that the image of a bird in flight stirs something deep in people. There is a reason it appears in the art and poetry and mythology of virtually every human culture that has ever existed. Something in us recognizes it as beautiful, as free, as a kind of perfection of motion. And the science underneath that beauty is no less wonderful than the beauty itself. Let us begin with the forces involved when a bird flies. 4 fundamental forces act upon its body at all times. The first is gravity, the downward pull of the earth, proportional to the bird's weight, always present, always working against the goal of staying airborne. The second is lift, the upward force generated by the wings, which must equal or exceed gravity if the bird is to maintain altitude. The third is drag, the resistance of the air against the bird's body and wings as it moves forward, always opposing forward motion, always costing energy to overcome. And the fourth is thrust, the forward force that drives the bird through the air, generated primarily by the beating of the wings. These four forces are in constant interplay, shifting and rebalancing with every fraction of a second, with every micro-adjustment of a feather, with every subtle change in the angle of a wing. Flight is not a static condition. It is a continuous negotiation between opposing forces, managed by a body that has been shaped by evolution to manage it with extraordinary skill. Now let us spend a little time with lift, because lift is the heart of everything. Without lift, there is no flight. And the way a bird's wing generates lift is one of the most elegant examples of physics, made physical, that the natural world has to offer. A bird's wing is an airfoil, a structure shaped in a specific way to interact with moving air and produce an upward force. The upper surface of the wing is curved, gently arched, like the outside of a shallow bowl turned upside down. The lower surface is flatter. This difference in curvature means that when air flows around a moving wing, the air traveling over the top surface has to cover a slightly longer path than the air traveling beneath. To travel a longer path in the same amount of time, the air on top must move faster. And here is where a principle discovered by the Swiss mathematician Daniel Bernoulli comes in. Faster moving air exerts less pressure than slower moving air, so the air above the wing, moving faster, exerts less downward pressure. The air below the wing, moving more slowly, exerts more upward pressure. The result of this pressure difference, more pushing up from below than pushing down from above, is lift. But Bernoulli's principle is only part of the story. The wing also generates lift through a second mechanism, deflection. The wing is held at a slight angle to the oncoming air, an angle called the angle of attack. And as air meets the tilted wing surface, it is deflected downward by Newton's third law of motion, Every action produces an equal and opposite reaction. Air pushed down produces a force pushing up. This deflection lift works alongside the Bernoulli lift, and together they keep the bird in the air. The elegance of this system becomes even more apparent when you consider how a bird varies and controls its lift. The amount of lift produced by a wing depends on three things: the size of the wing, the speed of the air flowing over it, and the angle of attack. A bird can adjust all three continuously and simultaneously through the movement of its wings and the fine control of its individual feathers. It can spread its wings wider to increase surface area. It can change its speed. It can tilt its wing to change the angle of attack. And it can deploy the alula, that small group of feathers at the leading edge we mentioned when discussing the skeleton, to prevent the smooth flow of air from breaking down at low speeds, maintaining control even when flying very slowly. A bird in flight is making thousands of these tiny adjustments every minute, most of them completely unconscious, managed by a nervous system tuned over millions of years to the specific demands of staying aloft, flapping flight, the kind most birds use most of the time, is more complex than simple gliding, because the wings must generate both lift and thrust simultaneously during the downstroke. The powerful pectoral muscles contract and pull the wings downward and forward, pushing air backward and downward, and generating both the upward lift and the forward thrust that propels the bird. During the upstroke, the mechanics are more subtle. In many birds, the wings fold slightly inward on the upstroke to reduce drag. The primary flight feathers, the long feathers at the wingtip, rotate and separate during the upstroke, allowing air to pass between them rather than pushing against them, minimizing the energy cost of returning the wing to the top of its arc. The wing is not a simple paddle swinging up and down. It is a complex, flexible, adjustable surface performing different aerodynamic functions on the downstroke and the upstroke, managed by dozens of muscles and tendons working in precise coordination. A recent scientific study published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences found that birds flap their wings with a greater downward excursion than upward excursion. The downstroke is longer and more powerful than the upstroke, and that this asymmetry is actually the most aerodynamically efficient strategy for generating thrust and lift simultaneously. Evolution, as so often, had arrived at the mathematically optimal solution long before anyone worked out the mathematics. Different birds have evolved very different wing shapes for very different styles of flight, and the variety is breathtaking. Long, narrow wings, the wings of a wandering albatross, which can span 3.5 meters from tip to tip, are built for gliding on ocean winds, covering enormous distances with minimal energy expenditure. These high aspect ratio wings generate very efficient lift at high speeds and are perfect for a bird that spends most of its life over open water, riding wind currents for hours without a single wing beat. Short, broad, rounded wings, the wings of a pheasant or a grouse, are built for rapid explosive takeoff from the ground, generating enormous thrust in a very short time, perfect for a bird whose survival depends on bursting into the air faster than a predator can react. Long, broad, deeply slotted wings, like those of a vulture or an eagle, are built for slow, soaring flight on thermal columns of rising warm air, allowing the bird to circle for hours at minimal energy cost, scanning vast areas of ground for food below. The turkey vulture deserves a special mention here for the sheer beauty of its soaring flight. These large, dark birds, familiar to anyone who has driven across open country in North America, spend most of their day aloft, riding thermals and updrafts with their wings held in a shallow V shape, tilting and rocking gently as they adjust their position in the moving air. They can cover up to 320 kilometers in a single day with very little flapping. Their wings are held out to catch rising warm air, and they sink and circle and rise again in long, lazy spirals that seem effortless, almost meditative to watch when you see a vulture soaring. You are watching an animal expending almost no energy at all to stay aloft, letting the atmosphere itself carry the weight of flight. And then there is the hummingbird at the opposite extreme of the spectrum in almost every way. Hummingbirds do not soar. They hover. They beat their wings at rates of between 50 and 80 times per second, and they can do so while remaining perfectly stationary in the air, a feat that no other bird can match. They do it by rotating their wings through a nearly full circle on both the downstroke and the upstroke, generating lift on both strokes like a helicopter rotor rather than a fixed wing. Their pectoral muscles account for an extraordinary proportion of their total body weight, larger relative to body size than those of any other bird. Their hearts beat at over 1,000 times per minute in full flight. They are, calorie for calorie, among the most energetically demanding animals on Earth. A hummingbird entering torpor on a cool night is saving its life. If it maintained its full metabolic rate through a cold night without feeding, it would exhaust its energy reserves and die before morning. Between the albatross and the hummingbird lies every other style of flight that birds have ever invented: diving, swooping, hovering, soaring, gliding, flapping in long, steady rhythms, or in quick, explosive bursts. Each one is a different solution to the same set of physical constraints. Each one has been shaped by millions of years of selection pressure into something close to the best possible answer for a particular way of living in the world. The sky above you right now is the same sky that birds have been navigating for 150 million years. The same air, moved by the same physics, shaped by the same forces of pressure and temperature and wind. And right now, somewhere above the clouds, there may be birds crossing the night sky on their long migrations, feeling the wind beneath their wings, adjusting a feather here and a feather there, letting the physics of air and wing carry them forward through the dark. Feel the air around you now, the gentle weight of it, the stillness of it in a quiet room, the same air that lifts every bird that has ever flown. Let it hold you softly in the dark. Let your eyes stay closed. In this section, we are going to think about eyes and ears and noses and the extraordinary sensory world that a bird inhabits. But your eyes can stay closed. Your own senses can rest. You can simply listen and let the words paint the picture gently, and let the picture dissolve slowly as sleep moves closer. One of the most quietly astonishing things in biology is the realization that different animals do not experience the same world. We all live on the same planet, breathe the same air, share the same landscapes. But the information each species pulls from that shared environment is quite different. A dog walking through a park is navigating a rich, three-dimensional map of scent trails, each one layered over the last, each one telling a story about who passed by and when. A bat flying through the same park at night is experiencing a world of sound reflections, painting its environment in echoes, seeing with its ears in a kind of acoustic vision we can barely imagine. And a bird looking out from a high branch with those large, bright, extraordinary eyes is seeing a world that is, in a very real and measurable sense, more colorful than the world you and I see, more vivid, more richly detailed, a world that contains colors we do not have names for, because we have never been able to see them. Let us begin with vision, because for most birds, vision is the most important sense of all. Birds are primarily visual animals. Their survival depends on seeing well, and their eyes reflect this with a clarity that is almost hard to believe. A bird's eyes are large, remarkably large, in proportion to the size of its skull. In some species, the two eyes together actually outweigh the brain. If your own eyes were proportionally as large as a common starling's, they would be the size of tennis balls. The eye sockets of a bird's skull are enormous, sometimes accounting for nearly half the volume of the entire cranium. This size matters because larger eyes gather more light, resolve finer detail, and can support a greater density of light-sensitive cells on the retina and it is the retina where the most interesting differences between bird vision and human vision begin to emerge. Your retina contains two types of light-sensitive cells, rods, which detect low-light conditions and movement, and cones, which detect color. You have three types of cone cell, each sensitive to a different wavelength of light, roughly corresponding to red, green, and blue. Your brain mixes the signals from these three cone types to produce the full range of color that you perceive. Three types of cone, three channels of color information. This is what you see the world through. Birds have four types of cone cell. The fourth type is sensitive to ultraviolet light, wavelengths shorter than violet, completely invisible to human eyes. This means that birds are not just seeing the colors we see, they are seeing an additional dimension of color, woven through everything, that we have no way to directly experience or imagine. A male blue tit that looks to us like a modestly colored little bird actually has a crown patch that blazes brilliantly in ultraviolet light, a signal visible to other blue tits, but entirely invisible to us. Flowers that appear simply yellow or white to human eyes may have ultraviolet patterns on their petals, nectar guides, directional arrows pointing toward the pollen, vivid and clear to a bee or a hummingbird, and completely absent from our experience of the same flower. When scientists say that birds see colors we do not even have names for, they mean it precisely and literally. Beyond color, bird eyes are adapted for extraordinary sharpness of detail. A hawk or an eagle has a visual acuity estimated to be 2 to 3 times greater than the best human vision. This means a hawk soaring high above a field can detect the movement of a small mouse in the grass below with a clarity of resolution that would be impossible for us, even with good binoculars. The fovea, the small central region of the retina where cone cells are most densely packed and detail resolution is highest, is more densely packed in raptors than in almost any other vertebrate. Some raptors have 2 foveae in each eye, one for forward binocular vision and one for sharp lateral vision, giving them exceptional detail in two directions simultaneously. Most birds have their eyes positioned on the sides of their heads, giving them a very wide field of view, sometimes approaching 360 degrees. That allows them to watch for predators approaching from almost any direction. The trade-off is that the zone of binocular overlap, where the fields of view of the two eyes coincide and depth perception is possible, is relatively narrow. A woodcock has eyes so far back on its head that it can see almost directly behind itself, giving it nearly complete panoramic vision. But its forward binocular field is extremely small. Owls, by contrast, have forward-facing eyes like ours, giving them a wide binocular field and excellent depth perception, essential for judging the precise distance to a moving prey animal in the dark. Their trade-off is a much more limited total field of view, which is why owls must rotate their entire head up to 270 degrees to look around them. Now let us think about hearing. Birds cannot wiggle their ears. They have no external ear structures, no flaps of cartilage, no pinny, just small openings on either side of the head, usually hidden beneath feathers. And yet, the hearing of most birds is excellent. The range of frequencies that birds can detect is broadly similar to ours, though many species can hear sounds at higher frequencies than we can. More importantly, birds process sounds with remarkable speed. The auditory system of a bird can distinguish between sounds separated by as little as 1/600th of a second, roughly 10 times finer temporal resolution than the human ear. This means a bird can hear details within a sound, the precise timing of individual notes in a complex song, the subtle variations in a call that carry meaning, that are completely blurred together for us when you listen to a recording of birdsong slowed down to a fraction of its normal speed. You often discover that what sounded like a simple trill is actually a rapid series of distinct, carefully shaped notes, each one individually articulated. The bird hears all of them in real time with perfect clarity. No bird demonstrates the power of avian hearing more dramatically than the barn owl. Barn owls can locate and capture prey in total darkness, guided by sound alone. Their ears are asymmetrically placed on their skull, one slightly higher than the other, giving each ear a slightly different relationship to sounds arriving from below. By comparing the tiny differences in timing and intensity between what the left ear hears and what the right ear hears, the barn owl's brain can calculate the precise three-dimensional position of a sound source. A mouse rustling under snow, a vole moving through grass, with an accuracy of 1 to 2 degrees in both the horizontal and vertical plane. The barn owl's face, with its characteristic heart-shaped disc of stiff feathers, functions as a parabolic reflector, gathering and focusing sound toward the ear openings. Its entire face is, in a sense, a precision instrument for hearing. The sense of smell in birds is more varied and more developed than was believed for most of scientific history. For a long time, ornithologists assumed that birds had very little sense of smell, an assumption based partly on the fact that the olfactory bulbs in most bird brains are small, and partly on the difficulty of testing olfaction in animals that cannot describe what they are experiencing. But more recent research has overturned this assumption in interesting ways. Tube-nosed seabirds, petrels, albatrosses, shearwaters have particularly large olfactory bulbs and a well-developed sense of smell that they use to navigate across featureless oceans, following scent gradients to find food, and remarkably, to find their way back to specific nesting sites on small, remote islands. Kiwis, those remarkable flightless birds of New Zealand, have their nostrils at the tip of their bill rather than at the base, and they probe the soil with their bills, sniffing out earthworms and insects buried underground, relying on smell far more heavily than most birds do. Turkey vultures, which we mentioned in our last section, can detect the faint chemical traces of decaying organic matter from distances of several kilometers. Following the scent plume downwind to a carcass, hidden beneath a dense forest canopy. invisible from the air. Touch is a sense that birds use in fascinating and sometimes surprising ways. The bill, which might appear to be a hard, insensitive instrument, is in many species richly supplied with sensory nerve endings. Ducks and other waterfowl have bills lined with mechanoreceptors, pressure-sensitive nerve endings that allow them to feel and sort food items in turbid, dark water with remarkable precision, sifting edible particles from inedible ones purely by touch. Snipe and woodcock probe the soft mud of wetlands with their long bills, and the tip of the bill is so densely supplied with touch receptors that it can detect the tiny pressure waves created by a worm moving underground, allowing the bird to find invisible prey without seeing it or smelling it. And then there is a sense that birds possess, and we do not, or at least do not possess in any useful form. Magnetoreception, the ability to perceive the Earth's magnetic field. Scientists have found tiny crystals of the mineral magnetite in the skulls of many bird species, particularly near the eyes. And there is evidence that certain light-sensitive proteins in the eye, cryptochromes, may allow birds to literally see the magnetic field as a visual overlay on their normal vision. This magnetic sense is one of the key tools that migratory birds use to navigate across continents and oceans, and we will explore it in much more depth when we reach our section on migration. For now, it is enough to know that a bird looking out at the world may be seeing not only the colors we see and the ultraviolet colors we cannot see, but also the invisible lines of the Earth's magnetic field, rendered as a visual pattern woven into the landscape like a map drawn in light. What a world birds inhabit. What an astonishingly rich, detailed, multi-dimensional experience of the same planet that we walk through, seeing so much less of. Every morning when the birds begin to sing, they are responding to a world far more vivid and complex than the one we are waking into. Every flight is a journey through a landscape lit in colors that have no names. Every sound is resolved with a precision of detail that we can hear only when we slow it all the way down. And now your own senses are quieting one by one. The light is low. The sounds are fading. The world is growing soft and simple around you. This is the gift of sleep, to let the senses rest, to let the rich flood of incoming information slow to a trickle, to let the brain go still. The birds are settling into their roosts. Their bright eyes are closing. The world is dark and warm and quiet, and you are part of all of it, resting, breathing, drifting. Sleep is very close now. Let it come. Let your body grow heavier now. Feel the gentle pull of the earth beneath you. That slow, patient gravity that holds everything in place. Every rock, every tree, every sleeping creature on the surface of this spinning world. You are right here. You know exactly where you are. The room around you is familiar, safe, and still. You do not need to find your way anywhere tonight. You are already there. But somewhere out in the dark, right now, there are birds that are traveling, birds crossing oceans in the night, following invisible pathways through the air, moving with quiet purpose toward destinations that may be thousands of kilometers away. They have no map in their talons. They have no compass in their beak. They have no road to follow and no signpost to read. And yet they will arrive, many of them, at precisely the right place, sometimes within a few kilometers of where they were born, guided by a navigation system so sophisticated, so layered, so finely calibrated that scientists have spent decades studying it and are still uncovering new dimensions of its complexity. Tonight, let us think about how birds find their way. It is one of the most beautiful puzzles in all of biology, and its answers are more extraordinary than almost anyone expected. The study of bird navigation begins in the modern scientific sense in the 1950s and 60s, when researchers first began systematically asking the question of how migratory birds orient themselves. Early experiments involved placing birds in circular cages during the migration season. Cages designed so that the birds could not see outside, but could see the sky overhead. Researchers noticed that birds birds in these cages became restless at night during migration periods, a behavior called Zuganru, from the German for migratory restlessness, and that they oriented themselves consistently in the direction that their species normally migrates. They were trying to fly south, or north, or southwest, pointing their bodies in the right direction, even in a cage, driven by some internal imperative that could not be seen or touched or measured directly. When researchers covered the cage so that the birds could see neither sky nor stars, the orientation became random. The birds no longer pointed consistently in any direction. Something in the sky was guiding them. But what? The ornithologist Stephen M. Len answered part of this question with a series of now famous experiments in the 1960s and 70s. He showed young indigo buntings the night sky during the weeks before their first migration, and discovered that they were learning the pattern of star rotation, watching how the stars moved around a fixed central point, which in the northern hemisphere is close to the North Star, and using that fixed point to establish their sense of north. The birds were not born knowing which star was north. They learned it from observation before their first journey. M. Len then raised young birds in a planetarium under an artificial sky rotated around a different central star, and found that those birds subsequently oriented themselves around the artificial rotation point rather than the true north. They had learned their star compass from the sky they grew up under. The celestial compass of a bird is not entirely innate. It is partly learned, calibrated against the slowly rotating vault of the night sky during the weeks of childhood. This was a profound discovery. A small bird sitting in a nest in the dark was watching the stars wheel overhead and encoding the geometry of their movement into memory, building a compass that it would use months later on a journey of thousands of kilometers. The night sky is not just beautiful to a migrating bird. It is a map, but stars are only visible on clear nights, and birds migrate in all weathers. So the star compass cannot be the whole story, and it is not. Birds have several navigation systems, and they use them in combination, cross-checking one against the other, giving priority to different ones under different conditions. A redundancy of navigational tools that makes the system robust against the failure of any single component. The sun provides a second compass. During the day, birds can orient using the position of the sun, compensating for its movement across the sky by reference to their internal biological clock. A finely tuned circadian rhythm that tells them approximately what time it is, and therefore where the sun should be for a given direction. The sun compass is accurate and reliable in clear daytime conditions. But the sun, like the stars, disappears behind clouds. And again, the bird has other systems to fall back on, the third compass, and in some ways the most remarkable is the magnetic compass. Birds can sense the Earth's magnetic field. This has been known for several decades, demonstrated in hundreds of careful experiments, and it is now one of the best established facts in the study of animal behavior. What has been far more difficult to establish is exactly how they sense it. And it is here that the science becomes genuinely extraordinary, because the answer appears to involve quantum physics. Most animals with a magnetic sense, including some fish and sea turtles, appear to use tiny crystals of magnetite, a naturally magnetic iron mineral embedded in their tissues, which physically align with the Earth's magnetic field the way a compass needle aligns. Birds have magnetite crystals too, found in small concentrations near the beak and in parts of the inner ear. But experiments with songbirds have shown that their magnetic compass continues to function even when the magnetite-containing tissues are disabled, which means magnetite alone cannot be the whole answer, the alternative. And currently, the most compelling explanation involves a protein called cryptochrome, found in the light-sensitive cells of the bird's eye. When light enters the eye and is absorbed by cryptochrome molecules, it triggers a quantum mechanical reaction, a process called radical pair formation, in which pairs of electrons become quantum entangled with each other, their spin states linked in a way that has no classical mechanical explanation. The orientation of these radical pairs relative to the Earth's magnetic field affects the chemical reactions they undergo, and those chemical reactions affect the signals sent to the brain. In short, the Earth's magnetic field changes what the bird sees. The magnetic compass is a visual experience. The bird is not feeling the magnetic field. It is seeing it, perceiving it as a visual overlay on its normal vision, perhaps as a variation in brightness or color that is stronger in one part of the visual field than another, depending on the bird's orientation relative to the magnetic field lines. This is a navigation system that works through quantum mechanics. A migratory warbler, weighing perhaps 12 grams, crossing the Mediterranean Sea on a clear autumn night, is using principles of quantum physics to read the invisible lines of the Earth's magnetic field and steer by them through the dark. The universe, it turns out, is woven into the biology of birds at a level more fundamental than anyone had imagined. The magnetic compass used by birds is an inclination compass rather than a polarity compass. This means that birds do not distinguish north from south the way a compass needle does by detecting which direction the field points. Instead, they detect the angle at which the field lines intersect the Earth's surface. Near the poles, the field lines dip steeply toward the Earth's surface. Near the equator, they run nearly parallel to it. By sensing this inclination angle, a bird can tell whether it is moving toward a pole or toward the equator, poleward or equatorward, which is the information most useful for migration. When birds cross the magnetic equator, where the field lines run perfectly flat, they must recalibrate their compass, switching from a poleward strategy to an equatorward strategy for the return journey. Experiments have shown that the experience of the horizontal magnetic field at the equator is what triggers this switch. Recent research has pushed even further, showing that birds may be able to extract not just directional information, but positional information from the magnetic field. they can use variations in the magnetic inclination and the magnetic declination to determine something like their latitude and longitude within the field. This would give them a true magnetic map, not just a compass telling them which way is north, but a coordinate system telling them approximately where they are on the Earth's surface. Experiments with Eurasian reed warblers, published in recent years, have demonstrated that these small birds can detect when they have been virtually displaced to a different magnetic location. A different combination of inclination and declination values, and adjust their orientation accordingly, as if trying to compensate for a displacement. They have been made to experience only through changes in the magnetic field around their cage and beyond the magnetic field and the stars and the sun. Birds use still more navigation tools. Landmarks, coastlines, rivers, mountain ranges, the shapes of familiar valleys are learned and remembered and used, particularly on the final approach to a known destination. Smell plays a role in navigation for some species, particularly those tube-nosed seabirds we mentioned in our senses section, which appear to follow scent gradients across featureless oceans. Infrasound, low-frequency sound waves below the range of human hearing, produced by ocean waves, mountain ranges, and other large geographic features, may provide another navigational cue, a kind of acoustic landscape that birds can sense even from great distances, and individual variation in experience and memory, built up over many migration journeys, sharpens and refines the inherited systems, adding layers of learned knowledge to the innate foundation. All of this working together, the star compass learned in childhood, the sun compass calibrated by the biological clock, the quantum magnetic sense woven into the chemistry of the eye, the memory of landmarks, the subtle gradients of scent and sound, gives a migratory bird a navigational capability that is, by any objective measure, more sophisticated than anything we had imagined when we first began to study it. A black-cap warbler weighing less than 20 grams can navigate from its breeding grounds in Central Europe to its wintering grounds in sub-Saharan Africa and back again, year after year, homing to within a few kilometers of its previous nesting site, guided by systems operating at scales from the quantum to the continental, and tonight, in the dark above you, some of them are doing exactly that, crossing the sky, reading the stars and the magnetic field and the smell of the wind, following the ancient, invisible pathways that their ancestors have followed for thousands of generations, finding their way home. You are already home. You are already exactly where you need to be. There is nothing to find and nowhere to go. Just the soft, dark room and the slow breath and the gentle pull of sleep, closer now with every passing moment. Let the birds carry their maps through the night. Your only journey now is into sleep. Let the room be quiet around you now. Let the sounds of the day fade back. There may be a small sound somewhere nearby, the hum of something electrical, the distant movement of the world outside. But let it soften. Let it become part of the background, the way sounds become part of sleep, because in this section we are going to think about sound, about the most beautiful sounds in the natural world, about the music that greets the morning before the sun has fully risen, and that fills the hedgerows and the forests and the marshes with something that has moved human beings to wonder and to stillness, for as long as there have been human beings to hear it. We are going to think about birdsong. There is a moment, if you have ever been awake in the very early morning in a place where birds live, a garden, a park, a field, the edge of a wood. When the first bird begins to sing, it is usually well before dawn. The sky is still dark, or barely beginning to lighten at its edge. Everything else is quiet, and then one voice lifts into the silence, clear and unhurried and perfectly itself, and then, a few minutes later, another joins it, and then another, and another, until by the time the sky has lightened to pale gray, the air is full of voices overlapping and weaving together in what naturalists have long called the dawn chorus, that daily explosion of birdsong that begins in darkness and builds to its crescendo as the sun arrives, the dawn chorus, is one of the great acoustic experiences the natural world offers. And tonight, as you rest in the quiet dark, it is worth knowing a little more about where that music comes from and what it means and how extraordinary it truly is. Let us begin with the basic distinction that ornithologists make between two types of bird vocalization. The first is the call. Calls are generally short, simple, acoustically uncomplicated sounds that serve a wide range of practical communicative functions. A contact call keeps a flock together as it moves through dense vegetation, allowing each bird to announce its position to the others. An alarm call warns of a predator, and many species produce different alarm calls for different types of predator. A short, high-pitched call for a hawk overhead. A louder, more complex call for a ground predator approaching. A food call tells a mate or offspring that something worth eating has been found. A flight call, given as a bird takes to the air, coordinates the movement of a flock into synchronized flight. Calls are the everyday language of birds, practical, functional, often innate rather than learned, present from the earliest days of a chick's life, and used continuously throughout it. Songs are something else entirely. A song is a more complex, more structured, more elaborate vocalization, usually produced by adult males, primarily in the breeding season, and serving two main purposes: defending a territory and attracting a mate. A singing male is announcing his presence, his health, his genetic quality, and his claim to a particular piece of ground. He is saying, in the most beautiful possible way, that he is here, that he is fit, and that this space is his. The female listening to him is assessing his song for information about his quality as a potential mate. The complexity of the song, the range of notes, the precision of their execution, the stamina it takes to sing at full volume for hours at a stretch. All of these things carry information about the singer. Song is both a weapon and a gift. It is an act of territorial aggression wrapped in beauty. Now let us think about how a bird produces its song. We touched on the syrinx in our section on the respiratory system, that remarkable remarkable avian voice box located at the very base of the trachea, where it divides into the two bronchi leading to the lungs. The syrinx is the heart of birdsong, and it is a structure of extraordinary sophistication. Unlike the human larynx, which produces sound from a single pair of vibrating membranes, the syrinx sits at the branching point of the airways and has two sides, a left half controlling the left bronchus and a right half controlling the right bronchus. In most songbirds, both sides of the syrinx can be controlled independently by separate sets of muscles, each side capable of producing a different pitch and a different quality of sound simultaneously. A bird singing what sounds to our ears like a single, continuous, flowing melody may actually be singing two different notes at the same time, one from each side of its syrinx, layering them together into a sound of extraordinary richness and complexity. The wood thrush of North America demonstrates this with particular clarity. Its flute-like, spiraling song, one of the most celebrated in all of American bird life, is produced by the two sides of the syrinx alternating in rapid sequence, each side taking over from the other so quickly and so smoothly that the transitions are imperceptible to our ears. What sounds like a single instrument is actually two instruments playing in intimate coordination. The hermit thrush, the veery, the canyon wren, these birds, whose songs seem to contain something almost too beautiful to be accidental, are all doing the same thing, using the dual nature of the syrinx to produce sounds of layered, harmonic depth that a single-valved voice could never achieve. And the purity of birdsong, that clear, whistle-like quality that makes it cut through the morning air with such effortless clarity, is itself a product of precise physiological control. Research has shown that as a bird sings, it actively adjusts the shape and volume of its upper vocal tract, the esophagus, the larynx, the hyoid bone, to match each changing note, suppressing the overtones and harmonics that would muddy the sound, and amplifying the fundamental tone. The bird is not just producing sound. It is shaping it, filtering it, refining it in real time as it sings. producing a purer, more whistle-like tone than would otherwise be possible. The acoustic clarity of birdsong is a triumph of muscular control, a precision of physical coordination that our own vocal apparatus, for all its flexibility, cannot fully replicate. Now we come to one of the most remarkable things about birdsong. For most songbird species, it is not innate. It is learned. A young songbird is not born knowing its species song. It is born with a predisposition to learn that song, a template, a sensitivity to the sounds of its own species. But the actual learning happens through listening and practice, in a process that has striking parallels to the way human children learn to speak. The process unfolds in 2 stages. In the first stage, the sensory phase, the young bird listens to adult singers of its own species during a sensitive period early in its life. Typically, the first few weeks after hatching, it forms an auditory memory of what it hears, a kind of acoustic template stored in the brain. And this memory will serve as the target for everything that follows. If a young bird is raised in acoustic isolation, away from adult singers of its species, it will develop an abnormal, impoverished song, recognizable as belonging to its species in broad outline, but missing the complexity and precision of a normally learned song. The listening phase is essential. The memory of the tutor song must be laid down before anything else can begin. In the second stage, the sensory motor phase, the young bird begins to practice. It produces tentative, variable, exploratory sounds called subsong that bear only a rough resemblance to the adult song it is trying to produce. Gradually, over weeks or months, it compares its own output to the stored template, adjusts and refines, and converges on a closer and closer approximation of the target. The process is strikingly similar to a human infant's babbling. Those early tentative vocalizations, variable and experimental, that gradually resolve into recognizable words and eventually into language. The bird is doing something cognitively equivalent, learning to produce a complex motor pattern by listening to a target attempting to reproduce it, and comparing the result to the memory until the match is satisfying. This learning process is managed by a dedicated set of brain regions, collectively called the song system. A network of interconnected nuclei found in the forebrains of songbirds, parrots, and hummingbirds. The three groups of birds known to learn their songs. The song system has two main components: a motor pathway that controls the actual production of learned songs, and a learning pathway, sometimes called the anterior forebrain pathway, that is essential for the acquisition and modification of songs, but not for their production once learned. Crucially, this brain architecture has no counterpart in birds that do not learn their songs, like chickens or pigeons. It is a specialization that evolved independently and in remarkably similar form in those three groups of vocal learning birds: songbirds, parrots, and hummingbirds, converging on the same neural solution to the same cognitive problem from three separate starting points. And when neuroscientists compare the song system of birds to the neural architecture of human language, the parallels are striking. Similar pathways, similar structures, similar functions. A convergence of brain evolution that tells us something profound about the biological requirements of learning to communicate through sound. Song learning produces dialects. Just as human languages develop regional accents and local variations, birdsong develops local dialects, characteristic versions of a species' song that are specific to a particular area, passed down from one generation of singers to the next through the process of learning. White-crowned sparrows in California have been studied extensively in this regard, and researchers have documented distinct dialects that persist in specific geographic areas over many decades. Young birds learning the local version of the song from their adult neighbors and passing it on in turn. Males that sing the local dialect have higher reproductive success than males that sing a foreign dialect. The females of the area prefer the familiar version. Song dialects are cultural traditions maintained by social learning across generations in the same fundamental sense that human cultural traditions are maintained. The birds are not just animals producing sounds. They are participants in a cultural tradition. And then there is mimicry. Some birds do not limit their learning to the songs of their own species. They listen to everything around them and incorporate what they hear into their own repertoire. The superb lyrebird of Australia is perhaps the most celebrated of all avian mimics. A large ground-dwelling bird whose male produces a song of breathtaking complexity, woven through with perfect imitations of other species. Recordings of lyrebirds have captured them, reproducing the calls of dozens of other bird species in seamless sequence. Each imitation acoustically indistinguishable from the original. They have been recorded imitating chainsaws, camera shutters, car alarms, and the sounds of human conversation heard in national parks. Over decades of exposure to visitors, the lyrebird listens, remembers, and reproduces with a fidelity that makes it arguably the finest acoustic mimic on Earth. The northern mockingbird of North America is similarly remarkable. A medium-sized gray bird capable of learning and producing the songs of dozens of other species, often cycling through its repertoire rapidly, singing for extended periods, using its variety as a signal of age and experience to potential mates. A mockingbird that knows more songs has had more experiences, lived longer, survived more seasons, and its extensive repertoire is an honest advertisement of its quality as a mate and as a territory holder. All of this, the dual syrinx, the vocal tract filtering, the learned templates, the sensitive periods, the song system, the dialects, the mimicry, adds up to something that we can only call culture. Birdsong is not just animal noise. It is a tradition, a practice, a body of knowledge and artistry passed from one generation to the next through listening and learning and refinement. When a song sparrow sings its particular version of the local song on a spring morning, it is participating in a cultural lineage that may stretch back many generations, each one adding its small refinement, each one handing the tradition forward. And right now, somewhere out there, in the deep quiet of the night, birds are sleeping in the knowledge that tomorrow morning they will sing again. Their song systems are resting. Their syrinxes are still. The music is waiting quietly inside them, ready to fill the morning air when the first light comes. But that is tomorrow. Tonight is for sleeping. The songs are all quiet now. The night is soft and still, and full of the absence of sound that is the other side of music, the silence that makes the song possible. Breathe slowly. Let the quiet hold you. The dawn chorus will come in its own time. Let your breathing deepen now. In and out, in and out. There is a rhythm to rest, just as there is a rhythm to the natural world. The rhythm of tides, of seasons, of day following night following day, in its long, patient, endless cycle. Everything moves. Everything returns. The world turns and turns again, and with each turning, something in the living world responds. Tonight, we are going to follow one of the most extraordinary responses in all of nature. We are going to follow the birds on their great annual journey. We are going to think about migration, about what it is, why it happens, how it happens, and what it costs the birds that undertake it. It is a subject so vast and so full of wonder that we could spend many nights on it and still find new things to admire. Tonight, we will move through it slowly, gently, like a warm breeze crossing a wide, open sky. Migration, in its simplest definition, is a seasonal movement between two different places, a breeding ground and a wintering ground, repeated year after year in a regular pattern. It is not unique to birds. Many insects migrate. Some fish migrate. Sea turtles migrate. But in no other group of animals is migration so widespread, so diverse, so spectacularly varied in its forms and distances, as in birds, approximately 1,800 of the world's, more than 10,000 bird species are long-distance migrants. Another large number make shorter seasonal movements, and even some flightless birds migrate. The Adelie penguin, that small, determined creature of the Antarctic, makes a journey of nearly 13,000 100,000 kilometers through the frozen south each year, traveling not through the air, but across ice and through water. Why do birds migrate? The fundamental answer is energy. Breeding in the high latitudes of the northern summer makes good sense. The days are long, the food is abundant, the insect populations explode in the warmth. The competition for nesting sites is lower than in the crowded tropics, and the long hours of summer daylight give parent birds more time to gather food for their growing chicks. But when summer ends and the days short and the insects disappear and the cold closes in, staying becomes dangerous. The energy cost of survival through a northern winter maintaining body temperature, finding scarce food, can exceed what a small bird can manage, and so they leave. They follow the warmth south to latitudes where food remains available through the cold months, and they return north when the wheel of the year turns again, and summer calls them back to breed. The decision to migrate, the triggering of the migratory impulse, is managed by the bird's internal biological clock in response to changes in day length. As days shorten in autumn, the decreasing ratio of light to dark is detected by photoreceptors in the bird's brain, triggering a cascade of hormonal changes that prepare the body for the journey ahead. Fat reserves accumulate rapidly. A bird may double its body weight in the weeks before departure, packing on energy stores that will fuel the flight ahead. The gonads shrink as the breeding season ends. The digestive organs may reduce in size, a cost-saving measure that reduces the weight of non-essential organs for the duration of the flight. And the famous Zuganru, that migratory restlessness we mentioned in our navigation section, begins. The bird becoming increasingly agitated and oriented in the direction of migration, driven by an urgency written into its genes. The distances that birds cover on migration are, when you sit quietly and think about them, almost incomprehensible. Let us spend a little time with some of them, because each one is a story of endurance and biology so extreme that it challenges our sense of what a small, warm-blooded animal is capable of. The Arctic tern holds the record for for the longest migration of any animal on Earth. These slender, silver-white seabirds breed in the Arctic during the northern summer, and then fly south, not just to the tropics, but all the way to the Antarctic to spend the southern summer there as well. Then they fly north again. Each individual Arctic tern experiences 2 summers per year, and in doing so travels approximately 96,000 kilometers in a single year. 96,000 over its lifetime of perhaps 30 years. An Arctic tern may travel the equivalent of 3 round trips to the moon. It sees more daylight than any other creature on Earth, following the long days from pole to pole and back again. Living in a world of perpetual summer, the bar-tailed godwit performs what is perhaps the single most extraordinary individual feat of endurance in the animal kingdom. This medium-sized shorebird breeds on the tundra of Alaska and migrates south to New Zealand and Australia for the northern winter, and it does so, at least in part, non-stop. A bar-tailed godwit fitted with a tracking device and designated B6 completed a continuous, non-stop flight from Alaska to New Zealand, crossing the entire Pacific Ocean in 11 days, 11 days without landing, without sleeping in any meaningful sense, without eating, flying continuously over open ocean with no possibility of stopping, covering approximately 12,000 kilometers on a single tank of fat reserves. To prepare for this flight, the godwit undergoes remarkable physiological changes. Its digestive organs shrink almost completely. Its liver reduces in size. Its fat reserves swell to fill the space vacated by organs that will not be needed until the journey is over. The bird essentially cannibalizes its own non-essential organs to save weight and fuel before the greatest journey of its year. The blackpoll warbler weighs less than 15 grams, about the weight of 5 or 6 paper clips, and yet it crosses the Atlantic Ocean non-stop each autumn. These small songbirds breed across the boreal forests of North America, and in autumn they accumulate fat reserves until they have nearly doubled their body weight, then depart from the Atlantic coast of the northeastern United States and eastern Canada and fly south and east over the open Atlantic, making landfall in South America after a non-stop overwater flight of approximately 2,500 kilometers, lasting as long as 60 hours for a bird that small. Crossing an ocean is not a metaphor for courage. It is a literal, measurable, physiologically extraordinary event. The ruby-throated hummingbird, that tiny jewel of a bird, the one whose heart beats more than 1,000 times per minute in flight, crosses the Gulf of Mexico on migration, a non-stop overwater crossing of approximately 800 kilometers for a bird whose wings beat 50 times per second and whose entire body weighs less than 3 grams. This is an act of almost incomprehensible endurance. In the weeks before departure, it feeds intensively, building up fat reserves that may represent 60% of its body weight. Then it launches itself across the open water, trusting its reserves and its remarkable metabolism to carry it to the other side. The migration routes that birds follow are called flyways, and they are ancient highways of the air, used by many species simultaneously, funneling billions of birds along the same broad corridors, season after season. The great flyways of the world follow geographic logic. Coasts and mountain ranges and river valleys that concentrate birds into natural corridors, and chains of stopover sites where birds can rest and refuel on the journey. The East Atlantic Flyway carries birds between breeding grounds in Iceland and Scandinavia and wintering grounds in West Africa. The Central Asian Flyway connects the Arctic tundra to the Indian subcontinent. The Americas Flyway system runs the length of 2 continents, from the Arctic tundra of northern Canada all the way to the pampas and wetlands of southern South America. On these flyways, during the peak of migration, the number of birds moving through a single productive stopover site in a single night can reach into the millions. The stopover sites along the flyways are as important as the flyways themselves. a migrating bird that arrives at a traditional stopover site and finds it degraded, drained of its wetland, cleared of its woodland, stripped of the food resources it once offered, faces a crisis. The energy it has expended to reach that point must be replenished before it can continue. A bird that cannot refuel cannot complete its migration, and a bird that cannot complete its migration cannot breed. The conservation of stopover sites is therefore one of the most critical elements of migratory bird conservation, because the loss of a single key site can affect the survival of entire populations that depend on it. Some migrations are not long distance at all. Altitudinal migration, moving up and down a mountain rather than across a continent, is common in many mountain-dwelling species. A ptarmigan in the Rockies or the Himalayas may spend the summer breeding on the high alpine meadows above the tree line and move only a few hundred meters downslope in winter, seeking shelter and food in the subalpine forests. This small seasonal shift is migration in every meaningful biological sense, even though it involves no ocean crossing, no crossing of hemispheres, no journey of thousands of kilometers. The principle is the same. Move to where the resources are when the resources are there. And some birds take different routes in autumn and spring. What biologists call a loop migration, exploiting the different seasonal patterns of wind and food availability to make the journey in each direction as efficient as possible. Many small songbirds that migrate across North America travel on a clockwise loop, flying south along the Atlantic coast in autumn on the prevailing northwest winds, and returning north through the interior of the continent in spring, where the greening landscape provides a steady supply of food, moving northward with the season. These birds are not just following a fixed route. They are reading the seasonal geography of the continent, adapting their path to what the world is offering in each direction at each time of year. The physiological mechanisms that allow a small bird to sustain non-stop flight for days and nights at a stretch are still being actively studied new discovery adds to our appreciation of what these animals are capable of. One finding that has particularly caught the attention of researchers is that migratory birds appear to sleep while flying. Not deeply, not for long, but in brief episodes of what scientists call unihemispheric slow-wave sleep, in which one half of the brain rests in a sleep-like state, while the other half remains awake and in control of flight. A frigate bird tracked across the Pacific was found to sleep for an average of less than an hour per day during continuous multi-day flights, taking its rest in tiny fragments, never landing, never stopping, sleeping with half a brain, while the other half kept the wings beating and the course true. The birds navigate through their dreams. And first-year birds making their very first migration, with no experience of the route, no memory of the destination, complete the journey successfully in most cases, guided by the inherited navigational systems we explored in our section on navigation. They have never seen the wintering grounds. They have never followed this route before. They set off in the short days of autumn into a vast and unknown world, guided by magnetic fields and stars, and an internal compass calibrated in the nest. And they arrive, most of them, in the right place, and the following spring they return north and find their way back to within a few kilometers of where they hatched, guided now by both inheritance and memory. The great migrations are happening right now, somewhere in the world, as you lie still and breathe slowly in the quiet dark. There are birds crossing the night sky above you, visible perhaps only as the faintest whisper of calls drifting down from the darkness overhead. Those soft, brief contact calls that migrating birds exchange in the dark to keep track of one another as they move. You might hear them on a still autumn night, standing outside and looking up. A faint, high, passing note, and then another, and then silence, and then another, as the invisible river of birds flows past above you on its ancient, patient journey. They are going to where the warmth is. They are following a pull that has lived inside their species for thousands and thousands of generations. And in the spring, they will return, as they always have, as they always will, adding their voices to the dawn chorus, filling the trees with the urgency and the beauty of the breeding season, and beginning the cycle once more. But the migrations are for the sky, and the sky is for the daytime, and the daytime is for the living. And right now, the night is yours. The room is still. The air is soft. The only journey left tonight is the one into sleep. Let yourself go now. Let the warmth hold you. You are exactly where you are meant to be. Let your thoughts drift now. Let them soften at the edges, the way thoughts do when sleep is not far away. You do not need to hold on to anything tonight. You do not need to think clearly or carefully or quickly. You can simply let the words arrive and pass through you. The way a breeze passes through the leaves of a tree, touching everything gently, holding nothing, moving on. That is the quality of mind we are looking for tonight. Soft, open, unhurried, a mind at rest. And in that spirit, let us think about minds, about what it means to think and to remember and to plan and to understand, and about the extraordinary discovery built up carefully over the last few decades of scientific research, that some of the finest minds in the animal kingdom belong to birds. There is an old insult, a very old insult, that calls someone a bird brain. It is meant to suggest smallness of thought, shallowness of understanding, a mind incapable of depth or subtlety. It is an insult built on a misunderstanding so thorough, so persistent, and so completely overturned by modern science that it has become, in a roundabout way, one of the best documented examples of how wrong intuition can be when it meets a brain built differently from our own. The first thing to understand about bird intelligence is that for a very long time, scientists themselves were misled by the physical appearance of bird brains. A bird's brain does not look like a mammal's brain. It lacks the large, deeply folded neocortex, the outer layer of the cerebrum. That is the seat of higher cognitive function in mammals, including in us. When neuroscientists of earlier generations looked at bird brains, they saw structures a neocortex, and they concluded that whatever was happening inside those structures could not be comparable to the sophisticated cognition that the neocortex enables in mammals. Birds were placed in the old brain taxonomy, firmly below mammals in the hierarchy of intelligence. The word used for the main forebrain structure in birds was striatum, a word associated with simpler, more instinctive processing. And that word carried with it a whole set of assumptions about what birds could and could not think. Then, in the early 2000s, a group of neuroscientists convened to formally reconsider the naming and classification of bird brain structures in the light of decades of new anatomical and behavioral evidence. What they found was remarkable. The region that had been called the striatum in birds was not, in its cellular organization or its connectivity, a homologue of the mammalian striatum at all. It was a homologue of the mammalian neocortex, built differently, organized differently, lacking the characteristic layered structure of the mammalian version, but doing the same jobs, connected in the same ways, capable of the same kinds of computation. The wiring was different. The resulting behavior was the same. The region was renamed the pallium, and the scientific understanding of bird cognition was turned upside down. And then, in 2020, researchers discovered something even more striking. Studying the brains of crows and pigeons and owls, they found previously unknown microcircuit arrangements in the avian pallium, arrangements of neurons and their connections that closely mirror the columnar microcircuit organization of the mammalian neocortex, the same computational architecture, independently evolved, found in a completely different brain structure, in a lineage that split from the mammalian lineage more than 300 million years ago. Two entirely separate evolutionary paths, arriving at the same cognitive solution. This is convergent evolution at its most profound. Not just the same outward behavior, but the same underlying neural hardware, reinvented from scratch. Mammalian brains and bird brains are like two different computer architectures running the the same software. The hardware is different. The organization is different. But the output, the behavior, the cognition, the capacity for thought can be remarkably similar. And what is the behavior? What do birds actually do that has convinced scientists of their intelligence? Let us move through some of the evidence gently and without hurry, because each piece of it is genuinely wonderful. Let us begin with the corvids, the family of birds that includes crows, ravens, rooks, jackdaws, jays, and magpies. Corvids have, over the last few decades, become perhaps the most intensively studied group of animals in all of comparative cognition research, and the findings have been consistently startling. New Caledonian crows, a species found on the island of New Caledonia in the South Pacific, manufacture and use tools as a matter of routine. They select specific types of plant material, the stiff, hooked leaves of a particular plant called pandanus, and carefully shape and trim them into probes, which they then use to extract insects from crevices in wood. The tools are not random. They are manufactured to a consistent design with a specific hook shape at the working end, crafted with deliberate modification of the raw material. Different populations of New Caledonian crows use different tool designs, local traditions, passed down through generations by observation and learning. The way human craft traditions are passed down in laboratory experiments, New Caledonian crows have solved multi-step problems that require the use of one tool to obtain a second tool, which is then used to obtain food. A level of sequential planning that had previously been demonstrated only in great apes, ravens, those large, glossy, highly social corvids of northern forests and mountains, have demonstrated a capacity for planning that is equally remarkable. In a series of experiments by the cognitive scientist Ken Gunterkun and his colleagues, ravens were trained to exchange a token for a reward. Then the token and the reward were separated in time. The raven was shown the token, allowed to select it and carry it away, and then later given the opportunity to exchange it for the reward. Ravens successfully planned ahead, selecting the useful token and holding on to it for future use. Even when the exchange opportunity was delayed by an hour or more, they showed, in other words, the capacity to inhibit an immediate response, hold a future goal in mind, and act in the present for a future benefit. This is a cognitive capacity called future planning or perspective cognition, and it was long considered a hallmark of human and great ape intelligence. Ravens also understand social relationships with a sophistication that implies something like a theory of mind. The ability to model what another individual knows, sees, or intends. When a dominant raven has hidden a food cache and then notices that it was watched by another raven, it will often return to the cache and move it when the observer is not looking, apparently predicting that the observer knows where the food is and might steal it. To do this, the raven must model the mental state of another individual, must understand at some level that the observer has knowledge that could be used against it. This kind of social cognition, predicting and countering the intentions of others, is a cognitively demanding capacity, and the raven performs it routinely in the context of its everyday competition for food. Corvids recognize individual human faces. Studies with American crows have found that crows remember the faces of specific humans who have treated them badly, who captured them for banding, for instance, and will alarm call and mob those specific individuals, sometimes for years afterward, even after the individual's face has changed with age. More remarkably, the memory of a threatening face can spread through a local crow population. Crows that were not present at the original capture learn from the calls and behavior of crows that were, and begin avoiding and mobbing the same face. This is cultural transmission of individual recognition, social learning of a specific prejudice against a specific face, a form of collective memory that functions in a modest but real way, like the spread of reputation in human social groups. Scrub jays, those vivid blue and gray corvids of western North America, cache food for the winter hiding thousands of food items in the ground, under bark, in crevices, and then returning to retrieve them later. This alone is impressive, but it is what the scrub jay apparently encodes about each cache that is truly extraordinary. Research by Nicola Clayton and her colleagues at Cambridge University showed that scrub jays remember not just where food is cached, but what type of food it is. And when they cached it, they preferentially retrieve perishable items, foods that will rot, before non-perishable ones, adjusting their retrieval order based on how long ago each item was cached. This is evidence of what researchers call episodic-like memory, a memory of specific events in terms of what happened, where, and when, which has been described as one of the hallmarks of human memory, and was long thought to be uniquely human or near human, and corvids recognize themselves in mirrors. When a corvid is marked with a spot of color visible only in a mirror and placed in front of a reflective surface, it reaches up and touches or scratches the marked area on its own body, recognizing the reflection as an image of itself rather than another bird. Mirror self-recognition has been demonstrated in great apes, dolphins, elephants, and certain fish. Among birds, it has been most clearly demonstrated in magpies. A magpie looking into a mirror sees itself. That simple fact carries, on reflection, a quite profound implication about the nature of self-awareness. Now, let us turn to parrots, because they deserve their own moment of wonder. Parrots are the other great pinnacle of avian intelligence, and they approach cognitive complexity from a different direction than corvids. Where corvids are particularly impressive for their problem-solving, tool use, and social cognition, parrots are famous for their capacity for language, not just mimicry, but something that approaches symbolic communication. The most celebrated case is Alex, an African gray parrot studied for 30 years by the psychologist Irene Pepperberg. Alex was not merely repeating sounds. He had a functional vocabulary of approximately 150 words, and he used them appropriately, labeling objects by their color, shape, material, asking for specific items, indicating when he was frustrated, and occasionally producing novel combinations of familiar words to describe something he had not encountered before. When shown a new object, something he had never seen, he could correctly identify its color, shape, and material in response to questions. He understood the concepts of same and different. He had a working understanding of small numbers. And when Irene Pepperberg left the laboratory each evening, he would say reliably and apparently meaningfully, "You be good. See you tomorrow. I love you," whether those words carried the same weight for Alex as they carry for us. No one can say with certainty, but the behavior itself, the appropriate use of familiar phrases in a context that matches their meaning, is remarkable by any measure. Other African gray parrots have been shown to perform tasks requiring an understanding of probability, choosing from containers based on the statistical likelihood of finding a reward, a form of probabilistic reasoning. Kia parrots, the large, curious, olive-green birds of the New Zealand mountains, are perhaps the most behaviorally inventive birds in the world. They dismantle hikers' backpacks, manipulate complex mechanical devices, and play elaborate social games with each other and with humans. They are notorious for their inquisitive destruction of anything left unattended in alpine car parks. They are, in the most affectionate possible sense, the comedians of the bird world, and their cognitive flexibility and willingness to engage with novel problems speaks to a kind of general intelligence, an openness to the world that is striking in a bird beyond corvids and parrots. The last decade of research has quietly expanded the population of birds credited with significant cognitive abilities. Some birds of prey, particularly the striated caracara of the Falkland Islands, have demonstrated problem-solving abilities that in standardized tests exceed those of many parrot species. Clark's nutcracker, a North American bird related to jays, has a spatial memory so precise that it can remember the locations of up to 30,000 food caches across a territory of many square kilometers, retrieving retrieving them months later with an accuracy that would challenge any human. Pigeons, long studied in psychology laboratories, as if they were simple reflex machines, have been shown to recognize individual human faces, categorize photographs by content, understand the concept of numerosity, and distinguish between paintings by Monet and Picasso. The emerging picture of bird intelligence is one of remarkable diversity and depth, not a simple hierarchy with clever corvids and parrots at the top and simple birds at the bottom, but a rich variety of cognitive specializations, different species excelling in different domains, shaped by the different cognitive demands of their different ecological lives. The Clark's nutcracker has a memory for space that most birds cannot match, because its survival through winter depends on it. The barn owl has an auditory processing system of extraordinary precision, because hunting in total darkness requires it. The lyrebird has a capacity for vocal mimicry that exceeds almost any other animal, because its elaborate song is the currency of its reproductive success. Intelligence in birds, as in so many groups, is not a single dimension, but a rich, multifaceted spectrum, and it lives in brains that fit in the palm of your hand. Small, warm, dense, efficient, built on an entirely different architectural plan from our own, evolved from an entirely separate starting point, and arriving by a different route at solutions that look, from the outside, very much like thought. The canopy tonight is quiet. The clever birds are sleeping, their large pallial forebrains at rest, their memories filed away, their plans suspended until morning. Even the most extraordinary mind needs its rest, and so do you. Let your thoughts soften. Let the clever, busy mind go still. You have thought enough for today. The night is for sleeping, and sleeping is exactly what you are for right now in this quiet room. Rest now. Everything will still be wonderful in the morning. Let yourself rest a little deeper now. Your body knows how to do this. It has been practicing every night of your life, that slow loosening, that quiet surrender to the dark and the warmth. You do not have to do anything at all. Just let it happen. The way sleep always happens when you stop trying to make it happen. Just breathe and listen, and let the words carry you gently forward. In this section, we are going to think about something very simple, something so fundamental that every living creature on Earth, from the smallest insect to the largest whale, organizes a significant portion of its existence around it. We are going to think about finding food for birds, finding food foraging. In the scientific language, is not a simple matter of walking to a kitchen and opening a cupboard. It is one of the central challenges of a bird's life. It is the problem that drives the shape of the beak, the design of the foot, the strategy of the flock, the timing of the daily routine, and many of the most interesting behaviors that birds exhibit. It is the problem that natural selection has been working on. In bird after bird across millions of years, producing an extraordinary diversity of solutions, each one beautifully suited to the particular food resource that a particular species depends on, in the particular habitat it occupies, at the particular season it is there. Let us begin with the basic economics of foraging, because there is a whole branch of behavioral ecology built around it, and its logic is both simple and illuminating. The core idea is this: a bird must spend energy to find food, and it gains energy when it eats the food it finds. The goal, the thing that natural selection has been relentlessly optimizing, is to end each day with more energy gained than energy spent. A bird that consistently achieves this surplus survives. A bird that consistently fails to achieve it does not. And so every decision a bird makes about where to forage, what to eat, how long to stay in one place before moving on, and when to stop for the day is, consciously or not, a calculation about energy, a cost-benefit analysis performed in real time, every minute of every foraging day. This framework, called optimal foraging theory, was developed in the 1960s and 70s, and it has been tested in hundreds of studies across many species. The central prediction is that birds should forage in ways that maximize their net energy intake per unit of time. Choosing food items that offer the best return on the energy invested in finding and handling them, and abandoning foraging patches when the rate of return falls below the average available elsewhere. And broadly, birds do behave in accordance with these predictions, with a consistency that is impressive even to researchers who spend their careers studying it. They choose larger prey items over smaller ones when the handling cost is similar. They abandon a depleted patch at roughly the right moment to move on. They adjust their diet breadth, the range of food types they accept, in response to the overall abundance of food in the environment. Accepting lower quality items when good items are scarce, and becoming more selective when food is plentiful. The precision of this optimization is not the result of birds doing conscious mathematics. It is the result of behavioral tendencies shaped by natural selection over many generations, tendencies that happen to produce approximately optimal outcomes, because individuals with better foraging decisions survived and reproduced at higher rates than individuals with worse ones. Evolution is a very slow calculator, but given enough time, it finds good solutions. Now, let us think about the extraordinary variety of diets that birds have evolved to exploit. At one end of the spectrum are the generalists, the omnivores, the opportunists, the birds that eat almost anything edible and adjust their diet to whatever is currently available. The house sparrow, that small, brown, constant companion of human habitation, is perhaps the most successful of all avian generalists, eating seeds, insects, scraps of human food, berries, small invertebrates, and almost anything else it encounters. Crows and ravens are omnivores of extraordinary flexibility, eating carrion, eggs, nestlings, fruits, seeds, small mammals, invertebrates, and virtually any food waste produced by human beings. Their dietary flexibility is one of the reasons they thrive in human-altered landscapes where specialists struggle. They are the opportunists of the bird world, ready ready to eat whatever the world offers. Today, in this place, right now, at the other end of the spectrum, are the specialists, birds whose diets are so narrowly focused on a single food type that their entire body plan has been shaped around the challenge of obtaining it. The crossbill is a small finch of northern coniferous forests, whose bill has evolved into something that looks, at first glance, like a mistake. The upper and lower mandibles cross each other, twisted in opposite directions, but this extraordinary structure is in fact a highly specialized tool for extracting seeds from the tightly closed cones of spruce and fir trees. The crossed tips are inserted between the cone scales, and then the bill is twisted open, levering the scales apart and exposing the seed beneath. No other bird can do this with the efficiency of a crossbill, which means the crossbill has almost exclusive access to a food resource that other birds cannot easily reach. The specialist's reward is access to an untapped resource. The specialist's risk is dependence on a single food type that may fail. Between the generalists and the specialists lies a rich continuum of intermediate strategies, each one representing a different balance between dietary breadth and ecological specialization. The great blue heron is a patient, still hunting carnivore that stands motionless in shallow water for long periods, waiting for a fish or a frog or a water snake to come within striking distance, then lunging with sudden, precise violence and seizing the prey in its long, sharp bill. The American woodcock probes the soft soil of damp woodlands with its long, sensitive bill, feeling for earthworms with the touch receptors we mentioned in our senses section, extracting prey that no visual hunter could locate. The snail kite of Florida and South America feeds almost exclusively on large freshwater snails, plucking them from the water with its feet and using its highly curved, slender bill to extract the soft body from the shell with a technique of considerable dexterity. Nectar feeding has produced some of the most beautiful and most highly modified birds in the world. Hummingbirds are the supreme nectar specialists of the Americas. Their hovering flight, their long tongues, their rapid metabolism, their extraordinary color vision, sensitive to wavelengths in the ultraviolet range. All of these things are adaptations to the challenge of living on a diet of flower nectar. The relationship between hummingbirds and the flowers they visit is one of the most celebrated examples of coevolution in biology. The flower evolving a shape, color, and nectar composition suited to the hummingbird, and the hummingbird evolving a bill length, tongue structure, and hovering capability suited to the flower. Long-billed hummingbirds match long-tubed flowers. Short-billed hummingbirds match short-tubed flowers. In some cases, a particular hummingbird species and a particular flower species are so precisely matched that neither can effectively reproduce without the other. They are locked in a mutual dependency, shaped over millions of years of intimate coevolution, each one the other's solution and the other's problem. The honey guides of Africa have found a more creative approach to nectar and honey, creative enough, in fact, to involve the cooperation of other species. The greater honey guide actively leads large animals, including, famously, human honey hunters, to the nests of wild bees. It calls and flies ahead, attracting attention, leading its follower to the nest. The human honey hunter opens the nest and takes the honey, and the honey guide, which cannot open a bee nest on its own, moves in afterward to eat the wax and the exposed bee larvae, which are its actual dietary goal. This deliberate, voluntary cooperation between a wild bird and a human forager, a relationship that has likely existed for hundreds of thousands of years, predating any animal domestication, is one of the most remarkable foraging partnerships in the natural world. Social foraging, the strategy of finding food in groups rather than alone, is one of the most widespread and well-studied phenomena in avian ecology. Many birds forage in flocks, and the advantages are multiple. More eyes watching for predators means each individual can spend more time actually looking for food, knowing that the collective vigilance of the group provides a measure of safety, information about good foraging patches spreads rapidly through a flock. When one bird finds a rich source of food and begins feeding enthusiastically, others notice and gather, exploiting the same resource in communal roosts. Birds that have found good food one day may be followed the next morning by roost mates who observed their state of body condition and infer from it the existence of a good foraging patch in the direction the successful bird came from. Some of the most dramatic foraging behaviors in the bird world involve the exploitation of the foraging activities of other species. Cattle egrets follow large herbivores through grasslands, catching the insects and small animals flushed from the vegetation by the herbivores' feet. Oxpeckers ride on the backs of large African mammals, picking ticks and parasites from their skin. Kleptoparasites, birds that steal food from other birds rather than catching it themselves, include the magnificent frigate bird, that long-winged, long-tailed seabird of tropical oceans, which pursues other seabirds in flight and harasses them until they drop or regurgitate their catch, which the frigate bird then intercepts in midair. This is foraging taken to its logical extreme. A bird that has evolved not to find food, but to find other birds that have found food. Caching, storing food for later retrieval, is a foraging strategy used by several groups of birds, most notably the corvids and certain parrots, as a way of buffering against periods of food scarcity. Clark's nutcrackers harvest pine seeds in autumn, carrying up to 90 seeds at a time in a specialized pouch beneath the tongue, and bury them in scattered caches across a wide territory through the winter and into spring. The nutcracker retrieves these caches using the extraordinary spatial memory we discussed in our section on intelligence. The caches support not just the nutcracker, but indirectly the forests themselves, since the seeds that are not retrieved have been planted across the landscape, and many of them germinate and grow into new pine trees. The nutcracker is a gardener, seeding the mountain forests as a side effect of its winter larder. Birds generally begin foraging before sunrise, and continue at a fairly steady rate throughout the day, accumulating energy reserves that will carry them through the night. Foraging activity tends to taper off before sunset as birds reach their target energy level for the day and shift their focus to finding a safe roost. On cold winter days, when the energetic demands of maintaining body temperature are higher, birds forage more intensively and for longer, driven by the heightened risk of starvation if reserves fall too low overnight. The mathematics of survival is always running quietly in the background, not consciously, but through the accumulated behavior of thousands of generations of birds, for whom the margin between having enough and having too little has always been narrow. And now, in the quiet of the night, the birds have stopped foraging. Their energy reserves are set. Their calculations for today are complete. They are roosted and resting, their metabolisms slowed, their bodies conserving what they gathered through the long daylight hours. The forests are still. The meadows are dark and empty. The water surfaces are smooth, and you are still too. Your own body has done its work today. It has found what it needed. It has spent what it needed to spend, and now it is asking very gently and very clearly for rest. Give it that rest. Let the night be soft around you. Let everything go still. Let your body sink a little further into the warmth now. Feel the weight of your arms, your legs, your hands resting open. There is a softness that comes at this hour, a loosening that happens all on its own if you simply allow it. You do not have to do anything. The night is doing the work. Sleep is very patient, and it is very close. In this section, we are going to think about tools, not the tools that humans make, the hammers and needles and spoons and saws that we manufacture from metal and wood and plastic. We are going to think about the tools that evolution makes, the tools that grow directly from a living body, shaped over millions of years by the pressure of survival into forms of extraordinary precision and variety. We are going to think about beaks and feet, the two sets of instruments that a bird carries with it everywhere, that define what it can eat and where it can live, and how it moves through its world. A beak, also called a bill. The two words meaning exactly the same thing, is not simply a mouth. It is a multi-purpose instrument that a bird uses for feeding, preening its feathers, carrying nesting material, communicating with other birds, defending its territory, and, in some species, regulating its own body temperature. It is made of a lightweight bony core covered by a layer of keratin, the same protein that makes up feathers and your own fingernails, constantly growing and wearing at a rate that keeps it sharp and properly shaped throughout the bird's life. It weighs almost nothing, which matters for flight. And it comes in a variety of shapes, so extraordinary, so precisely tuned to the particular demands of each species' life, that the diversity of bird bills has long been one of the most celebrated examples of adaptive evolution in all of biology. The story of how that diversity arose is itself remarkable. A study published in the journal Nature, based on analysis of the beak shapes of thousands of bird species across the evolutionary tree, found that most of the fundamental variety in bird bill forms first appeared in a dramatic burst of evolutionary diversification approximately 65 to 80 million years ago, right at the time of the great extinction event that ended the age of non-avian dinosaurs. It was as if the disappearance of the dominant animals of the Mesozoic opened an enormous range of ecological opportunities at once, and the early birds rushed into them, their bills evolving rapidly into the many basic forms that would then be refined and elaborated over the following 65 million years, a fireworks display of beak evolution, producing the raw variety of shapes, followed by millions of years of slower, more careful refinement as each lineage settled into its ecological role. The Galapagos finches are perhaps the most famous example of rapid beak evolution in a contained system, and they are famous for good reason. When a small founding population of finches arrived on the Galapagos Islands from the South American mainland, perhaps 2 or 3 million years ago, they found a set of islands with a wide variety of ecological niches. and very few other birds competing for them over subsequent generations. Natural selection drove different populations toward different food sources, and their beaks evolved accordingly. Today, there are around 15 species of Galapagos finch, with bills ranging from the massive, deep, seed-crushing bill of the large ground finch to the slender, probing bill of the warbler finch, to the remarkable woodpecker finch, which uses a cactus spine held in its bill as a tool to extract insects from wood. The Hawaiian honey creepers tell a similar story on an even grander scale. A single ancestral finch species colonizing the Hawaiian Islands and diversifying over millions of years into more than 50 species, with bills ranging from short and stubby to dramatically long and curved, each one shaped by the particular flowers and insects and seeds of the particular ecological niche that bird came to occupy. Let us wander through some of the most remarkable bill forms in the bird world, taking our time, pausing at each one to appreciate what it tells us about the life it enables. The pelican's bill is immediately recognizable. Long, flat, and equipped beneath with an enormous expandable pouch of skin that can hold up to 11 liters of water. The pelican uses this pouch as a dip net, plunging its open bill into the water and engulfing fish along with a great volume of water, then raising its head, draining the water through the sides of the bill, and swallowing the fish that remain. The pouch is not a permanent, rigid structure, but an elastic, collapsible container, folded flat against the underside of the bill when not in use, invisible until the moment it is deployed. It is one of the most dramatic feeding instruments in the bird world, and watching a pelican use it, that sudden plunge, the dripping, bulging pouch, the careful draining and swallowing, is one of those avian behaviors that never quite loses its capacity to astonish. The spoonbill's bill tells a different story. These large wading birds carry a long, flat bill with a distinctive spoon-shaped tip, broadened and flattened into a paddle. They wade through shallow water with the bill submerged and slightly open, swinging it from side to side in a slow, sweeping motion. The spoon-shaped tip is richly supplied with touch receptors, those mechanoreceptors we discussed in the section on senses, and it detects the pressure waves and movements of small fish and crustaceans as they move past. When something edible is detected, the bill snaps shut with a speed faster than the eye can follow. The spoonbill is essentially fishing by feel, sweeping its sensitive instrument through the water like a metal detector sweeping across a beach. The crossbill's twisted bill we have already mentioned, but let us pause on it once more, because it is such a perfect example of a specialized tool shaped for a single, precise purpose. The crossed tip allows the bird to pry open the scales of conifer cones and extract the seeds inside, a food source that is effectively sealed to birds without this adaptation. Interestingly, crossbills come in two forms: those in which the upper mandible crosses to the right, and those in which it crosses to the left. Both forms occur in most populations. The handedness of the cross does not affect the efficiency of the tool. Both orientations work equally well, and the ratio of right crossing to left crossing individuals in a population tends to stay roughly equal for reasons that are still debated among researchers. The sword-billed hummingbird of the Andes has a bill longer than its own body. When we say longer than its own body, we mean that if you removed the bill and laid it alongside the bird without the bill would be longer. It is the only bird species in the world in which this is the case. The bill is so long and so heavy that the bird must hold its head tilted upward when perching to keep its balance. It feeds exclusively on the flowers of certain species of passiflora, passion flower vines, whose long, tubular corollas can only be reached by an instrument of extraordinary length. No other bird can reach the nectar of those particular flowers. The sword-billed hummingbird and its flowers are locked in one of the most extreme co-evolutionary relationships in the natural world, each one as improbable as the other, each one making the other possible. The flamingo has a bill unlike any other, large, heavy, and bent sharply downward in the middle, as if it has been folded. When a flamingo feeds, it holds its head upside down, with the bent section of the bill pointing downward into the water and the tip pointing up. It then pumps water through the bill with its tongue, which works like a piston, forcing water through a series of fine plates called lamellae that line the inside of the bill. These lamellae filter out the microscopic algae, small crustaceans, and other tiny organisms on which the flamingo feeds. The flamingo's bill is, in effect, a living filter, a precision filtration device for extracting the smallest possible food particles from large volumes of water, operated upside down. The pink color of a flamingo's feathers comes from the carotenoid pigments in the algae and crustaceans it filters from the water. Without its particular food, a flamingo would gradually turn white. The woodcock's bill is long and straight and equipped at the tip with a remarkable feature. The upper mandible is flexible. The tip of the upper mandible can be bent upward independently of the rest of the bill, a capacity called rhynchokinesis, from the Greek for beak movement. This means a woodcock probing deep in the soil can open just the tip of its bill to grasp a worm without having to open the entire bill and widen the hole in the mud. It is a surgical precision instrument capable of opening at its tip like a pair of delicate forceps, operated from the outside while most of the bill remains closed. Now, let us turn to feet. A bird's feet are its connection to the world when it is not in the air, its landing gear, its anchors, its grippers, its weapons, its paddles, and sometimes its instruments of touch and perception, and they show a diversity that, if anything, rivals the diversity of bills. The basic avian foot consists of 4 toes, though the number varies across species. Most birds have 3 toes pointing forward and 1 toe, the hallux, pointing backward, an arrangement called anisodactyly that is well suited for perching on branches. The tendons of the perching foot are arranged so that when the leg bends, as it does when a bird lands on a branch, the toes automatically grip without any muscular effort. bird perching on a branch is not actively holding on. Its toes are locked closed by the mechanics of the tendon arrangement, and they will remain locked as long as the leg is bent. This means a bird can sleep on a branch without any risk of falling. Its grip tightens as it relaxes, and the sleeping bird hangs locked in place, held by the passive mechanics of its own anatomy. The feet of raptors, the hawks, eagles, falcons, and owls are weapons. Large, powerful, deeply curved talons designed for seizing and killing prey. An eagle's talons can exert a grip force measured in hundreds of kilograms per square centimeter, sufficient to pierce the spine of a large fish or the skull of a rabbit, killing instantly the osprey. That specialist fish hunter has feet equipped with a reversible outer toe that allows it to hold a slippery fish with 2 toes on each side. A better grip geometry for a wet, wriggling prey item than the standard 3 forward, 1 back arrangement. The osprey's feet also have a rough, spiny surface on the underside of the toes. Special scale-like projections called spicules that function like grip tape, preventing the fish from slipping free. Ducks, geese, and other waterfowl have webbed feet. The classic swimming foot, with a broad membrane connecting the 3 forward toes. This webbing turns the foot into a broad paddle for swimming, functioning much like a diver's flip fin. The web folds back along the toe on the forward stroke and spreads fully on the backward stroke, maximizing propulsion while minimizing drag. Pelicans and cormorants have even more extensive webbing. The totipomate foot, in which all 4 toes, including the rear-facing hallux, are connected by a web, giving them a particularly broad and powerful swimming surface. The jacana has gone in the opposite direction entirely. These small tropical water birds have enormously long toes, disproportionately, almost absurdly long, that spread their body weight over a very large area. This allows them to walk across the surface of floating vegetation, lily pads, water hyacinth, duckweed mats, without sinking. They appear to be walking on water, stepping lightly from leaf to leaf across the surface of tropical ponds and rivers, their long toes distributing their weight so finely that even a large leaf barely tilts beneath them. They have been called lily trotters, and the name is exactly right. The ostrich, at the extreme end of the spectrum, has reduced its feet to just 2 toes, the fewest of any bird alive. This reduction is an adaptation for high-speed running. Fewer toes means a more streamlined foot, a foot that can take long, efficient strides across open ground. The ostrich can reach running speeds of approximately 70 kilometers per hour, the fastest land speed of any bird, and faster than most of the predators it might need to escape. Its 2-toed foot strikes the ground with enormous force and pushes off with each stride, powered by leg muscles of extraordinary bulk. An ostrich's kick is a weapon capable of killing a lion. The beak and the foot together define the ecological identity of a bird more clearly than almost any other feature. Show a biologist the beak and the foot of an unknown bird, and in most cases they can tell you what it eats, where it lives, how it catches its food, and how it moves through its world. They are a compressed description of a life, a set of tools precisely shaped by the demands of a particular way of being alive on Earth, refined by millions of years of selection into something close to the optimal solution for the particular problems that bird faces every day. And now your own hands are resting. Your own feet are still. The tools of your day, the hands that typed, the feet that walked, are at rest, and the night is soft around them. Everything that needed doing today has been done. Everything that needed carrying has been set down. Let your hands go open. Let your feet go still. Let the weight of your body rest on whatever is beneath you, held and supported and completely at peace. Feel the warmth around you now, that gentle, enclosed warmth of a comfortable place in the dark, the warmth of blankets or of a soft surface, or simply of the air in a quiet room at night. There is something in that warmth that goes very deep, something that connects across all the distance of evolution and time to the most ancient and most fundamental experiences of being a living creature. The warmth of shelter, the warmth of safety, the warmth of a place that has been made carefully and with effort for the purpose of bringing new life into the world. Tonight, we are going to think about nests and eggs and the quiet, patient, extraordinary process by which birds transform a small cup of woven grass or a hollow in a tree or a scrape in the bare sand into the cradle of a new generation. A nest is, in its simplest definition, a structure built or chosen by a bird to hold its eggs and protect its developing young. But that definition, like so many simple definitions in biology, barely begins to capture the variety and the wonder of what actually exists in the natural world. Bird nests range from the most minimal possible effort. A bare patch of gravel on a cliff face, used by some seabirds with no construction at all, to some of the most elaborate and precisely engineered structures built by any animal on Earth. Between these extremes lies every point on the spectrum. Shallow depressions scraped in sand, rough platforms of sticks, neat cups of grass lined with moss and feathers, deeply woven pouches hanging from slender branches, domed structures with side entrances, elaborate chambers excavated in earth or wood, communal apartment complexes housing dozens of breeding pairs, and architectural masterpieces that take weeks of work and involve thousands of individually placed materials. The bowerbird of Australia and New Guinea deserves a special mention before we go further, because its nest, if you can call it that, occupies a category entirely its own. Male bowerbirds do not build nests for raising chicks in the conventional sense. They build structures called bowers, elaborate, decorated constructions of sticks and grasses designed not to house eggs, but to attract females. The satin bowerbird constructs a double-walled avenue of sticks, decorated with hundreds of carefully selected blue objects, blue berries, blue feathers, blue fragments of plastic, blue bottle caps, all chosen for their color and arranged with a deliberateness that looks, to human eyes, like some tends his bower obsessively, replacing faded objects, rearranging the collection, and stealing blue items from the bowers of rival males. The female visits multiple bowers, inspects them carefully, and chooses her mate based on the quality and decoration of his construction. The bower is not a nest. It is a gallery, a theater, a testament to the effort and aesthetic sensibility of its builder. And after mating, the female goes off to build a simple, functional nest entirely on her own in a nearby tree, while the male returns to his bower to await the next visitor. But let us return to nests in the conventional sense, because even without the bowerbirds' theatrics, the variety is astonishing. The pendulous nests of the weaver birds of Africa are among the most extraordinary structures built by any animal. Male weaver birds construct elaborate hanging nests from strips of grass and leaves, each strip carefully knotted and woven into a tight, rounded chamber suspended from a thin branch over water, a location that deters most predators from approaching. The weaving is not metaphorical. The male actually weaves the strips of grass into knots and loops, using his beak and one foot to hold the material, while the other foot and the beak work together to push the free end through a loop and pull it tight. He may complete the entire nest in just a few days. If the female inspects the nest and finds it unsatisfactory, if it is too loosely woven, too roughly finished, not hung in quite the right location, she will pull it apart and force him to begin again. He may rebuild the same nest several times before she accepts it. The edible nest swiftlet of Southeast Asia builds its nest from a material that is genuinely extraordinary. Its own saliva. These small swiftlets construct their cup-shaped nests entirely from strands of dried saliva, produced by enlarged salivary glands during the breeding season, and applied in overlapping layers to the wall of a cave or cliff face, hardening in the air into a brittle, translucent cup. It is these nests, the famous bird's nest soup ingredient, that have been harvested by people in the region for centuries, and for which collectors descend the walls of enormous sea caves, on rope ladders, in conditions of considerable danger. The nest of the edible nest swiftlet is, gram for gram, probably the most economically valuable material produced by any bird. The malleefowl of Australia has taken the entire concept of nesting in a different direction entirely. It does not incubate its eggs with the warmth of its own body. Instead, the male malleefowl builds an enormous mound of rotting organic material, leaves, soil, sand, that generates heat through decomposition, the way a compost heap generates heat. The mound may be 4 meters high and more than 10 meters across, accumulated over many years, and the male tends it constantly, opening it to let heat escape when it is too warm, piling on more material when it is too cold, checking the temperature of the incubation chamber with his bill throughout the day, and making adjustments with extraordinary precision. The target temperature inside the mound is approximately 33 degrees Celsius, and the male maintains it within a degree of that target through months of monitoring and adjustment. He is, in effect, a living thermostat, a piece of biological engineering that has replaced the need for a parent to physically sit on the eggs with a system of environmental management that allows him to stand guard above a perfectly regulated underground incubator. Now let us think about eggs themselves. An egg is a self-contained life support system, a capsule enclosing an embryo and all the nutrients and biochemical machinery it needs to develop from a single fertilized cell into a fully formed bird ready to hatch. The hard outer shell, made of calcium carbonate deposited in a precisely organized crystalline structure, provides protection from physical damage and from drying out, while allowing the exchange of gases, oxygen in, carbon dioxide out, through thousands of microscopic pores distributed across its surface. The yolk supplies the fat-rich energy stores that fuel development. The albumin, the clear, jelly-like white surrounding the yolk, supplies water, protein, and a physical cushion, and the entire package is assembled inside the female bird's oviduct in a process that takes approximately 24 hours from ovulation to laying. Egg color and pattern are among the most varied and fascinating aspects of avian biology. The enormous diversity of egg colors and patterns across bird species has long intrigued scientists, and the explanations for them are multiple and not always fully understood. Some eggs are plain white or pale, particularly those of birds that nest in enclosed cavities, such as owls and woodpeckers, where camouflage is less important because the egg is hidden from predator view. Ground nesting birds, by contrast, often have eggs with complex mottled patterns of brown, gray, buff, and black. A disruptive coloration that makes the egg almost invisible against the soil, leaf litter, or gravel of the nest site. The camouflage can be so effective that a researcher who knows exactly where to look can still find it almost impossible to see a plover's egg on an open shingle beach. The pigments that color eggs are deposited in the outer layer of the shell. As the egg moves along the oviduct in the final hours before laying, spinning motion of the egg as it moves through the oviduct creates streaks and scrawls. Resting against the oviduct wall creates spots and blotches. The pattern of every egg is unique, the product of the particular movement of that particular egg through that particular oviduct, and no two eggs are exactly alike, just as no two fingerprints are exactly alike. The murre, a seabird of cold northern oceans that nests on bare cliff ledges in dense, crowded colonies, has a remarkably piriform egg, pear-shaped, more dramatically pointed at one end than most bird eggs. The traditional explanation for this shape is that a pointed egg, when nudged, rolls in a tight circle rather than rolling off the ledge. This idea has been debated. Some researchers have suggested the pointed shape evolved for other reasons, but the association of this very distinctive egg shape with a very dangerous nest site is striking and has been widely discussed. Each pair of murres also has a highly individual egg pattern. Spots, streaks, and blotches in combinations so distinctive that individual birds can recognize their own egg among thousands of similar ones on a crowded ledge, returning to incubate the right egg even when accidentally displaced. Incubation, the warming of eggs to maintain the temperature required for embryonic development, is one of the most energetically demanding aspects of bird reproduction. Most birds maintain their eggs at approximately 35 to 38 degrees Celsius throughout the incubation period, which means sitting on them almost continuously, keeping the warm brood patch, a patch of bare, highly vascularized skin on the belly, from which the feathers have been shed to allow direct heat transfer, in contact with the eggs. In species where only the female incubates, she must balance the need to keep the eggs warm against her own need to leave the nest to feed. Research has shown that incubating females adjust the duration of their foraging trips in response to temperature, staying away longer when the weather is warm enough that the eggs will not cool too quickly, and returning more quickly on cold days when the eggs need more attention. They prioritize the welfare of the eggs over their own immediate hunger, taking shorter foraging trips after cold nights when the eggs most need attention. The length of incubation varies enormously across species, from as little as 10 days in some small songbirds to more than 80 days in the wandering albatross. As a general rule, larger birds incubate for longer, though the relationship is not perfectly simple. Precocial species, birds whose chicks hatch in an advanced state of development, able to walk, see, and often feed themselves almost immediately, tend to have longer incubation periods than altricial species, whose chicks hatch naked, blind, and entirely helpless. A newly hatched duckling walks out of the egg, follows its mother to the water, and begins feeding within hours. A newly hatched songbird chick is a tiny, naked, trembling thing that cannot see, cannot stand, cannot regulate its own temperature, and can do nothing but open its mouth and beg. Two completely different developmental strategies, each one perfectly suited to the life that chick will lead. And then the egg cracks. From within, the chick developing inside, produces an egg tooth, a small, sharp, temporary projection on the tip of its bill, and uses it to chip through the shell in a process called pipping. It may take a chick 12 to 48 hours to work its way fully out of the shell, resting between bouts of chipping, gradually turning inside the egg to create a circular crack that allows the shell to separate and fall open. That first pip, the tiny sound of something small and alive, chipping from inside a smooth, silent shell, is one of the most quietly momentous sounds in the natural world. The beginning of a life, the first contact between an animal and the air. And somewhere out there tonight, in a nest hidden in a hedge, or tucked into a cliff face, or woven into a hanging branch above a tropical river, an egg is being kept warm. A small body is curled inside it, growing. The development is patient and unhurried, one cell division at a time, one new structure at a time. A heart, a limb bud, a feather follicle, an eye, all of it assembling itself in the dark warmth inside the shell, tended by the warm body of a parent above, new life growing in the dark, quiet and complete and perfectly held, just as you are held now by the warmth, by the night, by the soft surface beneath you, growing quieter with every breath, drifting toward the deepest rest. Let yourself be held. The night has you. Let yourself settle now into whatever position feels most natural, the most comfortable angle, the softest pressure. There is no right way to lie when the goal is sleep. Only your own body's wisdom, which knows what it needs. Trust it. Let it find its own arrangement. And let the night be warm around you. In this section, we are going to think about something that, at first glance, seems entirely at odds with the atmosphere of rest and stillness we have been building together tonight. We are going to think about courtship, about display and dance and color and song, about the extraordinary lengths that birds go to in order to find and secure a mate, about some of the most spectacular behaviors in the natural world, performed each spring with an intensity and an elaborateness that seems, from the outside, almost theatrical. But these things belong to the daytime, right season and the urgency of the breeding year. Tonight, we will think about them gently, as memories of the sun are gentle in the dark, as stories told quietly at a slow pace to carry you closer to sleep rather than away from it. The birds that performed those dazzling displays today are roosted now, their colors folded away, their songs gone quiet. They are resting as you are resting, and we can think about what they do in the light while we rest together in the dark. The biological context of courtship in birds is grounded in a fundamental asymmetry. In most bird species, females invest far more energy in reproduction than males do. The female produces the eggs, large, nutrient-rich, metabolically expensive structures. She often performs the majority or all of the incubation. She may do most of the chick rearing. This asymmetry of investment means that the stakes of a poor mating decision are higher for the female than for the male. A female who chooses a poor mate, a male with inferior genes or inadequate resources or poor parenting ability, pays a heavier cost than the male who made an equivalent poor choice. Natural selection has therefore shaped females to be the more discriminating sex, and males to compete vigorously and often extravagantly for female attention. The result is sexual selection, a form of natural selection driven not by survival, but by reproductive success, acting specifically on the traits that influence a bird's attractiveness as a mate. Sexual selection produces some of the most extraordinary features in the natural world. The peacock's fan, the lyrebird's tail, the elaborate dance of the mannequin, the balloon-like red chest pouch of the frigate bird, the cascading plumes of the bird of paradise. These features are not adaptations for survival in the conventional sense. If anything, they are costly. They take energy to produce and maintain. They may attract predators as well as mates. They may impede movement or flight. They persist because the reproductive advantage they confer outweighs all these costs. Being beautiful is, in evolutionary terms, worth the risk. The birds of paradise of New Guinea and northern Australia are the most celebrated example of sexual selection, taken to its most extravagant extreme. There are approximately 45 species, and the males of most of them are so dramatically colored and so elaborately plumed that they were, when Europeans first encountered them in the 16th century, believed to be supernatural creatures, birds of paradise that never touched the earth, that spent their entire lives floating in the heavens, fed by the dew of the sky. The skins brought to Europe by traders had the feet removed, which contributed to this myth. There were no feet because, it was said, they did not need feet, for they never landed, the reality discovered when Europeans finally reached New Guinea and observed these birds in life, was stranger and more wonderful than the myth. The male Wilson's bird of paradise has a head of brilliant turquoise, a body of crimson and black and yellow, tail feathers curved into tight coiling wires, and bare patches of blue skin on the crown of its head, so intense in color that they seem almost to glow. The male superb bird of paradise fans out a broad chest shield of iridescent blue-green against a background of jet black feathers, creating a pattern of contrasting color so striking that, when displayed to a female, it appears almost as an abstract geometric image rather than a living bird. The male blue bird of paradise hangs upside down from a branch, fans out his plumage into an oval disc of iridescent blue, and sways gently from side to side while making a pulsing mechanical sound. The female watches from above, assessing the quality of the display, deciding whether this particular male in this moment meets her standard. The standard is high, and it is honest in a biological sense. A male bird of paradise with poor health or poor genes cannot produce the full brilliance of his plumage. The metabolic cost of those colors and structures is too high for a compromised body to pay in full. The display is therefore a reliable signal of underlying quality, an honest advertisement that the female can trust. In the evolutionary sense, that it correlates with the thing she cares about: genetic fitness, health, the likelihood that her offspring will inherit qualities that will help them survive and reproduce. this principle that the most elaborate ornaments are reliable signals because only high-quality individuals can afford to produce them, is one of the central ideas in sexual selection theory, formalized by the biologist Amatz Zahavi as the handicap principle. A peacock's fan is a handicap. It is costly to grow and costly to carry and impossible to fake. Its very costliness is what makes it credible. The great sage grouse of North America performs its courtship at a lek, a communal display ground where males gather each spring at dawn to compete for female attention. Up to 70 males may attend a single lek, each one defending a small territory of bare ground, each one performing the same elaborate display. Chest inflated, 2 large olive-colored air sacs on the breast filling and deflating, the stiff spike-like tail, feathers fanned upright, the wings dragged along the ground, the whole body puffed to maximum apparent size. The display produces a remarkable sound, a deep, resonant, bubbling, popping vocalization created by the air sacs, audible from several kilometers away in the still dawn air. The females walk among the displaying males, watching quietly, comparing, assessing. The vast majority of matings at a lek go to a small number of dominant males, perhaps 5 or 10% of the males present, who occupy the central territories and perform the highest quality displays. Evolution in action, visible in the spring light on an open hillside. The western grebe performs one of the most breathtaking courtship displays of any bird, and it involves not individual competition, but perfect partnership. These large, elegant water birds with their long white necks and sharp red eyes begin their courtship with a series of synchronized movements performed together on the surface of a lake, dipping their heads, arching their necks, mirroring each other's postures in a slow, graceful water ballet that may last for many minutes. And then, at the climax of the display, both birds rise simultaneously from the water onto the surface and run together across the lake, both fully upright, both moving at high speed, their feet striking the water in perfect synchrony, their bodies always leaning forward at the same angle, covering up to 20 meters before sinking back beneath the surface. This rushing display is so precisely coordinated. The synchrony of two large birds running on water so complete that it looks choreographed, rehearsed, perfected, performed for an audience. It lasts only a few seconds. It is one of the most extraordinary things a lake can hold. The pair bond that follows courtship takes many forms. Some birds are monogamous for a single breeding season. They form a pair bond in spring, raise their chicks together, and then go their separate ways, forming new bonds the following year. Some are serially monogamous across multiple seasons, returning to the same mate year after year, but not maintaining the bond between breeding seasons. And some form bonds that persist across a lifetime. Partnerships so durable that they outlast almost everything else in a bird's life. The albatrosses are the most celebrated of the lifelong pairs. Wandering albatrosses reach sexual maturity slowly. They do not breed until they are around 10 years old, and they spend those early years visiting potential breeding colonies, watching the displays of established pairs, and gradually beginning the laborious process of finding and winning a partner. Courtship in young albatrosses is a years-long process of mutual display and assessment, learning each other's individual dance vocabulary, developing a repertoire of synchronized movements unique to that pair, building familiarity and trust through season after season of shared display. By the time a pair of albatrosses breeds for the first time, they may have been courting for several years. And once bonded, they stay bonded, returning to the same nest site, greeting each other each year with the same elaborate ritual of bowing and bill clapping and wing spreading, reaffirming their bond across the months of separation. At sea, some albatross pairs have been documented together for more than 50 years. A partnership longer than most human marriages, maintained by an annual ritual of recognition and reunion, courtship feeding the offering of food from male to female is widespread across many species, and it serves a double purpose. On the practical level, It transfers nutrition to the female at a time when she is building up energy reserves for egg production. A genuine gift with tangible reproductive consequences on the assessment level. It is a demonstration of the male's ability to provide. A male who can find, catch, and bring food to a female is demonstrating his competence as a forager and his willingness to invest in the relationship common terns court with fish. The male offers a small, carefully selected fish to the female, who accepts or declines it. And through these exchanges, the pair bond is established and tested. The fish is both a meal and a message. Mutual preening, allopreening, is another widespread component of pair bonding, found in species as diverse as parrots, corvids, penguins, raptors, and many songbirds. Each bird preens the feathers of its partner's head and neck. The areas the bird cannot easily reach itself, running its bill gently through the feathers, removing parasites and debris, maintaining the plumage. It is a practical service that benefits the receiver. And it is also an act of physical intimacy, a touching and being touched that reinforces the bond between partners. And when observed in a pair of birds sitting together in the morning sun, looks to any honest observer very much like tenderness. The pair bond is not always permanent, and the biology of avian mating systems is considerably more complex than the simple labels of monogamy and polygamy suggest. Genetic studies made possible by the development of DNA analysis have revealed that many species that appear behaviorally monogamous, a male and female sharing a territory and raising young together, are not genetically monogamous. Extra-pair copulations, in which a paired bird mates with a bird other than its partner, are common in many species. In some songbird species, up to 40% of the chicks in a nest may have been fathered by males other than the male tending the nest. The social pair bond and the genetic mating pattern can be two quite different things, and the evolutionary dynamics underlying this complexity are still being actively studied and debated. All of it, the display, the dance, the song, the offering of food, the mutual preening, the lecking, and the pair bond, and the extra pair flight, is the working out in individual birds of the grand ancient problem of reproduction, how to find the best possible mate, how to produce the healthiest possible offspring, how to ensure that the next generation carries the best available combination of genes forward into the future. Evolution working through the medium of beauty and behavior, producing displays that astonish us and bonds that move us, and a diversity of strategies that reminds us again and again that the natural world is stranger and more wonderful than any simple description of it. Tonight the displays are over. The dances are finished. The songs are quiet. The pairs are roosted side by side in the dark, feathers barely touching, warm and still and together. And you are warm and still too, held by the night, by the dark, by the quiet that is the other side of all that vivid daytime color and sound. Let yourself rest in the stillness. Let the warmth hold you close. Let your breathing grow softer now, slower. There is no hurry here. The night is long and generous, and sleep is patient. It will come when you are ready, and you are growing readier with every quiet breath. Let the words arrive softly, like something heard from the edge of a dream, present, gentle, and carrying you gently forward. In this section, we are going to think about beginnings, about the very start of a bird's independent life. That extraordinary transition from the warm, enclosed, perfectly provisioned world inside the egg to the open air, and the demands of a living that must be learned, and quickly, from the very first moment. We ended our last section at the moment of pipping, that first tiny crack in the shell, the first contact between a developing chick and the air of the world outside. Let us begin there and follow the chick forward through the first extraordinary weeks of its life. The process of hatching is exhausting. The chick has been growing inside the egg for days or weeks, depending on the species, and the final effort of breaking out of the shell requires a sustained muscular effort that may take many hours. The chick rotates slowly inside the egg. Using its egg tooth to chip a series of small holes in a circle around the larger end of the shell, gradually weakening the cap until it can push free. Throughout this process, the chick is calling soft, persistent peeping notes that the parent can hear from outside, and that tell them the hatching is underway. In many species, the embryo has been calling from inside the egg for a day or more before pipping begins, and the parent calls back, beginning the process of vocal recognition and attachment even before the chick has entered the world. When the chick finally emerges, it enters a world organized entirely around two fundamental categories. Either it has arrived as a precocial chick or as an altricial chick, and these two categories represent the two great poles of a spectrum of developmental strategy that covers almost every possible point between them. A precocial chick, the duckling, the gosling, the sandpiper chick, the young killdeer, hatches in a state of considerable development. Its eyes are open. It is covered in dense, warm down within hours of hatching, often within minutes. It is on its feet and moving. It can follow its mother. It can peck at food. It can begin almost immediately to participate in its own survival. The megapodes, a group of birds that incubate their eggs in those large compost mounds, like the malleefowl we met in the nesting section, produce the most extreme precocial chicks of all. The super precocial, a megapode chick, hatches buried deep inside the warm mound and must dig its way out through a meter or more of compacted material. A journey that may take 2 days of sustained effort. When it finally emerges at the surface, exhausted, it shakes itself off, and within a few hours is completely independent, flying short distances, foraging for itself, with no parental care of any kind. It has never seen its parents. It has never been fed. It enters the world already knowing, by instinct alone, everything it needs to survive. An altricial chick occupies the other extreme. A newly hatched songbird, a robin, a warbler, a sparrow, is a creature of astonishing vulnerability. It is essentially naked, with only a sparse scattering of down on its head and back. Its eyes are sealed closed. It cannot stand, cannot walk, cannot regulate its own body temperature. If removed from the nest and the warmth of its parent's body, it would cool and die within minutes. Its entire existence in those first days is organized around two activities: begging for food and being warm. The gaping mouth, that wide open, bright colored, almost comically oversized demand, is the altricial chick's one effective behavior. It points upward, it opens wide, and it calls. And the parent responds. The parent must respond. The chick cannot do anything else. The color of the gape, the lining of the open mouth, is often strikingly vivid in altricial chicks: bright yellow, orange, red, or even spotted with white in some species. These colors are signal systems, evolved to trigger the feeding response in parents. Research has shown that parents preferentially feed the chick that opens its mouth most widely and most brightly, the chick that appears most hungry, most in need. This creates a dynamic of honest signaling within the nest. The chick that genuinely needs food most urgently can signal this through the intensity of its gape, and the parent allocates food accordingly. When a parent arrives at the nest with food, the entire clutch erupts into begging simultaneously, and the parent selects the most vigorous beggar, usually the hungriest, and therefore genuinely the most deserving. The rate at which parents must provision an altricial nest is extraordinary. A pair of great tits raising a large brood in a deciduous woodland may make up to 900 visits to the nest in a single day, each visit delivering a caterpillar or other invertebrate prey item, each trip requiring the parent to search for, catch, and carry food in a continuous cycle from dawn to dusk. 900 trips for a single day, maintained for approximately 2 weeks until the nestlings are ready to leave. The total number of prey items delivered to a nest of great tit chicks over the full nestling period has been estimated at tens of thousands of individual caterpillars. The timing of great tit breeding is closely synchronized with the peak emergence of oak caterpillars in spring. A synchronization so precise that studies have shown great tit breeding dates shifting earlier over decades in response to the earlier emergence of caterpillars caused by warming springs. The birds are tracking the food supply, and the food supply is moving. The nestling period, the time between hatching and leaving the nest, varies enormously across species and follows a general pattern. The more vulnerable the nest, the shorter the period. Open cup nests in bushes and hedgerows are accessible to a wide variety of predators: cats, squirrels, corvids, snakes, and the chicks in them are at significant risk every day they remain. Natural selection has pushed these species toward rapid development. Many small songbird chicks fledge, leave the nest at only 8 to 14 days old. Even though at that age they are still largely unable to fly, they tumble from the nest and scatter through the surrounding vegetation, hiding in low cover while their parents continue to feed them, moving around too unpredictably for most predators to locate them. The nest itself, which had concentrated all the chicks in one detectable, vulnerable location, is abandoned as soon as the chicks can survive outside it. Cavity nesters, woodpeckers, owls, many parrot species have a more protected nest and can afford a longer nestling period. Their chicks develop more slowly, stay in the nest longer, and fledge in a more advanced state of development. A great spotted woodpecker chick, tucked inside a hole in a tree, is relatively safe from most predators and can develop at a more leisurely pace, fledging at approximately 3 weeks old in a considerably more capable state than a sparrow fledgling of the same age. The moment of fledging, of leaving the nest for the first time, is one of the most perilous in a bird's life. For altricial species, the first flight is not a confident, controlled departure, but often a desperate, fluttering tumble into the unknown. The wings are not yet fully grown. The flight muscles have not been exercised. The chick has never been more than a few centimeters from where it was born, and yet it must launch itself into the air and somehow arrive, alive, somewhere other than where it started. Many don't make it on the first attempt, ending up on the ground, where they are immediately at risk from ground predators. The days immediately following fledging are the most dangerous of a young bird's entire life. Mortality rates in the first week after leaving the nest can be extremely high, sometimes approaching 50% or more in species that have been closely studied. The parents do not abandon the fledglings at this point. For most species, the post-fledging care period, the time between leaving the nest and becoming fully independent, lasts from 1 to several weeks, during which the parents continue to find and deliver food while the young bird practices flying, learns to search for food on its own, and gradually develops the skills and knowledge it will need to survive. This is a period of rapid learning. The young bird must learn to identify and capture prey, to recognize predators and respond appropriately, to navigate its local environment, and, in species that learn their song, to listen to adult singers and begin developing its own vocal template. An enormous amount of what a bird will know for the rest of its life is learned in these first weeks of independence. The hormones that drive parental behavior are fascinating in their own right. The hormone prolactin, which in mammals drives milk production, plays a central role in avian parental care as well, rising in both male and female parents during the incubation and chick-rearing periods, and correlating with the intensity of feeding and brooding behavior. When prolactin levels are experimentally reduced in breeding birds, parental care decreases. When prolactin levels are raised, parental behavior is enhanced. The same ancient hormone that drives a mammal to nurse its young drives a bird to sit patiently on its eggs and carry food to its chicks. A remarkable example of evolutionary conservation. The same biochemical signal repurposed and redeployed across hundreds of millions of years of vertebrate evolution. Approximately 90% of bird species practice some form of biparental care, both parents contributing to the raising of the young. This is one of the most distinctive features avian reproduction compared to most other vertebrate groups, where female-only care is far more common. The demands of raising altricial chicks, the need for continuous warmth, continuous food delivery, continuous predator vigilance, are often simply too great for a single parent to meet alone. Two parents working together can provision a nest at twice the rate of one, and the chicks of biparental species grow faster, fledge heavier, and survive better than the chicks of uniparental species raising comparable broods. The pair bond is not only a romantic arrangement, it is a functional partnership, a division of labor with direct consequences for the survival of the next generation. Cooperative breeding, in which individuals other than the two parents contribute to the raising of chicks, is found in approximately 9% of bird species, and it is one of the most actively studied phenomena in behavioral ecology in species like the Florida scrub jay. Young birds from previous years remain with their parents and help feed and protect the new brood, delaying their own reproduction to assist in raising their siblings. Why would a bird give up its own breeding opportunity to help someone else's chicks survive? The evolutionary answer involves the concept of inclusive fitness. The helper shares genes with the chicks it is helping to raise, and by increasing the survival of those chicks, it is indirectly passing on copies of its own genes. Helping is costly to the helper, but not as costly as it first appears when you account for the genetic relationship between helper and beneficiary. And then there are the brood parasites, the birds that have evolved to avoid parental care entirely by laying their eggs in the nests of other species. The common cuckoo of Europe is the most famous example. The female cuckoo lays a single egg in the nest of a host species, a reed warbler, a dunnock, a meadow pipit, and leaves it for the host to incubate and raise. The cuckoo egg hatches early, and the cuckoo chick, within hours of hatching, heaves any other eggs or chicks in the nest over the rim, securing for itself the full attention and food supply of its foster parents. The host birds, apparently unable to to recognize the enormous, gaping, demanding stranger in their nest. Continue to feed it as if it were their own, stuffing caterpillars into a mouth larger than either of them, working ceaselessly to satisfy a hunger that seems bottomless. The cuckoo chick may grow to 5 or 6 times the size of its foster parents before it finally fledges, still being fed by 2 tiny birds that are dwarfed by the creature they have raised. It is one of the stranger and more thought-provoking arrangements in the natural world. A life built on deception, enabled by the strength of the parental instinct in the deceived. Tonight, in nests across the world, chicks are sleeping the deep, untroubled sleep of the very young. Nestled together in the warmth, their small bodies pressed close, their breathing slow and light. They do not yet know what the world holds. They only know the warmth and the food that appears with such reliable regularity, and the soft sounds of the parent settling back above them in the dark. There is something in that image, small, warm, cared for, completely safe, that belongs to a very deep part of memory, the memory of being held, the memory of needing nothing and having everything needed. That feeling is still available to you now, in the warmth of the room, in the quiet of the night, in the soft surface beneath you and the gentle dark around you. You are held, you are warm. There is nothing to do but rest. Let the room be still around you now. Feel the quiet of it, that particular quality of quiet that belongs to the late night, when the world outside has settled into its own rest, and the sounds of activity have faded away. You are not alone in this quiet. Somewhere out there, in the dark trees and the hedgerows and the reed beds and the cliff faces, birds are resting in their own version of this stillness, gathered together, often in the company of others of their kind. The warmth and the alertness of the group, offering a safety that no single bird can provide alone. Tonight, we are going to think about the social lives of birds, about what it means to be a bird living among other birds, in a flock, in a colony, in a territory, in a long-term bond with a single partner, about the strategies and the structures that birds have developed over millions of years, for navigating the complex world of relationships with others of their own kind. The social life of a bird is not a simple thing. It is not merely instinctive behavior, running on automatic, producing the same response in every individual, in every situation. It is a dynamic, flexible, often individually variable engagement with a social world that is in constant flux, full of competition and cooperation, of information exchange and social learning, of relationships that persist across seasons and years, and that shape the reproductive success of every individual embedded within them. Let us begin with one of the most visually spectacular expressions of avian social life, the murmuration. In the late autumn and winter evenings of Europe and parts of North America, starlings gather in enormous flocks, sometimes numbering in the hundreds of thousands or even millions of individuals, and perform one of the most breathtaking aerial displays in the natural world. The flock moves as a single flowing entity, contracting and expanding, turning in tight spirals, stretching into long ribbons, and then folding back into dense clouds, changing direction with a speed and fluidity that seems impossible for an object of such size. The shape of the murmuration shifts continuously, never repeating, each moment unique, a vast, living sculpture of birds in the fading light. How do they do it? How does a flock of 1,000,000 birds turn as one, with no leader, with no signal that we can detect? The answer, worked out by scientists using high-speed cameras and computational models, is that each bird tracks and responds to the movements of its 6 or 7 nearest neighbors, adjusting its own speed and direction to match theirs. No bird is following the whole flock. Each bird is following the birds immediately around it, and the local interactions propagate through the group as a wave of coordinated motion, traveling from one end of the flock to the other in a fraction of a second. The result is a system that behaves with extraordinary coherence despite having no central control. A form of collective intelligence that emerges from simple local rules, applied simultaneously by hundreds of thousands of individuals. The shape of the murmuration is not planned. It arises. The adaptive value of flocking is multiple and well studied. The confusion effect is one of the most important. A predator attacking a dense flock of birds finds it difficult to single out and pursue one individual target because the constant movement of hundreds of birds in close proximity creates a perceptual overload that disrupts the predator's ability to focus. Experiments have shown that birds in larger flocks have lower individual predation risk. The dilution effect, simply because the probability that any particular individual is the one that gets caught decreases as the flock size increases, and the many eyes effect, which we touched on in the foraging section, means that each bird in a flock can spend more time looking for food and less time scanning for predators, without any reduction in the collective vigilance of the group. Mixed species flocks that contain individuals of several different species moving and foraging together, are particularly common in tropical forests and in woodland habitats outside the breeding season. These associations are not random. Certain species consistently act as flock leaders or nuclear species, usually bolder, more active, more predator-aware species that other birds follow and take cues from. Chickadees and titmice play this role in temperate woodland flocks. Certain antbirds play it in tropical rainforest flocks. The follower species benefit from the nuclear species' vigilance and exploratory behavior. The nuclear species benefit from the additional eyes of the followers. It is a loose and flexible cooperation, assembled and dissolved each day, but persistent enough across individuals and seasons to constitute a real social structure. Territory is the other great organizer of avian social life. A territory, in the biological sense, is any area that an individual or a pair actively defends against others of the same species. An exclusive resource protected by advertisement and aggression. For most territorial birds, the defended area contains the resources needed for breeding. A good nest site, sufficient food for raising chicks, perhaps a singing post with good acoustic properties for projecting the territorial song as far as possible. The owner of a territory advertises its ownership through song. That persistent, repeated, complex vocalization that fills the spring mornings is not merely beautiful. It is a property sign. It is a warning. It is a bird saying, in the most beautiful possible way, that this space is taken, and that the bird who holds it is strong enough, healthy enough, persistent enough to hold it. Territory establishment and defense costs energy. A singing male must sing for hours each day, and singing is not cheap. It requires muscular effort, sustained breath support, and time that could be spent foraging, but the cost is worth paying. Because a territory that contains good resources translates directly into better chick survival and higher reproductive success. Males with high-quality territories breed more successfully than males with poor territories or no territory at all. Territory quality is one of the primary determinants of reproductive success in territorial species, and competition for good territories can be intense, persistent, and sometimes physically violent. In some species, territories are not held by individual pairs, but by larger social groups, and the defense of the territory is a communal effort. Laughing kookaburras in Australia live in family groups of up to 12 individuals, all of them cooperating to defend a territory that supports the breeding pair. At the center of the group, the famous cackling dawn chorus of the kookaburra, that loud, rollicking laugh that is one of the most recognizable sounds of the Australian bush, is a territorial proclamation produced by the whole group together, announcing their presence and their ownership of the land to neighboring groups. The group that can produce the loudest, most sustained chorus demonstrates, in an honest and audible way, that it is large and well coordinated and not easily challenged. The social networks of birds, the patterns of who associates with whom, who roosts near whom, who forages alongside whom, are increasingly being studied with the same network analysis tools that sociologists use to study human social structures. These studies have revealed that bird social networks are not random. Birds have preferences. They associate more with some individuals than with others, and these preferences are consistent over time. Great tits in Witham Woods in England, studied over many decades by researchers at Oxford University, show stable individual differences in social behavior. Some birds are consistently more sociable, forming many weak associations across a wide social network, while others are more selective, forming fewer but stronger associations with a smaller number of individuals. These individual differences in social personality correlate with other behavioral traits and with reproductive outcomes. The social network is not just a description of who knows whom, but a predictor of who will breed successfully, who will survive the winter, who will spread diseases and information through the population. The concept of individual recognition, the ability to identify specific other individuals and respond to them differently based on past experience, is fundamental to complex avian social life. A bird that can recognize its neighbor from a stranger can calibrate its response appropriately. Familiar neighbors who have settled into adjacent territories are known quantities, their behavior predictable. The established boundaries between territories, respected through a process of mutual accommodation. A strange bird, a newcomer, an intruder from elsewhere, is an unknown quantity that requires a stronger response, more energy-intensive territorial defense, a higher level of alert. Many studies have demonstrated the dear enemy effect in birds. Territorial birds respond more aggressively to recordings of unfamiliar songs than to recordings of familiar neighboring songs. Even at the same playback volume and frequency, the neighbor is known and tolerated. The stranger is not. Colonial nesting, breeding in dense aggregations of many pairs, is found in a wide variety of bird families: seabirds, herons, ibises, swallows, flamingos, bee eaters, many others. The advantages of colonial life are related to predator defense. Many pairs together can mob and harass predators far more effectively than single pairs, and the sheer density of eyes watching in a colony makes it difficult for a predator to approach undetected. Information about good foraging areas spreads rapidly through colonies. A bird returning to the colony well fed and in good condition is followed by hungry colony members the next morning. Exploiting the information about food location that the successful forager inadvertently reveals by its condition and direction of departure. The disadvantages of colonial life are equally real. Dense aggregations of birds attract predators. Disease spreads rapidly in close quarters. Competition for the best nest sites within the colony is intense. Neighbors steal nesting material. Unmated males attempt to mate with the females of adjacent pairs. A colony is a social world of extraordinary complexity and constant negotiation, and the birds that succeed in it are those with the social intelligence to manage the competition and cooperation simultaneously. Friendships, relationships between specific individuals that are maintained across time, and that involve preferential association and mutual benefit, have been documented in several corvid species and in some parrots, and the evidence suggests that these are genuine social bonds rather than merely repeated accidental proximity. Ravens form coalitions, alliances between specific individuals that cooperate in competition against other groups, and that are maintained through consistent mutual support over extended periods. Jackdaws form long-term pair bonds that extend well outside the breeding season. The paired birds staying close together throughout the year and supporting each other in social conflicts. Rooks, those gregarious, highly social corvids of European farmland, live in large colonies, but within those colonies form smaller subgroups of closely associated individuals, spending more time with specific flock mates than others, responding more strongly to the calls of familiar associates than to those of less familiar colony members, the evidence accumulating from decades of research on avian social behavior is that the social lives of birds are, in their complexity, their flexibility, their individual variation, and their consequences for survival and reproduction, far richer than was previously appreciated. Birds are not simply following fixed behavioral programs. They are navigating dynamic social worlds, making decisions shaped by individual personality and past experience, forming and maintaining relationships that matter to their survival, and doing all of this within a framework of social intelligence that has been shaped, like everything else about them, by millions of years of evolutionary refinement. Tonight, in roosts across the world, birds are sleeping in the company of others, pressed together on branches, tucked side by side in reed beds, gathered in tight communal groups in the shelter of trees, sharing warmth and vigilance through the dark hours. The social life does not entirely stop at night. Even in sleep, the flock maintains its coherence, each bird aware at some level of the bodies around it. You too are part of a world full of others, all of them somewhere right now, resting, breathing, finding their own way through the quiet dark. You are not alone in the night. The whole world is resting alongside you. Let that thought be a comfort as you drift a little deeper into sleep. Let the breath come very slowly now, in and out. There is no effort required. The body knows this rhythm so well. It has been doing it since before you were born, before you could think or speak or understand a single word, just breathing, just being alive in the soft dark. That is enough. That is everything. In this section, we are going to think about the wider world, about the way birds fit into the living fabric of the planet, not just as creatures going about their own lives, but as active, irreplaceable participants in processes that keep the whole system of life running. Processes that were old when the first human being walked the earth, and that will continue, we hope, long after all of us are gone. Birds, it turns out, are not merely inhabitants of their ecosystems. They are, in a very real and measurable sense, engineers of them. The word ecosystem services is the term scientists use for the benefits that natural processes and organisms provide to the world, including to human beings. And birds provide them in extraordinary variety and abundance. When you eat a fruit, when you walk through a forest, when a farmer harvests a crop free of the insect pests that would have devastated it, you are, in ways that may not be immediately obvious, benefiting from the work that birds do in the world. Let us begin with seed dispersal, because it is one of the most fundamental and far-reaching services that birds provide. When a bird eats a fruit, it swallows the seeds contained within it. Those seeds travel through the bird's digestive system and are deposited in the bird's droppings at whatever location the bird happens to be when it defecates, which may be far from where the fruit was consumed. A bird that has eaten berries from a bush on one side of a valley and flown to a forest on the other side, before defecating, has planted seeds in a location they could never have reached by any other means. The seed has been transported unharmed. The digestive systems of most fruit-eating birds are not strong enough to damage most seeds, and in fact, the passage through the gut often improves germination rates by scarifying the seed coat. The scale of this service across an ecosystem is enormous. In New Zealand, 70% of all the plant species in native forests have seeds dispersed by birds, particularly the tui and the cararoo, a large native pigeon in tropical rainforests around the world. Birds are responsible for dispersing the seeds of a large majority of tree species. Forests that would not exist in their current form without the seed-carrying journeys of the birds that live within them. When forests are fragmented and bird populations decline, seed dispersal is disrupted and forest regeneration slows or fails. A cascade of consequences flowing from the loss of the birds that were doing the planting. The forest depends on the birds. The birds depend on the forest. The relationship is old and mutual and fragile. Some of the most important seed dispersers are the large fruit-eating birds toucans, hornbills, large pigeons, cassowaries, because they are the only birds with gapes wide enough to swallow the large fruits produced by certain tree species. These trees have co-evolved with large birds over millions of years, and their fruits are sized and shaped specifically for dispersal by birds of a certain body size. When the large birds disappear from a forest, as they often do first, because of hunting or habitat fragmentation, those tree species lose their dispersers and begin to decline. Even if the forest itself appears otherwise intact, the loss of large fruit-eating birds can trigger a slow-motion collapse of forest composition that may take decades to become fully apparent. Pollination is another service of enormous ecological significance. Approximately 5% of all flowering plant species are pollinated primarily by birds, a figure that translates to thousands of species of plants that depend on avian pollinators for their reproduction. Hummingbirds in the Americas, sunbirds in Africa and Asia, honeyeaters in Australia, lorikeets across the Pacific. These nectar-feeding birds are the pollinators of a vast array of plant species, carrying pollen from flower to flower as they feed. The relationship is, as we noted in the section on courtship, a co-evolutionary one. The flowers have evolved colors, shapes, and nectar compositions suited to attracting and rewarding their avian pollinators. And the birds have evolved bills, tongues, and hovering capabilities suited to accessing those flowers on the Hawaiian Islands before the arrival of human beings. The native loblioid plants, a diverse group of flowering plants found only in Hawaii, were pollinated almost exclusively by the native honey creepers, those radiantly colored birds whose diversity of bill shapes we discussed in our section on beaks. As honey creeper populations have declined dramatically over the last 2 centuries, affected by introduced diseases, predators, and habitat loss, the pollination of the loblioid plants has been severely disrupted. Some plant species are now setting far less seed than they did historically, and their populations are shrinking. The honey creepers and the loblioids are going down together, linked by a pollination relationship so tight and so long established that neither can fully replace the other. Pest control, the suppression of insect and rodent populations by birds, is a service of direct and enormous economic significance. Insectivorous birds, the warblers, flycatchers, swallows, swifts, nightjars, and the hundreds of other species that make a living eating insects, consume vast quantities of invertebrate prey every day. The numbers are difficult to comprehend in the abstract, so let us try a specific example. A colony of tree swallows raising a typical brood will consume approximately 150,000 insects during the nestling period alone. And that is one pair. Scale up across all the insectivorous birds in a temperate forest, across an entire summer season, and the total quantity of insects consumed runs into the billions, perhaps the trillions. This predation pressure keeps insect populations at levels that would otherwise be far higher, preventing the kind of explosive outbreaks that can strip trees of their foliage and devastate agricultural crops. Studies have quantified this service directly. Research on coffee plantations in Central America found that insectivorous birds reduced the abundance of the coffee berry borer, a beetle that is the most serious insect pest of coffee, by up to 50% compared to areas where birds had been excluded. Research on apple orchards in California found that birds consumed significant quantities of codling moth larvae, one of the major pests of apple production. Research on rice fields found that barn owls controlling rodent populations reduced crop losses by 30% in some areas. These are not abstract ecological services. They are measurable contributions to human food production, delivered free of charge by wild birds going about their lives, scavenging the removal of dead animals from the environment, is a service performed with particular efficiency by vultures and certain other carrion-eating species, and it is one that is easy to overlook until it is lost. Vultures have digestive systems capable of destroying anthrax botulinum toxin and other pathogens that survive in decaying carcasses. Their highly acidic stomachs function as biological sterilizers, neutralizing diseases that would otherwise spread through an ecosystem via the carcass in India and Pakistan. The collapse of vulture populations in the 1990s, caused by the veterinary drug diclofenac, which is fatal to vultures, but was widely used to treat livestock, and thus entered the food chain through carcasses, led to an explosion of feral dog populations, which took over the scavenging role that vultures had performed. Feral dog populations surged, and with them came a dramatic increase in human cases of rabies transmitted by dog bites. The connection between the disappearance of vultures and the increase in human disease deaths was not immediately obvious, but it was real, and it illustrates with terrible clarity what can happen when a single ecological service is disrupted. The nutrient cycling that birds perform, transporting nutrients between different parts of an ecosystem, depositing them in their droppings at locations far from where they were consumed, is a service that shapes soil chemistry and plant growth in ways that are only beginning to be fully quantified. Seabirds that feed at sea and nest on land are particularly significant nutrient transporters, carrying marine nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus from the ocean, and depositing them through their guano on island soils and coastal environments, enriching those habitats and supporting plant communities that would be far less productive without this marine subsidy. The tiny, remote islands that host large seabird colonies often have dramatically more fertile soils and more productive surrounding marine environments than comparable islands without seabirds. A difference driven by the chemistry of bird droppings accumulated over centuries and millennia. Woodpeckers are, in the most literal sense, ecosystem engineers. By excavating nest cavities in dead and dying trees, woodpeckers create sheltered spaces that are subsequently used for nesting by many other species that cannot excavate their own holes. Owls, kestrels, various small ducks, flying squirrels, small mammals, and dozens dozens of species of cavity-nesting songbirds in forests where woodpeckers have declined or disappeared. Cavity-nesting species decline too, because the supply of suitable nest sites dries up. The woodpecker's excavation work is a gift to the entire woodland community, a piece of infrastructure created and abandoned that serves the needs of a whole suite of dependent species. Birds are indicators of ecosystem health. Canaries in the coal mine, in the most literal sense of that metaphor. The practice of keeping a caged canary in coal mines to detect the presence of toxic gases by the canary's collapse before concentrations became dangerous to miners is the origin of that phrase. More broadly, bird populations respond quickly and sensitively to changes in the health and quality of their habitats, making them some of the most reliable indicators of ecological condition available to conservation scientists when insect populations decline, as they have across large parts of Europe and North America over the last half-century. Insectivorous bird populations decline with them because the food supply that supports them has diminished when wetlands are drained. Waterbird populations fall. When grasslands are converted to intensive agriculture, farmland bird populations collapse. The birds are measuring the health of the world we share, and their numbers, declining in so many places, are telling us something important. But birds also bring joy. They bring the kind of joy that does not need justifying or explaining. The immediate, instinctive pleasure of a bright flash of color in a hedgerow, the lift of a song heard through an open window, the sight of geese flying in their long V formation across an autumn sky. This joy is itself an ecosystem service in the broadest sense. It connects us to the natural world. It slows us down. It turns our attention outward from the narrow concerns of our own lives toward something larger and older and more beautiful than any of them. The world needs birds. We need birds. And they are here, still here, millions of species worth of them, doing their ancient, patient, essential work in the forests and the fields and the oceans and the skies, Let the thought of them settle around you now, like the quiet of a good evening. The world is full of useful, beautiful things, most of them working quietly in the dark or the dawn, unobserved and uncelebrated, keeping everything running. You are part of that world too, resting now quietly in the dark, part of everything. Let your body be heavy now. Let it sink very gently into whatever is beneath you, bed or sofa or chair. The particular softness of wherever you have chosen to rest tonight. Feel the support of it. Feel how completely it holds you. You do not have to hold yourself up. You never have to hold yourself up when you are lying down. The world does that for you, quietly and absolutely, all through the night. In this section, we are going to travel far from here. We are going to go out to sea, not with any rush or urgency, slowly, the way a dream takes you somewhere, almost without your noticing. We are going to drift out over the water, past the coast, past the last sight of land, out to where the ocean stretches in every direction to the horizon and beyond, where the sky meets the water in a long, clean line, and the waves rise and fall in the deep, slow rhythm of something immeasurably old out there in that apparently empty immensity. Birds are living their lives. Seabirds are among the most remarkable animals on earth. They are birds that have made the ocean their home, not in the way that a gull makes a harbor its home, staying close to the coast and the easy pickings of human fishing activity, but in the truest, most committed sense, they are birds that spend the majority of their lives over or on the open ocean, sometimes going years without touching land, gathering on land only for the brief and intense period of breeding before returning to the sea that is their real element. They are birds shaped in every detail by the demands of a life lived at the boundary between air and water, between the two most abundant substances on the surface of this planet. There are approximately 365 recognized seabird species, grouped into roughly 17 major families. They range from the enormous wandering albatross, with a wingspan of up to 3.5 meters, the largest wingspan of any living bird, to the tiny Wilson's storm petrel, a small, dark bird barely larger than a sparrow that nonetheless crosses entire oceans and is believed to be among the most numerous birds on the planet. They include the penguins, which have abandoned flight in favor of underwater agility, and the frigate birds, which have abandoned the ability to land on water. Their feathers are not waterproof, in favor of an aerial mastery so complete that they can spend weeks on the wing without landing anywhere. Let us begin with the albatrosses, because they are the quintessential seabird, the bird most completely committed to a life of open ocean wandering, the bird that has most thoroughly solved the problem of living in one of the most demanding environments on Earth. The wandering albatross is built for the Southern Ocean, that vast, cold, perpetually windy ring of water that circles Antarctica without interruption, driven by westerly winds of great and consistent force. Those winds are the albatross's engine. Its wings, long and narrow, are shaped for dynamic soaring, a flight technique that exploits the wind gradient over the ocean surface to extract energy from the moving air with minimal muscular effort. Close to the water surface, the wind is slowed by friction. Higher up, the wind is faster. The albatross soars upward into the faster wind, gaining speed and altitude, then turns and glides down toward the surface, converting that altitude and speed back into forward motion. At the bottom of the glide, it turns again into the wind and rises once more. This cycle up into the fast wind, down across the slow, can be repeated indefinitely, allowing the albatross to cover enormous distances over the ocean surface with almost no wing beat. The tendons of an albatross's shoulder are arranged so that the wing is locked in the extended position with almost no muscular effort required. A passive locking mechanism that holds the wing open without the pectoral muscles having to do any work. An albatross in dynamic soaring flight may burn less energy than a resting mammal of the same weight. It is not flying so much as sailing, riding the wind the way a yacht rides the wind, extracting its energy from the moving air rather than generating its own. Satellite tracking has shown individual wandering albatrosses covering more than 10,000 kilometers in a single foraging trip, circling the entire Southern Ocean in as little as 2 weeks, covering distances that span an ocean in search of the squid and fish that are their food. The wandering albatross's commitment to the sea is so complete that immature birds, those that have not yet begun to breed, may spend 5 or 6 consecutive years entirely at sea, never landing on any surface, sleeping on the water, or perhaps in brief snatches of in-flight rest, drifting across the world's great oceans in long, continuous loops, 5 or 6 years, at sea, without once touching land. And then, when the time for breeding arrives, they return unerringly, using that magnetic map and star compass we discussed in our navigation section, to the island where they were born, to begin the slow process of courtship and pair formation that will eventually lead to their first breeding attempt. At around 10 years of age, the petrels and shearwaters, the other great family of truly oceanic seabirds, share with the albatrosses the tube-nosed nostrils that give the whole group its scientific name, Procellariiformes, from the Latin for storm. These tube-shaped nostrils serve several purposes. They enhance the bird's already well-developed sense of smell, allowing it to detect the chemical traces of food patches, fish schools, upwelling zones rich in plankton from many kilometers away, following the scent plume upwind to its source, the way a dog follows a trail. They also excrete salt. The saline solution that accumulates in the body of a bird drinking seawater is concentrated and expelled through the nasal tubes, dripping from the bill tip as the bird flies, maintaining the bird's internal salt balance in an environment where fresh water is essentially unavailable. The Manx shearwater, a black and white petrel of the North Atlantic, is one of the most thoroughly studied long-distance seabirds, and its navigational abilities have been demonstrated in dramatic fashion. In the 1950s, researchers took individual Manx shearwaters from their nesting burrows on the Welsh island of Stockholm and transported them to various distant locations. One was flown to Boston in the United States, a distance of more than 5,000 kilometers across the Atlantic, and released them. The bird from Boston returned to its nesting burrow on Stockholm in 12 and a half days, arriving faster than the letter confirming its release reached the researchers at home from a location it had never visited across an ocean to a small island off the coast of Wales. Home. The storm petrels are the smallest of the truly oceanic birds, tiny, dark, swallow-like creatures that dance across the water surface on their long legs, pattering their feet against the waves as they hover and pick small prey items from the surface. Their scientific name, hydrobates, means water walker, and the sight of them moving across a wave-tossed ocean surface in a stiff wind, dancing, fluttering, dropping, and rising, is one of the most enchanting in all of bird watching. Some species come to land only at night to avoid predators, nesting in burrows and returning to their mates under cover of darkness, navigating by scent alone to their own particular burrow among thousands in a dark colony on a remote island. The penguins represent one of the most dramatic evolutionary transformations in the bird world. The complete abandonment of flight in favor of underwater swimming. The penguin lineage diverged from other seabirds approximately 60 million years ago, and over that time their wings have been reshaped into flippers. Short, flat, dense, immensely strong, covered in tiny scale-like feathers rather than the long flight feathers of their relatives. They cannot fly through the air, but through the water they fly, using the same fundamental wing stroke motion as any flying bird, but in a medium 800 times denser than air, propelling themselves at speeds of up to 36 kilometers per hour, changing direction with agility and precision in pursuit of fish and krill and squid. The emperor penguin, the largest of all penguins, standing nearly 1.5 meters tall and weighing up to 45 kilograms, breeds on the sea ice of Antarctica during the southern winter. The most brutal conditions that any bird on Earth regularly faces. The female lays a single egg and then departs for the open ocean to feed, leaving the male to balance the egg on his feet, tucked beneath a fold of warm belly skin. Through months of polar winter darkness and blizzards, in which the wind chill temperature can fall to minus 60 degrees Celsius or below, the male does not eat during this period. He loses up to a third of his body weight, surviving on his fat reserves while keeping the egg warm. The males huddle together in the blizzard, hundreds or thousands of them, packed closely together, slowly rotating so that each bird takes a turn on the cold outer edge of the huddle before moving back into the warmer center. The huddle is a collective heat generating and heat conserving system, a living furnace maintained by cooperation, with no individual consistently bearing the most exposed position. When the egg hatches, after approximately 65 days of incubation on the male's feet, the chick emerges into the perpetual darkness of the Antarctic winter, warmed by the male's body, fed on a small amount of crop secretion that the male produces, until the female returns from the sea. The timing of the female's return is critical. If she is late, the chick may not survive. But if everything goes to plan, she returns just as the chick hatches, fat from weeks of feeding at sea, ready to take over the chick rearing, while the emaciated male makes his long walk across the sea ice to the open water where he can finally eat. The gannets deserve a moment of attention because their fishing technique is one of the most spectacular in the seabird world. Gannets are large, white, black-winged seabirds of the North Atlantic and related oceans, and they hunt by plunge diving, folding their wings and dropping from heights of up to 40 meters above the sea surface in a near vertical dive, entering the water at speeds of up to 100 kilometers per hour. To survive this impact, their skull is specially reinforced. Their eyes are positioned forward for binocular targeting of the fish below, and air sacs beneath the skin of the face and chest function as a natural crash helmet, absorbing the shock of the impact They plunge through the surface and chase the fish underwater before resurfacing. A feeding frenzy of gannets, dozens of birds dropping out of the sky, hitting the water in white explosions of spray, diving, surfacing, launching themselves back into the air, is one of the most vivid and energetic spectacles in all of the natural world. The frigate birds of tropical oceans have found yet another solution to the challenge of finding food at sea. With the largest wingspan to body weight ratio of any bird, their bodies are almost absurdly small relative to their enormous wings. Frigate birds are masters of the air, capable of staying aloft for weeks without landing. They cannot land on water. Their feathers are not waterproof, and they would quickly become waterlogged and unable to fly. Instead, they steal. They are the kleptoparasites we mentioned in our foraging section. Pursuing boobies, gulls, terns, and other seabirds returning from fishing trips, harassing them in flight with acrobatic chases and aerial agility, until the pursued bird drops or regurgitates its catch, which the frigate bird then intercepts before it hits the water. They will also snatch fish from the sea surface in a brief, controlled swoop, their long hooked bill snatching prey without the rest of the bird entering the water. They live at the edge, neither truly aerial nor truly aquatic, committed to neither element, but supremely capable of exploiting both. Out there right now, in the dark of the ocean night, seabirds are resting on the water or flying in the dark, far from any coast, far from any human being, surrounded by nothing but water and sky. The wandering albatross is somewhere over the Southern Ocean, banking and soaring in the long swells, its white form barely visible against the dark water. The storm petrels are dancing across the surface of the Atlantic. The emperor penguins are huddled on the Antarctic ice, their chicks warm against their feet, their breath rising in small clouds of vapor into the coldest air on Earth. They are comfortable. They are where they belong, each one perfectly shaped for its particular corner of the immense, dark, beautiful world. And you are where you belong too. In the warm, in the still, in the quiet, your breathing slow, your body at rest. The night settled softly around you like the ocean settling after a storm. Let the waves carry you now, very slowly, into sleep. The dark is all around you now. Feel it, that soft, total dark of a room at night, or the gentle dimness of wherever you are resting. The dark is not empty. It is full of quiet things, full of the slow breathing of the world, full of the small sounds that belong only to the night. The creak of a settling house, the distant murmur of wind in leaves, the occasional faraway call of something awake out there in the darkness. Because some birds are awake right now, while the songbirds and the raptors and the shorebirds and the ducks are all tucked away in their roosts, feathers puffed, eyes closed, breathing slowly in the dark. There are birds out there actively hunting, actively calling, moving through the night on silent wings, or resting on branches in absolute stillness. Invisible and alert, they are the birds of the dark, shaped by millions of years of evolution into something perfectly suited to a world that most birds cannot navigate at all. Tonight, in this section, we are going to spend some time with them, with the owls and the nightjars and the other creatures of the dark hours. And since it is the dark hours now, since you are lying in the kind of quiet that these birds inhabit, this section feels, perhaps, like the most naturally fitting one of all. Let us begin with owls, because owls are the most thoroughly nocturnal of all bird groups, the most completely adapted to darkness, and the most intensively studied in terms of the specific physiological and neurological changes that allow a bird to hunt in conditions of near or total darkness. There are approximately 250 species of owl, found on every continent except Antarctica, in habitats ranging from dense tropical rainforest to open tundra to arid desert. They belong to two families, the true owls, Strigidae, which contains most of the species, and the barn owls, Titanidae, a smaller family distinguished by their heart-shaped facial disc and their extraordinary hearing. Both families share the adaptations that define the owl lifestyle, but barn owl has pushed several of them to the most extreme expression found anywhere in the avian world. An owl's eyes are one of the first things you notice, and they deserve that attention. They are enormous, disproportionately large even by the standards of the already large-eyed birds we discussed in our section on senses. In some owl species, the eyes account for up to 5% of the total body weight. They are not spherical, as most vertebrate eyes are, but tubular, elongated cylinders packed with a density of rod cells. The light-sensitive cells responsible for low-light vision, far exceeding anything found in diurnal birds. This density of rods and the large lens and cornea that gather light into the eye give owls a light sensitivity estimated at 10 to 100 times greater than that of a human eye under the same conditions. In near total darkness, a forest at night under heavy cloud cover, with only the faintest starlight, an owl can see well enough to detect and target moving prey. But those tubular eyes, for all their power, have a significant limitation. They cannot rotate in their sockets. An owl cannot glance sideways to look in a different direction. It must turn its entire head. This constraint has driven the evolution of the owl's most recognizable physical trait, the extraordinary neck flexibility that allows most owl species to rotate their heads up to 270 degrees in either direction, 3/4 of a full circle. An owl can look almost directly behind itself without moving its body. The anatomical adaptations that make this possible, including modified blood vessel architecture that prevents the blood supply to the brain from being cut off during extreme rotation, are remarkable in their own right. Blood pooling mechanisms in the base of the skull capture blood. When neck rotation begins to compress the vertebral arteries, ensuring that the brain remains supplied even at the most extreme head angles. An owl's eyes also possess a structure called a tapetum lucidum, a reflective layer behind the retina that bounces light back through the photoreceptors a second time, effectively doubling the amount of light available vision in low light conditions. This is the same structure that causes the ishing of cats and dogs when a light is shown at them in the dark. That bright green or orange glow from the eyes in a night photograph. Owls have it too, in total or near total darkness. The tapetum lucidum gives the owl a second pass of every available photon through its rod cells, squeezing the maximum possible visual information from the dimmest possible light. And then there is the hearing. We touched on the barn, owls' extraordinary hearing in our section on bird senses. But let us return to it here, because it deserves to be appreciated in its full nocturnal context. The barn owl can locate and capture prey in conditions of absolute darkness, zero visible light, guided entirely by sound. Its asymmetrically placed ears, one slightly higher on the skull than the other, allow it to compute the three-dimensional position of a sound source with a precision of 1 to 2 degrees in both the horizontal and vertical plane. The heart-shaped facial disc, that characteristic feature that makes the barn owl's face look so different from all other birds, is not merely decorative. It is a parabolic sound-collecting dish, gathering sound from a wide area and concentrating it toward the ear openings at the disc's center, in the same way that a satellite dish concentrates electromagnetic signals from a wide area onto a small receiver. The stiff feathers of the disc can be adjusted by small muscles at its rim, changing its shape to focus on different frequencies or different directions. An actively tunable acoustic lens in a famous experiment by the researcher Roger Payne in the 1960s. A barn owl was placed in a completely darkened room with a mouse whose feet had been fitted with tiny rustling fragments of tape to create a slight sound with every step. The room was then made completely light-tight, 0 photons, and the mouse was released. The barn owl caught the mouse in the dark, not by accident, not by proximity, but by targeting the sound of its footsteps with the precision of a guided system, approaching from behind and striking at the exact location of the sound source. The experiment was repeated multiple times with the same result. barn owl hunts in total darkness. It needs no light at all. The feathers of owls have been modified in a way that is unique among birds, and that serves the specific demands of nocturnal ambush hunting, the leading edge of an owl's primary flight feathers, the edge that cuts through the air on the downstroke, is serrated rather than smooth. It is fringed with tiny comb-like projections that break up the turbulence created as the feather moves through the air, converting it from a single loud rush of sound into a multitude of tiny, quiet eddies that cancel each other out. The secondary feathers have a soft, velvety surface on their upper side that further absorbs sound. The result is a wing that makes almost no noise in flight. An owl in level flight at close range is essentially inaudible to human ears. A pigeon in the same conditions would create a clearly audible whooshing sound. The owl makes nothing. It arrives in silence, and for the mouse in the grass below, there is no warning. This silent flight serves two purposes. It prevents the prey from hearing the owl's approach, giving it no chance to take evasive action, and it preserves the owl's own hearing, a hunting tool of extraordinary precision that would be disrupted by the noise of its own wings if that noise were not suppressed. The owl is listening for its prey while it approaches. It needs to be able to hear while it flies. The silent wings make this possible. The nightjars, also called goatsuckers, from an ancient and unfounded superstition that they sucked milk from goats at night, are the other great family of nocturnal birds, found on every continent except Antarctica. They are cryptically colored to an extraordinary degree. Their plumage of mottled gray, brown, buff, and black makes them almost invisible against the bark and leaf litter on which they rest during the day. Sitting lengthwise on a branch or flat on the ground, their eyes closed to narrow slits, utterly still, utterly concealed, they are among the most difficult birds in the world to observe. Not because they are rare, but because their camouflage is so effective that they can be sitting a meter from you and be invisible. At night, the nightjars emerge to hunt. They are aerial insectivores. They catch moths, beetles, and other large insects in flight, their wide mouths fringed with bristles that help funnel prey into the gape. Their eyes are large and set to the sides, giving them wide visual coverage of the dark sky. Their flight is silent and moth-like, soft and wavering, quite unlike the stiff, purposeful flight of most birds, an impression created by their long wings and their slow, buoyant wing beat in tropical and subtropical regions. Nightjars fill the same ecological role at night that swallows and swifts fill during the day. They are the aerial insectivores of the darkness, sweeping the night air for flying insects, while the daytime hunters rest. The common nighthawk of North America, a nightjar despite its name, not a hawk, produces one of the most atmospheric sounds of a summer night in North American cities and forests, a loud, nasal peent call given repeatedly in flight, and the dramatic booming sound produced by the wings as the male dives in courtship display. A deep, resonant boom created by the rush of air through the primary feathers at the bottom of the dive. In cities, nighthawks have adapted to nest on flat gravel rooftops, a surface that mimics the open, gravelly habitats where they naturally nest, and their calls drifting down from the warm summer sky after dark are, for many people, one of the most evocative sounds of a North American summer night. The oilbird of South America is perhaps the strangest nocturnal bird of all. It is the only nocturnal fruit-eating bird in the world, feeding on the fruits of oil palm and other tropical trees, which it locates by smell in the dark, using its well-developed olfactory system. It roosts and nests in large colonies in caves, sometimes thousands of birds together in cavities so deep and so dark that no external light penetrates at all. To navigate in total darkness inside the caves, oilbirds use echolocation, producing rapid clicks with their tongues and listening to the echoes to build a map of the cave's walls and the positions of other birds. This makes them the only bird outside the cave swiftlets of Asia known to use echolocation, and one of only a few non-mammal vertebrates to do so. The caves where oilbirds roost reek of the oily, half-digested fruits in the birds' droppings, and the noise of thousands of oil birds clicking and calling in a confined space is, by all accounts, an extraordinary sensory experience. The kiwi of New Zealand deserves a mention here. Those flightless, nocturnal, round-bodied birds that are the national symbol of New Zealand, and among the most unusual birds on earth. Kiwis are active at night, probing the forest floor with their long bills for earthworms and other invertebrates. They have very poor vision, unusually small eyes for a bird of their size, and they navigate primarily by smell. Those nostrils at the tip of the bill, unique among birds, sniffing out prey underground. They communicate through loud, far-carrying calls in the dark, each sex producing a different call. The males a series of high, piping notes, the females lower and more rolling. And these duet calls help pairs maintain contact and territory in a forest where vision is of limited use. A kiwi calling in a New Zealand forest at night, its voice rising through the dark trees, is one of the most evocative sounds of a wild place. And the whippoorwill, that nightjar of eastern North America, named for its endlessly repeated call, a phrase of 3 syllables delivered with mechanical persistence through the warm nights of spring and summer, calls from its forest perch right now in many parts of the continent. That chanted name drifting through the dark trees, whippoorwill, whippoorwill. Over and over, hundreds of times in succession, each call exactly like the last, filling the night air with its patient, hypnotic repetition. It is one of those sounds that belongs to the night so completely that hearing it in the daytime would feel wrong. A sound made of darkness and warm air, and the smell of the forest after rain. Tonight, the nocturnal birds are awake. The owls are hunting on silent wings. The nightjars are sweeping the dark sky for moths. The kiwis are probing the forest floor on the other side of the world, and the whippoorwill is calling somewhere out there, patient and persistent, filling the night with its name. But you are not one of them. You are not built for the dark hours. You are built for this, for lying still, for closing your eyes, for the slow dissolution of thought into sleep. The night is for the owls. The quiet is for you. Let the silence settle around you. Let the dark be soft and full and kind. You are almost there now. Just a little further. Just a little more stillness. Let the night be soft around you. There is no urgency here. No sharpness. No sudden movement. Just the quiet dark and the slow breath and the warm stillness of a body at rest. You are safe. You are comfortable. Nothing is hunting you tonight. And yet, out there in the dark sky, and the shadowed woodland, and the open grassland, and the high mountain thermal, something is always hunting. Something with eyes that can read the landscape from a height of 300 meters. Something with feet that close with the force of a vice. Something shaped over millions of years into the most efficient aerial predator that the physics of feathers and hollow bones will allow. Tonight we are going to think about them carefully, quietly, with the kind of appreciation you can only fully extend to something from a safe distance. We are going to think about raptors. The word raptor comes from the Latin rapper, to seize, to carry off. It is one of the most evocative words in the vocabulary of natural history, and it describes, with considerable accuracy, the fundamental technique of most birds of prey, the rapid approach, the strike, the seizure of a living animal in powerful feet, the carrying away. Raptors are the great aerial predators of the bird world, and they occupy the top tiers of food webs across virtually every terrestrial ecosystem on Earth. Wherever there are birds and small mammals and reptiles, there are raptors hunting them. They are the check on the populations below them, the apex of their local food chains, the selective force that has shaped the vigilance and the speed and the camouflage of the animals they hunt across millions of years of predator and prey coevolution. The term raptor, or bird of prey, is not a precise taxonomic category in the modern sense. It describes a lifestyle rather than a single evolutionary lineage. The diurnal birds of prey, hawks, eagles, falcons, kites, harriers, ospreys, vultures, and their relatives, belong to the order Accipitriformes and to the separate order Falconiformes. These groups are not all closely related. They have arrived at the raptor lifestyle from different evolutionary starting points, converging on similar body plans and hunting strategies, because those plans and strategies are the best solutions to the common problem of catching and killing animal prey. Sharp talons, hooked beak, large, acute eyes, powerful flight. These are the tools that the predatory lifestyle requires, and evolution has produced them independently in similar form in each of these groups. Let us think about what it means to have the eyes of a hawk. We discussed raptor vision in our section on bird senses. That resolution 2 to 3 times finer than the best human vision. The densely packed fovea, the sometimes double fovea, giving sharp detail in 2 directions simultaneously. But let us place those facts in the context of actually hunting, because it is in the context of hunting that their significance becomes fully apparent. A red-tailed hawk, that large, broad-winged bootio of open country across North America, soaring on a thermal at a height of perhaps 150 meters above a field, can detect a mouse moving in the grass below 150 meters. From that distance, in that small patch of visual detail that represents the field below, the hawk's brain is processing and resolving information with a clarity that we simply cannot replicate even with optical assistance. And it is not just resolution. Raptors perceive flicker, the rapid alternation of light and dark, the movement of a small object against a complex background at a temporal resolution significantly higher than our own. A mouse moving through grass produces a brief, rapid flicker of movement against the background of the field. A hawk's visual system is tuned to detect exactly this kind of signal. A brief, fast, slightly different pattern against the stationary background, and to track it with a smooth, precise movement of the head that keeps the moving object centered in the high-resolution fovea throughout the approach. The hawk does not lose the mouse when it disappears into longer grass. It has already locked on, already committed, already angling toward the exact point where its calculations humans predict the mouse will be when it arrives. The hunting strategies of raptors are as varied as the environments they inhabit, and the different groups have evolved quite different body shapes to suit their different approaches. The bootios, the broad-winged, short-tailed hawks like the red-tailed hawk, the common buzzard of Europe, the ferruginous hawk of the North American plains, are built for soaring and perch hunting. Their broad wings generate lift efficiently at low speeds, allowing them to hang in a thermal or glide slowly over open ground for extended periods, scanning below. When prey is detected, they drop in a controlled glide or stoop, adjusting their trajectory continuously as the prey moves, and strike with their feet. They are patient hunters. They sit on fence posts and dead branches for hours, watching, waiting, conserving energy, while the landscape below them reveals its small, moving secrets. The accipiters, the sharp-shinned hawk, the Cooper's hawk, the goshawk, are built for a completely different style of hunting in a completely different environment. Their wings are shorter and more rounded, their tails long and rudder-like, their bodies compact and highly maneuverable. They are forest hunters, pursuing prey through dense woodland at close range, threading between branches and trunks at high speed, with a precision of flight control that is among the most impressive in the avian world. The northern goshawk, the largest and most powerful of the accipiters, will chase prey through a forest at full speed, ducking and weaving between trees, making decisions about trajectory at a rate that exceeds any conscious calculation, relying on a flight control system refined by millions of years of selection into something that operates faster than thought. A goshawk in full pursuit through dense woodland is one of the most dynamic and intense expressions of avian flight capability that exists. The falcons are different again. Their wings are long and pointed, not the broad, soaring wings of the bootios, or the short, maneuvering wings of the accipiters, but narrow, swept-back wings built for speed. Falcons are the fastest birds on Earth in level flight, and in the case of the peregrine falcon, the fastest animals on the planet in any kind of movement. The peregrine hunts by stooping, climbing to a great height, then folding its wings and dropping in a near vertical dive on prey spotted far below. During the stoop, the peregrine accelerates to speeds that have been measured at over 380 kilometers per hour. 380. At this speed, the force of the air would destroy an unprotected eye in fractions of a second. The peregrine has a small bony projection, the supraorbital ridge, that deflects the airstream away from its eyes during the dive, and its nostril openings contain small bony baffles, structures of remarkable functional elegance that regulate the air pressure entering the respiratory system at extreme speeds, preventing the lungs from being damaged by the sudden high-pressure airflow. It is an animal that has evolved specialized hardware for breaking the speed limit of the sky. The impact of a peregrine striking prey at the bottom of its stoop is delivered not primarily by the talons, but by the clenched fist of the foot, a closed foot blow that can kill a pigeon or a duck outright through sheer kinetic force. The peregrine then circles back, locates the fallen prey, and descends to feed. It kills with physics as much as with anatomy. The momentum of its own body, concentrated in the dense knuckles of its closed feet, is the weapon. The osprey deserves special mention because it is unique among diurnal raptors in being an almost exclusive fish eater, a specialization that has shaped its anatomy in several remarkable ways. It hunts by hovering above water, watching for fish near the surface, then plunging feet first from heights of up to 30 meters, entering the water in a controlled dive, and seizing the fish in its talons. Those talons are long and strongly curved, and the undersides of the toes are covered in tiny spiny projections. The spicules we mentioned in our section on beaks and feet that grip the slippery surface of a fish as if it were rough paper rather than wet scales. The outer toe is reversible. It can point either forward or backward, allowing the osprey to hold a fish with 2 toes on each side, in a grip geometry better suited to a long, streamlined, struggling fish than the standard 3 forward, 1 back arrangement when an osprey surfaces from a plunge. It invariably turns the fish head first in its talons before flying away, orienting the fish parallel to its own body to reduce aerodynamic drag during the flight back to the nest. This consistent, practical adjustment, always head first, is a behavior so efficient and so regularly observed that it has been used as an example of functional reasoning in animal behavior studies. The harriers are a group of long-winged, long-tailed hawks that hunt by quartering, flying low over open ground, marshes, and grasslands, gliding slowly back and forth across the terrain, relying on surprise and the sound of movement as much as vision to locate prey. Their facial discs, less developed than an owl's, but present and functional, help funnel sound toward the ear openings, giving them a degree of auditory hunting ability unusual among diurnal raptors, the hen harrier in particular, that striking bird of moorland and marsh with its gray and white male and streaked brown female, has been the subject of long and sometimes contentious conservation debate in Britain and elsewhere, because its taste for grouse chicks brings it into conflict with game shooting interests. It is a bird whose beauty and whose ecological role are beyond question, and whose survival in certain landscapes remains a matter of ongoing concern. The eagles represent the largest and most powerful of the diurnal raptors, birds of such size and strength that they have featured in the mythology and symbolism of human cultures across every continent where they occur. The bald eagle of North America, the golden eagle of the Northern Hemisphere, the martial eagle of Africa, the harpy eagle of the Amazon. These are birds whose physical presence commands a response that seems to go beyond the merely aesthetic. The golden eagle soaring over a Scottish mountain or a North American canyon on wings that span more than 2 meters is one of those sights that tends to stop conversation entirely. People simply look, and the eagle, if it notices the upturned faces below, gives them no particular attention. It has other concerns. The harpy eagle of the Amazon rainforest is probably the most powerful eagle in the world by raw physical capability. Its body is the size of a large dog. Its talons, the rear talons, the primary killing tools, are as long as the claws of a grizzly bear. Its wings are relatively short and broad for an eagle of its size, a shape suited to navigating through the dense forest canopy rather than soaring in open sky. It hunts monkeys and sloths in the forest canopy, dropping from a perch with explosive acceleration, seizing a large monkey in its feet with a grip capable of exerting hundreds of kilograms of pressure per square centimeter, and killing it almost instantly. A harpy eagle with a full-grown spider monkey in its talons, flying to its nest, is carrying an object that may weigh as much as it does itself. It is a demonstration of power, of muscle and bone and talon and purpose that is almost difficult to take in. The secretary bird of Africa occupies a category entirely its own among the diurnal raptors. A long-legged terrestrial eagle that hunts on foot rather than from the air, striding through grassland on its long, dark-feathered legs in search of snakes, lizards, rodents, and large insects. When it finds a snake, it kills it by stomping, striking downward with its powerful feet with a speed and force that can deliver a blow of several times the bird's own body weight, crushing the snake's skull or spine before it can strike back. It has been filmed killing cobras and black mambas with this technique. The rapid, precise, percussive footwork looking almost like a dance. The secretary bird is named, it is said, for the long quill-like feathers projecting from the back of its head, reminiscent of the quill pens that a Victorian clerk might tuck behind an ear while working at a desk. It is a bird that manages, somehow, to be simultaneously elegant and formidable. And vultures, the great scavengers of Africa, Asia, and the Americas, are raptors of a different economy. They do not hunt. They find. They soar on thermals for hours, scanning with their extraordinary eyes for the signs of a recent death. A gathering of other vultures in the distance. The hesitation of predators around a carcass. The characteristic slump of a large dying animal in the grass, their stomach acid, is among the most corrosive of any bird, capable of destroying anthrax, botulinum toxin, rabies, and other pathogens that would kill most other animals. Their bald or thinly feathered heads, so often described as ugly, are in fact a hygienic adaptation. A feathered head pushed deep into a carcass would quickly become matted with blood and tissue, a breeding ground for bacteria. The bare head can be dried and cleaned in the sun. It is functional. It is, in context, beautiful. The raptors are the exclamation marks of the bird world, the moments of intensity in a landscape of gentler stories. They are the proof that the natural world contains both softness and power, both the patient building of nests and the sudden, absolute precision of a stoop, both the slow drift of a heron in a reed bed and the 380-kilometer-per-hour plunge of a peregrine falcon. They remind us that the world is not always gentle. But right now, in this room, in this quiet dark, everything is gentle. The raptors are roosted. Their talons are relaxed. Their eyes are closed. Even the peregrine is still tonight, perched on its city ledge, its heart rate slow, its fierce and perfect body at rest, as yours is, warm and still and safe. Nothing hunting, nothing hunted, just the quiet and the breathing and the soft, long drift towards sleep. Let your body be completely still now, as still as you can be, breathing slowly, lying quietly, your thoughts grown soft and distant. There is something restful about stillness, something that connects to a very deep instinct for rest and safety. Animals in danger do not lie still. Animals at rest do. Stillness is a signal sent inward that everything is well. Everything is well. In this section, we are going to think about size, about the extraordinary range of body sizes that the class Aves contains. From creatures so small they can be held in a teaspoon, to creatures taller than most human beings and heavier than a lion. We are going to wander gently through the extremes of the avian world, pausing at the remarkable specimens that occupy the outermost boundaries of what it means to be a bird. The natural world does not deal in simple uniformity. It deals in diversity, extravagant, prodigal, endlessly inventive diversity. And nowhere in the natural world is the diversity of size more vividly apparent than in the birds. The bee hummingbird and the ostrich both belong to the class Aves. They are both birds in every precise, scientific, biological sense. And yet the difference between them is so vast that placing them side by side in the mind requires a moment of genuine adjustment. Let us begin at the smallest end, because there is something particularly wonderful about very small things. The bee hummingbird lives only on the island of Cuba in the Caribbean. It is the smallest bird in the world. A male bee hummingbird measures approximately 5.5 centimeters from the tip of its bill to the end of its tail, approximately the length of a human thumb. The bill and tail account for more than half of this total length. The body itself, the warm, feathered, living body of this extraordinary animal, is smaller than a large bumblebee. The male weighs approximately 1.6 grams. For comparison, a single small paperclip weighs approximately 1 gram. The bee hummingbird weighs rather less than 2 paperclips. And yet, this near-invisible scrap of life is a fully functioning bird in every particular. It has a complete skeleton, hollow-boned, precisely engineered, with a fully developed sternum and keel supporting flight muscles. It has a 4-chambered heart. It breathes through a full avian respiratory system with air sacs and unidirectional airflow. It sees in ultraviolet. It navigates. It produces eggs, the smallest eggs of any bird on Earth, approximately 6 millimeters long, about the size of a large pea. It builds a nest, the smallest bird nest in the world, a tiny cup barely larger than a thimble, woven from soft plant material and spider silk, attached to a branch no thicker than a pencil, and it performs all the complex, energy-intensive, metabolically extraordinary behaviors of a hummingbird. hovering on wings that beat 80 times per second, feeding from flowers, defending territories, courting mates. In fact, the bee hummingbird is more metabolically extraordinary than almost any other bird, precisely because of its size. The fundamental challenge of being very small and warm-blooded is that small bodies lose heat to the environment far faster than large bodies do. The smaller you are, the greater your surface area relative to your volume, and the faster the heat generated by your metabolism leaks away. To maintain a stable body temperature, a very small, warm-blooded animal must burn energy at a very high rate, must eat almost constantly, simply to fuel the furnace of its own body heat. A bee hummingbird in full activity may need to visit more than 1,500 flowers in a single day to meet its energy requirements. 1,500 flowers, each one requiring a hovering approach, a precise insertion of the bill and tongue, a rapid extraction of nectar, a departure repeated more than once per minute for most of the daylight hours, and at night when the flowers are closed and the temperature drops and the energy cost of maintaining body temperature would exceed what the bee hummingbird's tiny reserves could sustain. It does something remarkable. It enters torpor, a controlled metabolic shutdown, like a very shallow hibernation in which the body temperature drops close to the ambient temperature of the air. The heart rate slows to a fraction of its daytime rate. The breathing becomes barely perceptible, and the metabolic rate falls by as much as 90%. The bee hummingbird in torpor is, to all outward appearances, barely alive, cool to the touch, still unresponsive. But it is maintaining just enough metabolic activity to preserve the brain and the vital organs through the night. And when the morning comes, it warms itself, sometimes with difficulty, sometimes shivering its flight muscles to generate heat, and returns to the extraordinary full-throttle intensity of its daylight life. The bee hummingbird is the smallest, but it is not alone in the lower reaches of the size spectrum. The goldcrest and firecrest of Europe, tiny, round-headed, olive-green birds with a stripe of orange on their crowns, are the smallest birds in Europe, weighing approximately 5 to 6 grams. They live in conifer forests and are active, acrobatic, incessant searchers for insects and spiders among the needles, hanging upside down, hovering briefly to inspect the undersides of branches, never still for more than a moment, like the bee hummingbird. They face the physiological challenge of small body size in a cold climate, and they too use overnight hypothermia, allowing their body temperature to drop controlled during the long winter nights to reduce their energy expenditure and survive until the next foraging day. A goldcrest surviving a hard British winter night on its own fat reserves in temperatures below freezing is performing a physiological feat of considerable precision. Most of them make it. Some do not. The weebill of Australia, the pardalotes, the vervain hummingbird of Jamaica. All of these tiny birds hover near the lower boundary of what warm-blooded, flight-capable animal life is possible in a world governed by the physics of heat loss and energy metabolism. There is probably a hard lower limit to the size of a flying warm-blooded bird, a point below which the metabolic demands of maintaining body temperature and powering flight become impossible to meet from the food available in any environment. The bee hummingbird is close to that limit. Perhaps it is at that limit. It is one of those animals whose existence seems, on reflection, almost to push against the boundaries of what is physically possible. Now let us travel to the other extreme. Let us think about the ostrich. The common ostrich is the largest bird alive on Earth today. A large male stands approximately 2 3/4 meters tall, taller than most doorways. It weighs up to 156 kilograms, about the weight of 2 adult humans. It has a neck approximately 1 meter long. Its legs are long and massively muscled, ending in 2-toed feet designed for speed over open ground. Its eyes are 5 centimeters in diameter, the largest eyes of any land vertebrate alive today, larger than its brain. And it cannot fly, not even slightly. Its wings are small vestigial, used only for display and for balance during running. It is the most thoroughly committed ground dweller in the avian world, a bird that has traded flight for speed and size and has never looked back. The ostrich's flightlessness is not a deficiency. It is a specialization, an evolutionary commitment to a particular way of living in a particular environment that has been enormously successful. The open grasslands and savannas of Africa, where ostriches evolved and live, are a habitat where flight offers limited advantage to a large animal with long legs. A predator must catch you, and on flat, open ground, outrunning a predator is a viable strategy for a bird that can reach speeds of approximately 70 kilometers per hour. 70 kilometers per hour is faster than any land predator in Africa except the cheetah. The ostrich does not need to fly. It can run. And when running is not enough, when a predator gets too close, when a rival challenges, when a threat must be faced rather than fled, the ostrich kicks. Its two-toed kick can deliver a force capable of killing a lion. It has been documented killing large predators in this way. It is not a bird you would want to corner. The ostrich egg is the largest egg of any living bird, and it deserves a moment of appreciation in its own right. It weighs approximately 1.5 kilograms, about the equivalent of 24 chicken eggs. Its shell is approximately 2 millimeters thick and strong enough to support the weight of an adult human standing on it without breaking. And yet it is, at the same time, the smallest egg relative to the size of the mother of any bird. The ostrich is so large that its egg, though enormous by any absolute measure, represents only about 1% of the female's body weight. A small songbird may lay an egg that represents 15 to 20% of her body weight. The ostrich produces an egg that is, relative to her own body, tiny. The southern cassowary of Australia and New Guinea is the second heaviest bird alive. A massive, flightless bird of tropical rainforest, standing up to 1.8 meters tall and weighing up to 85 kilograms. It is a equipped with a prominent bony casque on top of its head, a helmet-like structure whose function is still debated, with proposals ranging from pushing through dense vegetation to amplifying low-frequency calls to social signaling. It has three-toed feet, with the inner toe bearing a long, straight, dagger-like claw up to 12 centimeters long. A weapon considerably more dangerous than the ostrich's kick, capable of inflicting deep lacerations on any animal that threatens it. The cassowary is probably the most dangerous bird in the world to a human being in close proximity. It is also a crucial seed disperser for the tropical rainforest it inhabits, swallowing large fruits whole and depositing the seeds in its droppings across wide areas. One of those cases where an animal that seems purely formidable turns out to be essential to the forest's regeneration. The largest flying bird alive today is a matter of some ongoing scientific discussion, but strong candidates include the wandering albatross with its 3.5-meter wingspan, the longest of any living bird, and the Andean condor, the largest flying bird by body mass, weighing up to 15 kilograms, with a wingspan approaching 3 meters. The condor soars on thermal columns over the Andes and the Pacific coast of South America, covering vast distances in search of carrion. Its enormous wings catching the rising warm air with minimal effort. It can go days between meals, soaring continuously while it searches, waiting for the next large carcass that will provide enough food to sustain it through another long interval of patient searching. And then there are the extinct giants, birds of the past, that make even the ostrich seem modestly proportioned. The elephant birds of Madagascar, which survived until perhaps the 17th century before being hunted to extinction by human settlers, stood up to 3 meters tall and weighed up to 730 kilograms by body mass, almost certainly the largest birds that ever lived. Their eggs were correspondingly extraordinary. A single elephant bird egg had a volume equivalent to approximately 160 chicken eggs. A single object the size of a large watermelon containing a developing chick that, when it hatched, was already larger than most living birds. The elephant birds were the ecological dominance of Madagascar for millions of years, browsing the island's forests and woodlands like avian equivalents of the large browsing mammals found on other continents. Their laws, along with the giant tortoises and other large animals of Madagascar, transformed the island's ecology in ways that are still reverberating today. The moa of New Zealand, 9 species of flightless bird, ranging from turkey-sized to enormous, survived until approximately 600 years ago, when the Polynesian ancestors of the Maori people arrived on the islands and hunted them to extinction with a thoroughness and speed that is sobering in its completeness. The largest moa, Dinornis robustus, stood up to 3 7/10 meters tall, the tallest bird ever known to have existed. They had no natural predators on New Zealand before human arrival, no instinct to flee from large upright figures walking toward them, and they were simply caught and killed. The Haast's eagle, a massive raptor that was their only natural predator, the largest eagle that ever lived, went extinct with them, its food source eliminated. Between the bee hummingbird and the elephant bird, between the goldcrest and the wandering albatross, between the tiny vervain hummingbird of Jamaica and the thundering, ground-shaking stride of the ostrich. This is the range of a single class of animals, aves, birds, all of them feathered, all of them warm-blooded, all of them descended from the same theropod dinosaur ancestors. All of them, however different in size and shape and lifestyle, recognizably, essentially, gloriously birds. The variety of the living world is without end. It is one of those facts about our planet that, if you let yourself sit with it quietly at the right moment, in the dark, in the still, with nothing to do and nowhere to be, can produce a feeling of something very close to awe, not the loud, startling awe of a dramatic sight, but the quiet, deep, settling awe of understanding how much exists, how much has existed, how much variety and invention the process of life on this planet has produced over the billions of years it has been running. The world is so full, and you are resting at the center of it, in the warm and the quiet, held safely by the dark. Let that fullness be a comfort. Let it carry you forward into sleep. Let your breath be very slow now, very soft, in the quietest possible way. You have traveled a long way tonight through the deep history of birds, through feathers and bones and breath and song, through the migration paths and the nesting cups and the dawn chorus and the hunting stoop of the peregrine, through the open ocean and the dark forest and the extremes of size and strength and fragility that the class Aves contains. You have covered an extraordinary amount of ground, and you have done it gently, in the dark, resting all the while. There is one more section to travel through before we reach the closing of tonight's journey, and it is perhaps the most important section of all. Not because it is the most dramatic or the most scientifically surprising, but because it is the most present, the most connected to right now, to today, to the world outside this room. Tonight we are going to think about what is happening to birds in our time, about the losses and the reasons for them, and about the quiet, patient, sometimes hopeful work that people all over the world are doing to ensure that the birds we have spent tonight thinking about will still be here in all their variety and wonder for the generations that come after us. This is a section that asks something of us, not tonight, not in this moment of rest, but in the daylight hours, in the ordinary decisions of ordinary days. It asks us simply to know, to understand what is happening, because understanding is where all meaningful action begins. Let us start with the numbers, and let us hold them gently, because they are significant without being hopeless. Since 1970, the bird population of North America has declined by approximately 2.9 billion birds. Not 2.9 billion species. 2.9 billion individual birds. Roughly 1 in 3 of all the birds that existed on the continent 50 years ago are gone. Forests have lost 1 billion birds. Grassland bird populations have collectively declined by by 53%, more than 720 million birds. These are not numbers from a distant, theoretical future. They describe what has happened within a single human lifetime, within the memory of people alive today. Who can remember the skies and the hedgerows and the farmland of their childhoods being full of birds that are now scarce or absent? In Europe, the picture is similar. Long-term monitoring data from across the continent shows dramatic declines in many common farmland and woodland birds over the last 50 years. Species like the house sparrow, the starling, the lapwing, the tree sparrow, the yellowhammer, the corn bunting birds that were once so numerous and so familiar that no one thought to count them carefully until their absence began to be noticed. Common birds have suffered some of the largest absolute losses simply because there were so many of them to lose. A species that loses 90% of its population, but was never numerous, may disappear almost unnoticed. A species that loses 50% of a population of billions leaves a silence in the morning air that even the most inattentive can feel. The causes of these declines are multiple, and they overlap and compound each other in ways that make simple solutions rare. But habitat loss is clearly and consistently the largest single driver. When a meadow is drained and converted to arable farmland, the birds that lived in that meadow have nowhere to go. When a woodland is cleared for development, the woodland birds that depended on it are not displaced. They are simply removed from the system. When a wetland is filled in, the waders and waterfowl that nested there cannot find equivalent habitat elsewhere, because equivalent habitat has itself been steadily shrinking. The cumulative effect of millions of individual decisions to convert natural land to human use, made over decades across entire continents, is a landscape that can support far fewer birds than the one that existed before. Agricultural intensification, the transformation of traditional mixed farming with its mossy hedgerows and weedy field margins and winter stubbles into the clean, efficient, chemically managed monocultures of modern industrial agriculture has been particularly devastating for farmland birds. Traditional farms were messy in exactly the ways that birds needed. Hedgerows full of nesting sites and berries, field margins thick with insects and seeds, winter stubbles providing food through the hardest months of the year. Modern intensive farms are clean and efficient and nearly lifeless for birds. Their hedgerows grubbed out, their field margins sprayed to bare soil, their crops harvested so thoroughly that nothing remains on the ground through the winter. The insects that once filled summer fields, the flies, the beetles, the moths, the grasshoppers, have declined catastrophically under the pressure of insecticide use, and with them the insectivorous birds that depended on them. The insect decline deserves special attention because it underpins so much of the bird decline. Birds do not eat only in summer, but their breeding success depends almost entirely on the abundance of insects in summer, both to fuel the enormous energetic demands of incubation and chick rearing, and to feed the chicks themselves, most of which require soft, protein-rich insect food in their first weeks of life. A world with fewer insects is a world that can support fewer breeding birds. Estimates suggest that insect biomass has declined by 40% or more in many parts of Europe over the last few decades. A loss so large and so fundamental that its consequences ripple through every level of the food web above it. Fewer insects, fewer birds, fewer of everything that depends on birds. Window collisions are a cause of bird mortality whose scale, when fully appreciated, is startling. In the United States alone, it is estimated that between 300 million and 1 billion birds die each year from collisions with glass windows and buildings. The glass that we use to make our buildings beautiful and light-filled is, to a bird, either invisible, a continuation of the sky, or the trees reflected in it, or a clear pathway to the habitat it can see on the other side. Birds fly at full speed into glass and die from the impact, or are stunned and fall prey to predators on the ground. Decals and patterns applied to the outside of glass can dramatically reduce collision rates by making the glass visible to birds. Simple, inexpensive, widely available, and still underused, turning off lights in tall buildings during migration season, when billions of birds are moving through cities at night, can reduce the disorientation and collision events that artificial light causes in nocturnal migrants. These are solutions that exist and work and require only the will to apply them. Free-roaming domestic cats are another significant source of bird mortality, particularly in North America, where estimates of annual bird deaths caused by cats range from 1.3 billion to as high as 4 billion. This is a figure that surprises many people, and it is important to be clear that it encompasses both owned cats allowed to roam outdoors and unowned feral cats, the latter being responsible for the majority of the mortality. A well-fed domestic cat kills birds not from hunger, but from hunting instinct, a behavior shaped by tens of millions of years of felid evolution that does not simply switch off because the cat is provided with food at home, keeping cats indoors or in enclosed outdoor spaces is one of the most significant individual actions that cat owners can take for birds. It is also better for the cats themselves, which live considerably longer on average when not exposed to traffic, disease, and predation from other animals. Climate change is emerging as an accelerating threat, compounding and amplifying the other pressures on bird populations as temperatures rise and seasonal timing shifts. The carefully calibrated synchronizations between birds and their food supplies, the match between breeding dates and insect emergence that we mentioned in our section on raising chicks, the match between arrival dates of migratory birds and the spring flush of vegetation and invertebrates are being disrupted. Birds that migrate from distant wintering grounds are arriving at their breeding areas to find that the peak of insect food, triggered by local temperature, has already passed. The great tits of Witham Woods are laying earlier than they did 30 years ago, tracking the shifting spring. But the rate of advancement in bird breeding dates is not always keeping up with the rate of advancement in their food supply. The gap between arrival and the peak of food availability is widening in some species, and the consequence is lower chick survival and lower reproductive success. Sea level rise is threatening coastal nesting habitats, changing precipitation patterns, are altering the wetlands and grasslands that many birds depend on. The geographic ranges of species are shifting poleward as warming makes previously suitable habitat available further north and renders previously suitable habitat unsuitable further south, creating a complex continent-wide reshuffling of bird distributions that is happening faster than species can always adapt to. Birds are resilient. They are, as we have seen, among the most adaptable animals on Earth. But they are not infinitely adaptable, and the pace of change that is now being imposed on the natural world is, in historical terms, very rapid, and yet, and this is important, the story of bird conservation is not only a story of loss, it is also, in some places, and for some species, a story of remarkable recovery, a story of what becomes possible when people decide that a particular bird or a particular ecosystem is worth protecting and restoring, and then do the patient, sustained, unglamorous work of actually protecting and restoring it. The peregrine falcon was, by the 1960s, on the verge of extinction across much of North America and Europe. The pesticide DDT accumulated in the bodies of the fish and birds that peregrines ate caused the shells of peregrine eggs to become so thin that they cracked under the weight of the incubating parent. Breeding pairs collapsed across entire regions. The peregrine disappeared from the eastern United States entirely. Then DDT was banned in the United States in 1972, and a dedicated captive breeding and reintroduction program began. Today, the peregrine falcon nests in every major city in the United States, on the ledges of skyscrapers and bridges, hunting pigeons in the updrafts between buildings. It is one of the great conservation success stories of the 20th century. A species pulled back from the edge by a combination of policy change, scientific effort, and public commitment. The bald eagle, the whooping crane, the white-tailed eagle, the osprey. These are all birds that were reduced to tiny remnant populations and have been brought back through decades of protection and management to levels that their former range can support. The whooping crane, the tallest bird in North America, was reduced to a population of approximately 15 individuals in the wild in 1941. Today, through captive breeding, reintroduction, and the protection of its migration routes and wintering grounds, the wild population has grown to several hundred birds. Each one of those birds is the result of extraordinary effort by many people over many decades. Each one is a small, living argument that the losses of the natural world are not inevitable, that they are the product of choices, and that different choices can produce different outcomes. Simple actions by ordinary people matter too. Research has shown that gardens and private green spaces collectively represent an enormous area of potential bird habitat, and that the way those spaces are managed has measurable effects on local bird populations. Planting native trees and shrubs, plants that support the specific insects and produce the specific berries that local birds depend on, can make a garden 10 times more valuable to birds than a garden planted with exotic ornamentals that support few insects and produce little food, providing fresh water, particularly in dry summers and cold winters. Putting up nest boxes to compensate for the loss of natural cavities, reducing or eliminating pesticide use, allowing the populations of insects that form the base of the bird food chain to recover, keeping cats indoors during the breeding season. These are not grand gestures. They are small, quiet acts of care, performed in the ordinary spaces of ordinary lives, that add up, aggregated across millions of gardens and millions of people, into something significant. The science of birds. Everything we have explored together tonight tells us that birds are not separate from us, Their songs are part of the soundtrack of our mornings. Their migrations mark the turning of our seasons. Their presence in forests and fields and wetlands is a measure of the health of the ecosystems that provide us with clean water and clean air and fertile soil, and the whole complex of living systems that our own lives depend on. When bird populations decline, they are telling us something about the state of the world we share. And when bird populations recover, they are telling us that recovery is possible, that the world, given the chance, has a remarkable tendency to heal. Outside, right now, somewhere in the dark, birds are roosting in the trees that line your street, or in the hedgerows of a field at the edge of town, or on a cliff face above a cold sea. They are the living descendants of the dinosaurs, carriers of the most sophisticated respiratory system in the vertebrate world, singers of learned songs, with dialects passed down through generations, navigators by quantum physics and starlight, engineers of the forests and the grasslands and the ocean margins. They are extraordinary. They are in trouble, and they are worth every quiet effort we can make in the ordinary daylight hours to ensure that the morning air for a long time to come is still full of their voices. But that is for the morning, and the morning is a long way off. Right now, the night is deep and warm around you. The birds are sleeping. The world is still, and you have heard everything, all of it, from the first feathered dinosaur to the last hopeful conservation recovery, carried on a voice in the dark, while the night grew quieter and your breathing grew slower, and sleep moved closer and closer. It is here now. Sleep is right here, at the edge of your thoughts, in the warmth of the room, in the weight of your body and the stillness of the air. Let it come. You have done everything you need to do tonight. You have traveled far and come back to rest, and the rest is complete, and the night is kind, and every sleeping bird in every dark tree, in every corner of this beautiful, threatened, astonishing world is at peace. As you are, you are still here, breathing slowly in the dark, carried this far by the quiet voice and the long, unfolding story of birds. A story that began, as all the best stories do, a very long time ago, in a world so different from our own that it is almost impossible to picture, and yet the line from that ancient world to this one is unbroken. The feather on the wing of a sparrow outside your window tomorrow morning is the same feather in every essential detail that first appeared on the body of a small, warm-blooded animal more than 150 million years ago in the forests of the Jurassic, the same hollow shaft, the same interlocking barbs and barbules, the same miracle of lightweight structure and aerodynamic precision. The past is always present in the living world if you know how to look for it, and tonight you have learned how to look. You have traveled in the space of these dark and gentle hours through the whole extraordinary sweep of what birds are, and what they do, and what they mean. You have thought about feathers, how they grow, how they are structured, how they make flight possible and keep bodies warm, and carry the colors and patterns that birds use to recognize each other, attract mates, and move through their world. You have thought about the skeleton, that extraordinary achievement of hollow lightness, fused and reinforced into something that can withstand the stresses of flight, and yet weighs almost nothing. You have thought about the breath of birds, that remarkable one-way flow of air through a system of lungs and air sacs that extracts more oxygen from every breath than our own respiratory system can manage, fueling a metabolism of extraordinary intensity. You have thought about senses, the colors that birds can see that we cannot, the sounds their ears can resolve at speeds our own hearing cannot follow, the touch receptors in bills and feet, the magnetic sense that threads a tiny internal compass through the brain of a migrating bird, pointing always toward home. You have thought about flight, the shapes of wings, and the forces they generate, the thermal soaring of an eagle, and the hovering precision of a hummingbird, and the extraordinary stillness of a gannet folding into its 380-kilometer-per-hour dive. You have thought about navigation, the star maps, and the quantum compasses, and the remembered landscape allow a sheer water to cross an ocean and find a single small island on the other side. You have thought about song, how it is learned and remembered and varied across a lifetime, how dialects spread through populations and change across generations, how the dawn chorus assembles itself each morning from the voices of dozens of species into something that no single bird planned, but that emerges beautiful and unrepeatable from the sum of all their individual callings. You have thought about intelligence, the tools made by crows, the food caches remembered by scrub jays, the faces recognized and grudges held by urban corvids, the theory of mind suggested by the raven, who moves its food cache when it thinks it has been watched. You have thought about feeding and foraging, the optimal calculations that birds make without knowing they are calculating, the extraordinary variety of diets and foraging strategies that different species have evolved, the partnerships between birds and the food sources they depend on. You have thought about beaks and feet, those compressed biographies of a life, shaped by millions of years of selection into tools of such precision and variety that a biologist can read an entire ecology from them. You have thought about nests and eggs, the woven pouches of the weaver birds, the saliva cups of the cave swiftlets, the compost mounds of the malleefowl, and the small, profound sound of a chick chipping its way into the world from inside a cooling shell. You have thought about courtship, the dances of the birds of paradise, and the grebes rushing display across the water, the honesty of an elaborate ornament that only a healthy body can afford to grow, the pair bonds of albatrosses maintained for 50 years across months of oceanic separation. You have thought about the raising of chicks, the 900 feeding trips of a great tit in a single day, the first terrible fledging leap from a nest cup into the unknown, the brood parasite's ruthless strategy, and the foster parent's helpless, faithful response. You have thought about social lives, murmurations and leks, and dear enemies, and the personality differences between individual birds in a woodland flock, the complex social networks through which information and disease and reputation travel. You have thought about the roles birds play in the world beyond themselves, the seeds they carry and plant, the flowers they pollinate, the insects they suppress, the carcasses they clean, the cavities they make and leave behind for other creatures to use. You have thought about the open ocean, where albatrosses circle the southern ocean on locked wings, and storm petrels dance across the Atlantic in a stiff wind, where emperor penguins huddle in the perpetual dark of the Antarctic winter, warming each other through the coldest nights on Earth. You have thought about the night and the owls that own it, the silent wings and the asymmetric ears, and the absolute darkness in which a barn owl strikes with the precision of a guided instrument toward a sound it cannot see. You have thought about the extremes, the bee hummingbird, smaller than a bumblebee, visiting 1,500 flowers in a day, and cooling itself each night into a deep and carefully managed torpor to survive until morning. The ostrich, larger than 2 human beings, running at 70 kilometers per hour across an African savanna on feet that can kill a lion. The elephant birds, gone now for 3 centuries, their enormous eggs still turning up occasionally in the sand of Madagascar's shores. The moa, gone for 600 years, their absence still felt in the forests that grew around them, and now grow differently without them. And you have thought, finally, about what is happening to birds now. The 2.9 billion lost from North American skies since 1970. The silence spreading across the farmland of Europe, where the song of the corn bunting and the display flight of the lapwing once filled the spring air, and about the recoveries too. The peregrine nesting on city ledges, the whooping crane multiplying year by patient year from 15 individuals to several hundred. The bald eagle returned to rivers and coastlines where it had not been seen for decades, about the gardens and the nest boxes and the native plantings, and the lights turned off during migration. The small, quiet, faithful acts of ordinary people who have understood that the birds are ours to care for, as everything beautiful and vulnerable is ours to care for. It has been a long journey, and you have been the most perfect of companions, resting through all of it, lying still, breathing slowly, your mind growing quieter with every section, every paragraph, every gently spoken word. This is what the night is for. Not for solving problems, or making plans, or reviewing the decisions of the day. The night is for this, for lying still in the dark and letting the mind move softly through things that are interesting and beautiful and far away, until the thinking itself becomes too gentle to sustain, and the words dissolve into warmth, and the warmth dissolves into the particular soft darkness that is the beginning of dreams. You are in that place now, or very nearly in it. The birds are all around you, not literally, not noisily, but present in the way that knowledge is present, woven quietly into the way you will see and hear the world when morning comes. The chaffinch on the garden fence will be different tomorrow, when you have spent the night thinking about what it is. The swallow cutting across the evening sky will carry more weight, more history, more wonder. The morning chorus, heard through an open window, will be a more complicated and more beautiful thing than it was before tonight. This is the gift that knowledge gives, not just information, but a changed relationship with the world, a world seen more carefully, a world heard more attentively, a world in which more things have names and histories and significance, a world that is, in the truest sense, more alive. The birds know nothing of our appreciation. They do not need it. They will go on doing exactly what they do, migrating and singing and foraging and raising chicks and sleeping on their thermally locked feet on branches in the dark. Whether we pay attention or not, but we are better for paying attention. We are richer and more connected and more awake to the life that shares the world with us. Though right now, of course, the goal is not to be awake. The goal is the opposite of awake. The goal is the deep, still, seamless place where the birds are roosted and the owls are silent and the star compass is switched off and the quantum sensors in the eye are dark, and even the most vigilant, most sensitive, most carefully tuned instruments of the natural world have been set aside until morning. That place is very close. It may already have you a little, Your thoughts may already be softening at the edges, losing their precision, becoming more like images than ideas, more like shapes than words. That is exactly right. That is sleep approaching, and you should not resist it, not even slightly, not even to hold on to the last beautiful fact about the last beautiful bird. Let it all go. Let it drift away like feathers on water slowly, without effort, spinning softly in the current until they are out of sight. The birds are sleeping. The world is quiet. The dark is soft, and the night is long, and everything that needed to be said has been said. Sleep now. Sleep well. Sleep long and deep and warm and dreamfully, in the company of the whole sleeping world. Good night.